the last best hope we jokers have. Yes, he hides his condition. In the present political climate, a sane man has no other choice. The public will never vote for a wild card, not even a latent like Hartman, not when there's a chance the virus will express and turn him into one of us. That's why Leo Barnett wants the jacket. I'm not working for Leo Barnett, Jay started. Liar, the oddity snarled. You're taking his goddamned Nat money to help him destroy Greg. You're wrong, Jay said. Hartman's a killer ace, The oddity moved faster than Jay would ever have guessed, grabbing him by the hair, slamming his head back against the chair, and slapping him hard enough to rattle teeth. Shut up. Greg's the only friend the jokers have. Jay had a mouthful of blood from his split lip. He spat it feebly at the fencing mask and called out to Dutton. You just gonna sit there and watch the Holy Trinity here beat me into ground chuck, or you want to hear me out? Let him alone, Dutton said. I want to hear what he has to say. Reluctantly, the oddity let go of Jay's hair and stepped back away from the chair. The Joker's massive body shuddered. The fingers of its left hand seemed to be thickening, and its breasts were shrinking visibly. I don't even know Leo Barnett, Jay began. You're an ace who sells his services for money. I doubt that Barnett hired you personally. Nonetheless, you're working in his interests. Why else would you want the jacket? That jacket got Chrysalis murdered, Jay said. And I hate to mention this, especially when I'm sitting here trussed up like a Christmas goose, but this great Joker hero of yours is looking more and more like the one who did the trick. That's not true, the oddity said. The voice was softer than before, gentler, unmistakably a woman's voice. And now the left hand was the one that was blunt and calloused. The fingers of the right had grown longer and lost their hair, and the skin had turned a deep chocolate brown. Why should we want to hurt Chrysalis? Because Greg Hartman told you to, and you just love Senator Greg, don't you? Jay snapped. Greg is a good man, the oddity said. Jay thought the Joker sounded a little defensive. The oddity couldn't possibly have killed Chrysalis, Dutton said patiently. If you were a patron of the arts, Aykroyd, you'd know that Evan is a sculptor. Once he worked in clay, bronze, marble. These days he sculpts in wax. But Patty and John lack the talent, so Evan can only work during the brief times when his mind and at least one of his hands emerge from the oddity. He seizes those moments when they come, day or night. Dutton sounded almost sad as he dropped the other shoe. Evan was right here during the murder, working on a new Mistral for our Gallery of Beauty. What does that do to your theory? Jay was suddenly aware of the blinding pain behind his eyes again, and all he wanted to do was go home and be sick. Shit, he managed. Then Hartman must have sent someone else. Carnifex maybe? Or Braun? Or maybe this guy Doug Morkel. I don't know. You're reaching, Aykroyd, Dutton said. He looked over at the oddity. Why don't you tell us what really happened, Patty? The oddity turned toward Jay. Even the way the Joker moved seemed different now, subtly feminine. No Joker would have hurt Chrysalis. She was one of us. The killer had to be working for Barnett, looking for the jacket.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. Maybe he was only trying to beat the secret out of Chrysalis, but he went too far. The oddity sounded utterly sincere. That's so, Jay said. Mind telling me the guy's name? There's no way to be certain, the oddity said, the woman's voice somehow eerie and frightening coming from the huge, misshapen body. Perhaps Quasimon. He's a poor, simple-minded thing who does as he is told, and he owes his life to Reverend Barnett. The oddity's right hand gestured daintily in the air. It was a man's hand, the nails bitten right down to the quick. Or perhaps some ace who sells himself for money, the way you do. You're telling me Chrysalis died to protect Hartman because he's such a great friend of the Joker's, right? Jay looked first at Dutton, then over at the oddity. Then answer me this. If she was so fucking concerned about keeping Hartman's little secrets, why didn't she destroy the jacket a year ago? The perpetual grin on Dutton's yellowed face pulled into a momentary grimace. That question troubled me as well, he said. But my partner's plans were often subtle, and her motives were sometimes obscure. No doubt she was playing some game. That jacket was her life insurance, Jay said. Now that she's dead, it's time to cash in the policy. Do you have any idea what's going on down in Atlanta? Dutton asked him patiently. Thousands of jokers have gone south to peacefully demonstrate in support of Hartman. They've been welcomed with arrests, street brawls, attacks by the Klan. Yesterday, there was a near riot when 100 men in Confederate uniforms fired on the crowd. Barnett has already managed to pull the teeth out of our Joker's rights plank, and if he's elected, the good Reverend will put us all in camps. Many people believe that Greg Hartman is the only thing that stands between this country and Joker genocide. A lot of people believed in Hitler, too, Jay said. Dutton sighed. This conversation is as pointless as your quest, I'm afraid. You see, it really doesn't matter who you're working for, Mr. Ackroyd. You're too late. Much as I hated to damage a genuine historic artifact, too much was at stake to take any chances. Go back to your employers and tell them it's over. We burnt the jacket. Ashes to ashes, the oddity said. You can't hurt Greg now. The tainted blood is gone, Dutton told Jay. And if God is merciful, Greg Hartman is going to be the next president of the United States. 8 a.m. Squisher's basement was still as crowded, still as dark, still as smelly as it was when Brennan had discovered it a few days before. The same bartender was behind the bar, and mostly the same customers were scattered about the room, though this time around, Bludgeon was absent. A couple of the regulars greeted Brennan jovially, and one asked him if he was going to slap around another ace. Not today, Brennan said with a smile. Just a drink and a few words with a friend. Tripod was perched on the edge of a bar stool at the end of the bar, his pelvic arrangement making it impossible to sit on the chair in a normal manner. What'll it be? The mouthless bartender asked, his voice rasping from a small hole cut at the base of his throat. Irish whiskey, Tullamore. The bartender continued to wipe glasses with a rag that Brennan wouldn't have used to wipe his nose. Brennan sighed. All right, Scotch. Scotch we got, the bartender said, taking down the bottle of importers from the wall and pouring a shot. Squisher peered cautiously from his aquarium. How's it going, big guy? All right, Brennan said, pulling a roll of bills from his pocket and peeling off a 5. Hey, Squisher said, your money's no good here. Friends of Squisher drink for free. Brennan nodded and put the money back in his pocket. Thanks, I'll remember that. Brennan took his drink and joined Tripod at the end of the bar, where he was sipping a mug of beer through a straw. The Joker asked, polite as always, What's up, Mr. Y? Anything new? Brennan asked quietly. Tripod pursed his lips. Nothing, Mr. Y. I've been wearing my feet off, but Sasha's gone, man. He's lying low somewhere, and I can't find him. Brennan nodded, took a sip from his drink. Something new has cropped up. It may be connected with the murder, but I'm not sure yet. You know anything about a drug called Rapture? Oh yeah, Tripod nodded. Very new, very chic. They say that it makes everything feel real good, you know, better than ever. Food, sex, other drugs, even pain. Pain? Yeah, like some R-heads might take a razor blade to themselves 'cause it feels so good. It doesn't feel too good when they come down, though. Brennan nodded. Maybe Chrysalis discovered something about the drug that led to her death. It had to be something big, something awful, not just knowledge that the drug existed. You know, Tripod said thoughtfully, Sasha's girlfriend was a raphead. At least I seen her around with blue lips sometimes. Girlfriend? Brennan said. Sasha had a girlfriend? Yeah, you didn't know about her? She's a real hot babe by the name of Ezilie Rouge. But it's not as if she's real close to the blind boy. She's got a lot of boyfriends, girlfriends too. I hear she's even real fond of puppy dogs and like that. Brennan frowned. Is she a hooker? Probably. She gets dough from somewhere, and she's got a lot of it. Do you know where she lives?
Hey, she's not in my league. I've seen her around. Face of an angel gone bad. Weird red eyes, and a body that'd tempt a saint to sin. I'd give a leg to get a piece. Course, I got more legs than I know what to do with anyway. What about the police? Was she ever mixed up with them? Tripod shrugged. Maybe. She spent a bundle on drugs. You gotta figure the police have been at least interested. What kind of drugs? You name it, she's bought it. H, crack, coke, speed, ludes, pot, PKD, dust, designer stuff like Rapture. Christ, if the rumors are half true, she's bought enough dope to send an army up the highway to heaven. Brennan frowned. Perhaps Sasha had gotten hooked on something that had put him under Esley's control. Perhaps he'd let slip something to Esley, who told Quincy, who told Wyram. Perhaps. Where does she hang out? Couple places. Tripod gave him the names of some clubs, none of which had savory reputations. Brennan finished his drink, put the glass down on the bar, and surreptitiously dropped 2 20s on the floor. Thanks. He turned to leave, stopped, looked back at Tripod, who was slipping the bills into his ankle pocket with the oddly articulated toes of his middle foot. One last thing. Ever hear of an ace named Doug Morkel? Morkel? What the hell kind of name is that for an ace? Brennan shook his head. Damned if I know. The back half of Dr. Finn looked like a Palomino pony. The front half looked too young to be a doctor. What happened? Finn asked as he taped up Jay's ribs. I was looking for a sport jacket, Jay said morosely. Remind me never to use your tailor, Finn replied. He finished the taping. There, how's that feel? Tight, Jay complained. He tried to flex his arm and winced at the pain. Makes it hard to move. Good, Finn said. I wouldn't want you doing too much moving until that rib knits. You're very lucky, Mr. Ackroyd. A few more inches, and the bone might have punctured a lung. What about my head? The x-rays show only a very mild concussion, Finn told him. Nothing to worry about, as long as you take it easy. Might as well, Jay said. Can't dance. Too bad, Finn said. He grinned and did a quick little 4-legged soft shoe. I cut quite a rug myself. I'll just bet. Do I get anything for the pain? This headache would be killing me if I wasn't so distracted by my rib. Finn took a pad out of his pocket and scrawled a prescription. Here, he said, ripping off the top sheet and handing it to Jay. This ought to help. Thanks. Jay hopped down off the examination table. It was a mistake, and the broken rib let him know that right away. "Oh, shit," he said, gritting his teeth. "Don't want to go around jarring yourself that way," Finn said, altogether too cheerfully for Jay's taste.
I wouldn't drive in your condition either. Do you have a ride home? I'll take a cab, Jay said. Charles Dutton had taken him to the clinic after he'd satisfied himself that Jay had nothing more of value to tell him, but he didn't imagine that the Joker had hung around in the waiting room. Even if he had, Jay figured he'd had more than enough of Dutton and the oddity for today. You did the autopsy on Chrysalis, didn't you? He asked. Yes, Finn replied. The police always call us in on Joker autopsies. The coroner doesn't feel qualified to deal with our unique Joker physiology. The little centaur looked away and shuffled his feet uncomfortably. A terrible thing. We see a lot of murder victims here in the clinic, and it's never pretty. But the way her body was mutilated? Finn shook his head. Yeah. Jay touched his bruised and swollen face, thinking that he knew just how she must have felt. 5 p.m. Brennan awoke still soaked with sweat and numb from a half-remembered dream in which all of his friends and lovers were killed slowly and excruciatingly by some unseen agency he was powerless to stop. He was reassured somewhat when he spotted Jennifer sitting in the room's only chair, listening distractedly to the transmitter they'd planted on Quasimon. She heard Brennan stir, turned to watch him sit up and run his hands through his hair. "About time you woke up," she said. "I'm suffering from terminal boredom listening to Quasimon stumble through his day." "Nothing to link him to the murder?" She shook her head.
Either he's incredibly clever, which frankly I doubt, or he has no connection with Barnett's crowd. "What'd he do today?" Brennan asked. "Got up early. It took him a while to figure out how to use the mop. Then he washed the church's floors. Went up on the roof for a coffee break and forgot to come down. Father Squid called up to him to remind him to mow the lawn in the graveyard. That was a tough one. By the time he figured out the lawnmower, it was lunch. He spent the afternoon mowing and trimming. Once the transmitter stopped sending for 45 minutes. I think it accompanied Quasimon into whatever alien dimension it is that he slips into. You ask me, he's just what he appears to be, a sweet, terribly afflicted church handyman. Figures. Brennan picked his jeans up off the floor and slid into them, then rummaged through the bureau for a fresh t-shirt. "I got a possible line on Sasha this morning from Tripod. It seems he has a girlfriend." He stopped and stared at the plain white envelope that was lying on the worn carpet just inside the door to the hotel room. "How long has that been there?" he asked Jennifer. She turned, looked at the envelope, and frowned. "I don't know. I didn't notice it before." Brennan crossed the room and picked up the envelope. It was unsealed and unaddressed. He opened it and took out the single piece of paper it held, with a message scrawled in a familiar childish hand. "Sorry how things turned out before," it read. "I only want to help you. If you want to find a real raphead, go to Chickadee's." "Damn," Brennan muttered to himself. "Just what the hell is going on here?" 6 p.m. "Jesus," Digger said. "What's wrong with your face?" Jay closed the office door behind him and looked down at the reporter. Digger was almost 8 inches tall now. In a couple more days, he might be able to pass for a dwarf. "I'm disguised as a guy who got the shit beat out of him," he said. He moved slowly across the office and sat down. The radio was babbling something about the convention. It made his head hurt even more. He turned it off. "God, it hurts just to look at you," Digger said. "You realize that half your face is purple? Good thing I don't wear a tie. The colors might clash. Don't worry about it. In a day or two, the swelling will go down and the bruise will turn green." Down sounded like a man who had been there himself. Sometimes the public didn't appreciate crusading journalists. "Where the hell you been?" "Sleeping," Jay said. The painkillers made him groggy. "Sleeping? Jesus, Aykroyd. All hell is breaking loose down in Atlanta. Hartman's something like 300 votes from the nomination, and you decide to take a nap?" "Downs," Jay warned. "I just woke up. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. I've got a concussion and a broken rib, but I don't dare take any more painkillers because I can't think straight when I do. And I lost the goddamn jacket. So if you don't shut the fuck up right now, I'm gonna pop you to the middle of the Holland Tunnel to play in traffic, okay?" Digger made a noise like a man whose aged grandmother had just been run over by a semi. "You lost the jacket?" he screeched. Jay sighed. "Dutton destroyed the damn thing before I could get to it," he said. "Jesus," Digger said, his irritating little voice in a panic. "Jesus, Jesus, what are we gonna do?" "We're running out of options," Jay admitted. "Not to mention time." He tried to think. It wasn't easy, the way his head was pounding. Look, maybe Kahina had something else beside the jacket. Blood tests, letters, anything. I know, it's a long shot, but what else is there? How much do you know about her? "I did a little digging after she died," Digger said. "Very low-key, you know. I didn't want to stir nothing up. The chick was in the country illegally, I know that much. With her background, I didn't think it was likely she smuggled herself in, so she must have had help. But whoever did it was a pro, covered up her trail real nice." "What about after she got here?" Digger shrugged. "She was living in Jokertown under an assumed name. You should have seen where she was staying, a real dump. The girl had guts, I'll give her that. But it wasn't like she knew what she was doing. She couldn't have been more conspicuous if she tried. The day she arrived, she was even wearing one of them black Muslim things. You know, whatchamacallit, a chador. She switched to American clothes pretty quick, but it didn't help much. She was still the only Nat in the hotel, and it was obvious she just loathed jokers. Then what the hell was she doing working with Gingley and Chrysalis? Jay said bluntly. She wasn't working with Chrysalis, Digger said. That was Gimli's idea. Kahina was against it all the way. They had some huge fight about it. They fought all the time. Religion, politics, strategy, they didn't agree on anything. He shrugged. Hey, politics makes strange bedfellows, right? Jay frowned. How do you know all this? Chrysalis told me, Digger admitted. Gimli had a leak in his little conspiracy, and you know how it was. If anything leaked anywhere in Jokertown, you could bet your sweet ass that Chrysalis would hear it. Yeah, said Jay thoughtfully. He got slowly to his feet. Where you going now? Digger asked. Jokertown, Jay said. I got an urge to see Kahina's last known address for myself. 7 p.m. Brennan looked around Chickadee's helplessly, wondering what to do now that he was here, alone. Jennifer was waiting for him outside, this not being the type of club where she could go and not attract attention. He went up to the bar and ordered a Tullamore. He was nursing it silently, letting thoughts crawl lazily, fruitlessly through his mind, when a slurred, drunken voice said, "You're the one was my little girl's friend." He glanced down annoyedly, did a double-take, and stared. The man who had spoken looked like Joe Jory, but he had been changed. His chin was virtually gone. His nose had been turned into a pig snout, and 2-inch-long incisors protruded from his helplessly grinning mouth. His eyes were beady and red, as if he'd been drinking or weeping for hours. What happened? Brennan asked. Jory gave a helpless shrug, as if nothing mattered anymore. I don't know. I went to a bar last night. It was in an alley, and the doorman was dressed all in black. He smiled a real strange smile, and let me in from nothing, he said. Nothing at all.
I told some of the people inside about my little girl, about how beautiful she'd been and what the virus done to her. And they brought me drinks and told me how sorry they were that my child was a joker. And they told me to tell everyone about it. I got up on a stage and told everyone how awful it was, how we didn't have jokers in Oklahoma. And people laughed at me. They laughed, and someone yelled, "You do now!" And this ugly bouncer threw me out of the bar. I went to another place, and people still laughed at me. And I realized that something horrible had happened, like someone put a mask on my face, but I couldn't take it off. I drank till I passed out, and in the morning I went back to the bar to make them turn my face back so I could be a real person again. But the bar was gone. It wasn't there. His voice ran down into racking sobs, and despite himself, Brennan was touched with pity for the bewildered man who was so far out of his depth. He'd run into a place Brennan had only heard whispers of, Joker's Wild, in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lose their bones, where no one who enters is safe, where most anyone who enters is changed, never for the better. "Help me," Jory sobbed. "What do you want from me?" Brennan asked quietly. "Give me my face back," Jory asked, but Brennan shook his head. "Can't do that," he said in the same soft voice. "Then buy me a bottle. They took all my money last night. All my money, and my face." Brennan stared at him a moment longer, then signaled the bartender and put a 20 on the counter. When the bottle came, Jory took it and clutched it to his chest and scurried away. Brennan watched him disappear into the crowded room. It was then that he saw the girl with the blue mouth. She was with a man down the bar, drinking with him and laughing a little too loudly whenever he spoke. She was standing so close to him that her bare knees were pressing against his thigh, and she was toying with his hair, making little loose ringlets of it with her middle finger. Brennan thought she looked familiar, then realized that she was Lori, the hostess who'd escorted him to Quinn's suite the night the Eskimo was having his coming-out party for Rapture. She was one of the demonstrators who had shown how safe and easy it was to take the drug. Brennan took his Tullamores and moved off down the bar. He stopped before the man, crowding him so that he had to look up. He smiled down at him. "I'd like to talk to the lady." The man looked as if he were going to dispute things, then thought better of it. "Sure, buddy," he said. "Plenty of babes in this place." He slid off the stool, and Brennan took his place. Lori watched the John hurry off, then switched her attention to Brennan. She smiled. Her blue gums and tongue made her smile look sinister against her white teeth and red lips. "You look like a man who likes to party," she said hopefully. She obviously didn't recognize Brennan, which was perfectly understandable, since he had been wearing a Mae West mask the last time she saw him. "I do." "Good." Her smile grew wider, her eyes brighter. "Let's go upstairs, honey. I can show you something you've never seen before." "You can?" "Sure. Trust me." She urged Brennan off the stool. Her palms were sweaty, her body had a vaguely sour odor about it, an odor of perspiration drowned in cheap body scent. Her room was a small cubicle with a messily made bed. She closed the door after them and smiled with insincere coyness at Brennan. "Let's get the business out of the way, honey. Then we can be friends. Now," she went on, after Brennan had nodded, "it's gonna cost $100. But for only $150, I can give you something really special, something really different." "What's that?" Brennan asked. She was already pulling open the drawer of her cluttered, rickety vanity. "It's called Rapture, honey, and it's sheer heaven." She held up a small vial of blue powder, much like the one Brennan had seen the night of the party. But as soon as she drew it out, she became fixated on it. She stared at it with a growing blankness, and her hands began to shake a little. She unstoppered it and stared at it like it held the keys to the kingdom. "What's it do?" Brennan asked, watching her closely. "Do?" As if unable to resist any longer, she dipped her forefinger into the vial and then put it in her mouth, rubbing it swiftly across her already stained gums. She smiled and sucked her now blue fingertip daintily, as if it'd been dipped in some sort of delicious sauce. "It makes everything so fresh and tasty and good-feeling. Let me rub a little on your cock, honey, and it will be out of this world." "Is it dangerous?" Lori laughed and shook her head. "No way. I've been taking it for weeks now." She leaned closer and smiled confidentially. "Me and the guy who made it are like this," she said, entwining two fingers. "I'll bet." Brennan moved closer, and she smiled in unfocused ecstasy, her hand dropping to the crotch of his jeans and fumbling there. He smiled at her. "No thanks," he said, and smoothly took the vial of Rapture away from her. "Hey, why can't we do it without the Rapture?" he asked. "Because it's so good with it. I like it plain." "But it's better, it really is," she said with increasing frenzy. He remembered what Quincy had said about it a couple of days before, a drug that was so good that it makes a whore like sex. "What's it like without the Rapture?" he asked, holding the vial away as she snatched for it. "Like always," she spat. "Boring. Dead. Unfeeling. How about food? What's that like without a dose?" She made a face. "Cardboard and paste. Rotting compost. Wine? Champagne? Tepid water with shit floating in it. Give me that." Brennan held it up and away from her, shaking his head. "I need it. I have a friend who might want to have a look at this." "I'll scream," she said. Brennan shook his head. "No, you won't. I'm going to give you a dose, then I'm going to tie you up, and you can tell everyone that I robbed you." "Give me 2 doses, one for later," she panted. "Sure." Lori nodded frantically and turned back to her vanity. She gave Brennan a small tin box, into which he tipped a shot of the powder. Then she handed him a small mirror. He laid out a line, and she found a straw somewhere and took it all in through her nose with a long snort. She leaned back. "What's it like when you do it that way?" he asked curiously. "Good thoughts," Lori said dreamily. "Only good thoughts." He nodded and led her to the bed. She sat down obediently as he tore the sheet into strips, bound and gagged her. He left her room wondering what kind of thoughts she'd have after the Rapture wore off. 10 p.m. Digger Downs had been right about one thing. The hotel where Kahima had spent her final weeks was a real pit. A half-dozen elderly jokers sat in the lobby, watching an ancient black-and-white Philco while they waited to die. When Jay entered, they all looked at him with dim, incurious eyes. No one spoke. The jokers, like the lobby, smelled of decay. The night clerk was a stout woman in her 60s, with her hair worn in a bun. Her breath smelled of gin, and she didn't know nothing about no Arab girl.
but she was perfectly willing to let Jay have a look at the files once it slipped her a 10. The records were in just as shitty a shape as the rest of the building, but after 30 minutes with the registration cards and receipt books from May and June of 1987, Jay found what he was looking for. She'd paid 2 months in advance, in cash, for a room on the 3rd floor. Less than 3 weeks later, the same room had been re-rented to someone listed only as Stig. Jay showed the cards and the receipt book to the night clerk. Her, he said, pointing out the name. The corner of a $10 bill was just visible under the registration card. It did wonders for the old woman's memory. Oh yeah, she was the pretty one. I only saw her once or twice. Thought she looked kinda Jewish. You mean she was an Arab? A Syrian, Jay said. What happened to her? The woman shrugged.
They come, they go. Who's this Stig? Jay asked. Stigmata, the old woman said. She made a face. Disgusting. Makes me sick just to look at him. But Joe, he says even jokers need a place to stay. If it was up to me, honestly, these people are like animals. Anyway, Stig didn't pay his rent, and Joe evicted him. Good riddance to bad rubbish. And we rented his room to the Arab girl. But then a few weeks later, Stig had the money he owed us, and he says he wants his room back. We hadn't seen that girl for a week or so, so we let him back in. Did the woman leave any personal effects? Personal what? Any stuff, Jay said impatiently. Letters, papers, a passport? Luggage, clothing. She just up and vanished one day, right? What did you find when you cleared out her room? The night clerk licked her lower lip. Yeah, now that I think about it, she had some stuff. She studied him greedily. You family? I don't think I can give you her stuff unless you're family. Wouldn't be right. Of course not, Jay said. But it so happens that Mr. Jackson is a very close relative of hers. Huh? She said, eyes blank with confusion. Jay sighed a deep, put-upon sigh. How about I give you $20 for her stuff, he said wearily. That she understood at once. She took a key off the pegboard behind her and led Jay down to a damp, chilly basement. A dozen cardboard boxes were stacked unevenly behind the water heater, each marked with a room number. The boxes on the bottom were green with fungus and half collapsed, their numbers all but illegible, but Kahina's legacy was on top. He went through the carton in a deserted corner of the lobby. There wasn't much. An English-language edition of the Quran, a street map of Manhattan, a paperback copy of The Making of the President 1976 with the chapters on Greg Hartman dog-eared and underlined, some odd bits of clothing, a box of tampons. Jay sorted through it twice, then carried the carton back to the desk. Where's the rest of it? That's it. Ain't no more. Jay slammed the carton down on the desk, hard. The woman jumped, and Jay winced as his broken rib made him pay the price for the gesture. You've got $40 of my money, and all I've got is a box of trash. You telling me this woman flew in from Syria with nothing but a few tampons in a U-Haul box? Give me a fucking break. Where's her luggage? Where's her clothing? Did she have any cash? Any jewelry? A wallet? A passport? Anything? Nothing, the old woman said. Just what's in the box. That's all we found. These jokers, they don't take care of their things like you and me. The way they live, it's disgusting. Show me her room. Her eyes narrowed. What's in it for me? That did it. Jay shaped his fingers into a gun and pointed. Ta-ta, he said, popping her away to the runway at Freakers. Thursday night was all-nude female joker mud wrestling. He hoped she was in better shape than she looked. The soft pop of her disappearance made a few of the jokers across the lobby look up. If they wondered what Jay was doing behind the desk, rummaging among the keys, they didn't wonder enough to do anything about it. Of course, there was no elevator in the building. Jay trudged up 3 flights of stairs, grateful that it wasn't 5, and then up and down the poorly lit hallway until he found the right door. His head was pounding, and his side hurt like a son of a bitch. There was light flooding through the transom, he saw, and the noise of a television from within. Jay was in a rotten mood by then. He didn't bother knocking. When he pushed the door open, the room's lone resident jumped off the bed in alarm. "What do you want?"
It was suffocatingly hot in the room, with no hint of a breeze coming through the open window. The gaunt, wasted-looking Joker was dressed in a pair of gray jockey shorts that might once have been white. A black rag was knotted around his temple like a crude bandage. The palms of his hands were wrapped in black, too. So were the soles of his feet. Wider strips of black cloth wound round and round his abdomen. The bandages were crusty with dried blood. There were more clots in his thinning hair, and a red-brown stain on the front of his jockey shorts. Jay felt his anger drain away from him. "I need to ask you a few questions, Stig," he said. Stigmata looked at him warily. "Questions? That's all." When Jay nodded, the Joker seemed to relax. He edged over toward his television. It was a big, new color Sony. Stigmata turned down the sound, but kept the picture on. On the screen, a man was falling, arms and legs wheeling as he plummeted down, past floor after floor, in the vast interior atrium of some building. A golden light played around him as he fell. Jay stared. "That's Jack Brown," he said. Uninvited, he sat down on the edge of the bed. "There was an assassin," Stig volunteered, almost eagerly. "Didn't you hear? It was on all the channels. Some ace pitched the weenie right off the balcony." Jay went cold. Golden Boy was the nearest thing there was to an invincible ace, but a fall from that height? Is he dead? Dan Rather said the fat guy saved him, made him light. Hiram. Jay breathed a sigh of relief. Hiram and his gravity power. Jay had been there the night the astronomer had flung Water Lily from the top of the Empire State Building. Hiram had saved her life by making her lighter than air. Now it looked like he'd done it again. "The assassin," Jay began. "He was like a buzzsaw. I bet he was after Hartman." The Joker's voice was bitter. "They won't let him win. Just you wait and see. It'll be Barnett or one of them other fuckers. I wish they would all just eat shit and die. They don't care about us." Just talking about it got him angry. "What do you want anyway?" he demanded. "You got no call just walking in here. You knots think you can just walk in any place? This is my room." "I know it is," Jay said placatingly. "Look, I need to know a few things about the woman who had the room before you." Stig didn't give him the chance to finish. "It was my room first," he interrupted. "They kicked me out just 'cause I got a few months behind. 9 years I was here, and they just kick me out and give my room away. Welfare was the one screwed up. It wasn't my fault I didn't have the money. They kicked me out of my own room and locked up my stuff. Where was I gonna go?" "The woman," Jay said, trying to get him off the world's injustice and back on Kahina. "Do you know who she was?" Stigmata sat down on the bed and examined one of his hands, picking at the black, blood-stained fabric. "She was one of us. She didn't look like a Joker, but she was. She had fits. I saw one." He looked at Jay. "What happened to her?" he asked. "She was murdered," Jay said. Stig averted his eyes. "Another dead Joker," he said. Scrawny fingers toyed with the bandage across his palm, scratching away the dried blood. "Who cares about another dead Joker?" "What happened to her things?" Jay asked. The Joker's eyes flicked up nervously, met Jay's, looked away again. "Ask downstairs. They took it, I bet. They locked up my stuff. 9 years, and they lock me out and take my stuff. It's not right." All the while, his fingers played at his scabs. "You're kinda nervous, aren't you?" Jay asked. Stigmata jumped up. "I am not," he said. "I don't have to answer these questions. Who do you think you are? This is Jokertown. You stinkin' knots don't have no business here." Jay was looking at his hands, at the bandages. Plain cotton, dyed black, torn in ragged strips to bind his wounds. "I'm not a knot," he said, putting a little ice in his voice. "I'm an ace, Stiggy." He made a gun with his fingers. Pink droplets of moisture ran down Stigmata's forehead, blood mingling with his sweat. "I didn't do nothing," the Joker said, but his voice cracked in mid-sentence. "That's a nice TV," Jay said. On the screen was a police composite of the suspected assassin, a scrawny teenage hunchback dressed in leather. "How'd you pay for that TV, Stig? Looks kind of expensive."
"Where'd you get the money to pay your back rent, Stig?" Stigmata opened and closed his mouth. "The cheapskates who own this dump never change the locks, do they?" Jay said quietly. The look in Stig's eyes was all the confirmation he needed. The Joker backed away from him. Some aces could shoot fire from their hands, toss bolts of lightning, spray acid. Stigmata had no way of knowing what Jay's finger could do. "She was gone," he pleaded. "I never hurt her. Please, mister, it's the truth." "No," Jay said. "You didn't hurt her. You just robbed her. You still had your key. So after she was dead, you just came in here and helped yourself. She must have had a nice chunk of cash. Enough to pay off your back rent and buy you a new television set at least. What else did she have? Luggage? Jewelry? What?" Stigmata didn't answer. Jay smiled, aimed, and pulled back his thumb like a hammer. "No jewels," Stigmata said, as beads of blood left pink trails down his forehead. "Just her luggage and a bunch of clothes, that's all. Honest, it's the truth. Please." "Where is it?" Jay asked. "I sold it," Stigmata said. "It was all girls' clothes. It wasn't no good to me. I sold it. The suitcases, too." It was the answer Jay had expected. "Yeah," he said, disgusted. "Figures. You sold it. Except for the chadors. Not much market for used chadors in Jokertown, right? So you kept those." He pointed at the Joker's hands. "She must have had quite a few if you're still ripping them up for bandages a year later." Stigmata gave a tiny, guilty nod. Jay sighed and put his hands in his pocket. "You're not gonna hurt me?" Stig said. "Nothing I could do would hurt you any more than the wild card has done already," Jay told him. "You poor, sad, sorry son of a bitch." He turned to leave. He actually had his hand on the doorknob when the Joker, out of some strange sense of relief and gratitude, said, "There's one other thing. You can have it if you want. They wouldn't give me nothing for it at the Goodwill." Jay turned back. "What?" he said impatiently. "A sport jacket," Stig said, "but I don't think it's your size. Anyhow, it's no good. It's got a tear in the shoulder, and someone got blood on it." "Blood?" Jay said. Stigmata must have thought he was angry. "It wasn't me," he added quickly. Jay could have kissed him. 11 p.m. Masaryk paused halfway into his apartment with his hand still on the light switch, glancing around his dark living room with the tightly wired instincts of the hunter. "Hope you don't mind me just dropping in like this," Brennan said from the sofa, "but it's time to trade info again." Masaryk flicked on the light and snorted. "I don't see you for almost 15 years, now I can't get rid of you. I've got something you want to hear, I guarantee it." Masaryk sighed, shook his head. He closed the door behind him and stood with his back to it. "All right," he said, "I'll bite." Brennan looked at him closely. His mood seemed dark and somber even for Masaryk. His eyes were sunken, and there were dark circles under them. The investigation into Chrysalis's murder, Brennan guessed, probably wasn't going very well. Ever hear of a woman named Ezilie Rouge? Ezilie Rouge? What's she got to do with anything? So you've heard of her. Got an address? What am I, the telephone book? Well, do you know anything about her? Is she clean? Clean? Christ, I guess so. Other than the fact that every man who sees her wants to hump her, and most do, from what I hear, she's clean as the goddamn driven snow. You sure? Brennan asked. Yes, I'm sure, Masaryk grumbled. We checked her out when she first made the scene. The boys drew straws for the privilege, and she checked out clean. Someone reliable do the checking? Of course, my partner, Kant. Pure as the driven snow, Brennan thought. That's not exactly what Tripod had told him. Something here didn't add up. Kant either wasn't as good a cop as Masaryk thought, or wasn't as trustworthy. All right, Masaryk grumbled. What's this big thing I'm supposed to be getting all excited about? Brennan reached into the pocket of his denim jacket and tossed Masaryk the vial of Rapture he'd taken from Lori. Know what that is? Masaryk grunted. From its pretty blue color, I'd say it's that new designer drug that hit the streets this week. Most of the other samples we've managed to score have been impure, cut with everything from dry milk to strychnine. You know that it enhances sensation, food, drink, sex. It's supposed to turn near anything into an ecstatic experience. Yeah, we know all that. What you don't know about is the side effect, Brennan said. After you take that stuff for a couple of weeks, you need it. You really need it. Anything without it,
food, sex, whatever, is tasteless and sensationless, or worse, actually revolting. Masaryk sighed and sank back into his chair. So it quickly becomes addictive? Horribly addictive. You can confirm this with a girl at Chickadee's named Lori. She's easy to spot. She's got a blue mouth from taking this shit. Apparently she's been one of Quincy's human guinea pigs, so she's been at it longer than most. How long before this addiction takes root? Brennan shrugged. I don't know, a few weeks maybe. Well, this is valuable news. Makes what I have to do more difficult. Masaryk locked eyes with Brennan, who returned the stare with a frown. What's that, Masaryk? The cop sighed and shook his head. You couldn't leave things well enough alone. You couldn't stay retired, could you? You had to come back and play vigilante again. Brennan had a sudden, sharp inspiration. Aykroyd told you that I'm yeoman. Masaryk nodded. I should have guessed after our first conversation. I suppose I halfway did, but I didn't want to think it through. Then that damned PI rubbed our noses in it. Now we have to take you in. No, you don't, Brennan said quietly. It's my job, Masaryk said. I'm sure you can appreciate that. Brennan nodded. I appreciate the fact that you have duties. I hope you realize that I do too. Masaryk stood up straight, away from the door. Let's not get into that, he said. Jennifer ghosted out of the wall next to Masaryk, quiet as smoke, and put the barrel of a suddenly solid pistol against his head. Masaryk froze and stared at her from the corner of his eye. The accomplice? He asked, his hands held out from his sides. Brennan got up from the sofa. I learned the value of backup in Nam, he told Masaryk. It's something I haven't forgotten. He walked by the cop and opened the door. We'll be looking for you now, Masaryk told him. Your time would be better spent finding Chrysalis's killer and stopping the rapture trade, Brennan said as he went out the door. As the door slammed behind him, Masaryk whirled, grabbing the barrel of the gun. Wraith surrendered it with a laugh. He tried to grab her too, but she was already smoke, drifting through the wall on an unseen, unfelt wind. Friday, July 22nd, 1988, 6 a.m. Brennan was already awake and sitting in the chair by the bed when Jennifer turned and, finding him gone, woke up. She yawned and mumbled something sleepily. Good morning, Brennan said, leaning over and kissing her on her forehead as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Is it morning? Just about. Need a shower, Jennifer said, sitting up, still half wrapped in the twisted sheet. Care to join me? Sure. Brennan still felt tired, too, and already sticky with sweat despite the earliness of the hour. Go ahead, I have to make a quick phone call. All right. She stood and shed the sheet. If you hurry, I'll soap your favorite parts. Brennan smiled, reached for the phone, and dialed a number given him by a cat as Jennifer walked naked to the bathroom. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up, and an annoyed voice said, Yes? This is Yeoman. Christ, do you know what time it is? It's early, Brennan said, cutting through Fade-Out's grumbling. You said you'd help, and I need some information. All right, all right. Fade-Out was obviously still annoyed, but asked grumpily, What is it? Do you know anything about a Joker cop named Kant? Oh, him. Wyram's evil twin. What? Nothing.
A joke. They both look like they escaped from the reptile house. What do you want to know about him? Is he honest? Well, I wouldn't exactly say honest. He used to be one of FX Black's boys. He did a little extracurricular arm twisting, but nothing really serious until lately. He's taken up with some foreign whore and been seen sampling the less-than-legal delights at some of the kinkier nightclubs. Rumor has it he's been supplying her with drugs. Is this woman's name Azili Rouge? Something like that, Fade-Out said. What do you know about her? Not much. Black, but light-skinned, likes drugs, likes men. Kant's not the only one on her string. Do you have an address? No. Look around. She's hard to miss. I have. Well, Fade-Out said, I'm sorry I can't help. Tell you what, give me her phone number when you get it. I'd like to check her out myself. Sure. Do you have anything else for me? I turned up something on that Morkel guy through our union connections. He's a longshoreman, a heavy equipment operator. Works the early morning shift at the Fulton Street docks. But the big news has to do with Wyram. What about him?
Well, no one will say anything concrete, you'll understand, but there are whispers that he did an important job for Cayenne a couple of days ago, a job that no one else would handle. And, after a few moments of silence, Fade Out said, "Hello? You still there? Hello? Yes. Oh, okay. If you want to discuss things with him personally, he'll be at Lynn's Curio Emporium later this morning, about 11 or so. The Chinese art shop on Mulberry? That's right. You've heard of it?" Brennan grunted a non-committal reply. Lynn's was famous in the art world for its antiquities, and in the drug world as a notorious pickup spot where high-class clientele could get whatever they wanted in the way of illegal pharmaceuticals. "Say, what's all this about that Azili chick anyway?" Fade Out asked. "I'll be in touch," Brennan said, then hung up. Wyerm. It had to be Wyerm. But this Morkel guy had been a thorn in his side since the start of the investigation. If Morkel worked the night shift at the docks, now would be the time to go after him. Wyerm would keep for a while. The small shower stall was crowded when Brennan entered. The water was cool against his body. Suddenly, he wasn't so tired when Jennifer began to massage him with soapy hands. Tension and frustration swirled down the drain with the sweat and grime that has layered his body. First, he'd run down the mysterious Doug Morkel, then Wyerm. But now, it was just him and Jennifer. They kissed, their soapy bodies entangling as they made languorous love under the cool, soothing spray of the shower. "It's fine if you carry on your garment bag," the woman behind the Delta ticket counter told Jay, "but I'm afraid that your animal will have to be checked." "Yeah, sure," Jay said wearily. He lifted the cat carrier onto the luggage scale, too tired to argue. He'd been up half the night finding the damn thing. The Delta agent stapled a claim check onto his ticket envelope and handed it across the counter. "Here you are," she said. "Non-smoking window. The flight is already boarding." "Thanks," Jay said. He watched as she fixed a luggage tag to the handle of the gray plastic box and shifted it to the moving belt behind her. Jay had carefully lined the interior with old newspaper so nobody could see through the air holes. There didn't seem any point in waving goodbye. When the cat carrier had vanished into the depths of LaGuardia, Jay headed down the concourse toward his gate. Even at this hour of the morning, the airport was crowded, and he had to stand in line at security. A large sign by the X-ray machine warned that guns and bombs were no joking matter. Jay decided they wouldn't be amused if he mentioned that he had dynamite in his garment bag. The flight, scheduled for 6:55, departed 45 minutes late. Jay slept all the way to Atlanta. 9 a.m. The Fulton Street docks and the fish rendering plants and warehouses surrounding them were swarming with activity in which a man could hide out through doomsday. "Did Fade Out say what this Morkel looks like?" Jennifer asked. "Just that he's a heavy equipment operator." Brennan looked around with a frustrated frown. "Must drive a forklift or something. We can eventually pinpoint him through Fade Out's union connections, but I'd hoped we'd be able to run him down today. I'd hoped. Let's give it a try." They searched the docks for an hour before a man with a blue knit cap, a drooping mustache, and tattooed biceps as big as softballs nodded when Brennan mentioned the name. "Morkel? Yeah, I think I know him. Strange fellow. He works down on Wharf 47. Would he be there now?" The longshoreman shrugged. "Could be. I think he usually works the night shift." "Thanks," Brennan said. "One last thing. How we'll spot him?" "Can't miss him. He's the guy without the forklift." "Without the forklift," Brennan repeated, as the stevedore trundled his hand truck down the street. He looked at Jennifer and shrugged. The ship unloading at Wharf 47 was larger than most. A steady stream of large wooden boxes was wending its way down the gangplank and heading to the processing stations and market stalls bordering the docks. The stevedore had been right. Doug Morkel was easy to spot. He was 5 feet tall and almost as broad, with an immense chest and short, thick limbs. His face, Brennan thought, was oddly out of proportion to his body. It was long and narrow, with delicate, almost feminine features. It took Brennan several moments before he realized that the longshoreman looked like, of all people, Tachyon. He was carrying one of the huge crates without strain, balancing it with one hand atop his head. In that posture, he resembled photographs Brennan had seen of African women carrying pots of water. But pots of water didn't weigh close to half a ton. He walked steadily and easily, seemingly not at all encumbered by his massive burden. "Doug Morkel?" Brennan asked. The man glanced at him, kept walking. "No, my name is Doug Morkel," he grunted, the weight of his load making it difficult to speak clearly. "Ah, yes. Your name's not Morkel? No, it's Morkel. Morkel." Brennan glanced at Jennifer helplessly, and she gave it a try. "Could you spell that, please, Mr. Morkel?" He flashed Jennifer an angry look, stopped, and quickly shifted the crate, slamming it down to the dock. "What do you people want? My papers are in order. I have a green card." He fumbled angrily in the pocket of his coveralls. He spoke perfect English, but with a peculiar accent that Brennan had never heard before. He shoved a piece of paper at Brennan. It had his photo and the name Derg at Marak Bozab, Wayanza, printed under it. He was born, it said, on Takis. The name on his Union ID card, which he also handed to Brennan, had been Americanized to Doug Morkel. "Everything is in order," he said. His anger turned to smugness. "Yes, I see," Brennan temporized. This was utterly unexpected. Brennan remembered that Takian had once mentioned the Takishian who'd been marooned on Earth back during the swarm troubles. Expert martial artist and casual killer, he was certainly capable of murdering Chrysalis. But what motive would he possibly have for killing her? "It, says here on your Union card that you're a heavy equipment operator." Morkel stared at him through slitted eyes. "Are you from the Union office?" "That's right," Brennan lied. "My exemption has been filed," Morkel said, triumph in his voice. "There is nothing wrong with my papers. The proper box is checked." "Uh-huh." Brennan looked again at the card, scanning it carefully. The special ACE exemption box had indeed been checked, giving the bearer the right to function as a heavy equipment operator with or without the actual physical presence of such equipment, as long as he/she is remunerated at commensurate rates of compensation. "Of course," Brennan said. "I must return to work. My shift is almost over." Morkel held out a hand the size of a shovel. "My papers, please."
Do you always work the midnight to 8 shift? The Takisian nodded impatiently and hoisted his burden. Last Monday, too? He nodded again, his anger obviously building. "Well, thanks, Mr. Morkel. That's Morkel." He pronounced it with a liquid lilt at the end of the word. "Ideal! Will you Earthers ever learn how to speak correctly?" "Do we believe him?" Jennifer asked as they watched him stroll off with his burden. "It looks like an ironclad alibi." "Another dead end?" Brennan sighed. "I'm afraid so. But that just made Wyam look more and more like the prime candidate. It was time to interview him personally. First, though, Brennan decided, it would be sensible to return to the hotel room and pick up more firepower. He wasn't about to waltz into the Curio Emporium barehanded. 10 a.m. What the hell do you mean it never got put on the plane? "I'm sorry, sir." The Delta luggage clerk wasn't nearly as good at being sorry as Waldo Cosgrove was. "Our next flight from LaGuardia is due in about 20 minutes. I'm sure your luggage will be on that one." Behind her on the wall was a large poster covered with drawings of suitcases. "If you could indicate the type of luggage," she said, "it would help us to locate the missing bags." "It wasn't a suitcase," Jay said. "It was a cat carrier. Gray plastic, brand new. I just bought the damn thing. You have any idea how hard it is to find a 24-hour pet shop, even in Manhattan?" He sighed. "My, cat's gonna be pissed." "Oh, the poor thing," the woman said. "I have 5 cats myself. I understand how you must feel." "We'll find it, don't worry. If you give me your Atlanta address, I'll have your cat delivered." "Great," Jay said. He thought for a moment. "I don't know where I'll be. The convention has booked all the big hotels solid, I hear. Tell you what, deliver it to the Marriott Marquis. To Hiram Worcester." He spelled it for her. "Our pleasure," she said, as she completed the lost luggage form and handed it across the counter for signature.
What's the little fellow's name? Digger, Jay said. At least he hadn't checked the garment bag. He slung it over his shoulder and went out to look for a cab. There's an envelope on your bow case, Jennifer said, looking at it as if it were some kind of poisonous reptile. What? Brennan called out from the bathroom. Another message? Apparently. Brennan came out of the bathroom, drying his hands on a towel. He joined Jennifer, who was staring at his bow case and the small, plain white envelope resting on it. This is getting weird, Brennan said. Getting? Brennan grunted and picked up the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message written in the now familiar tiny hand, complete with its usual quota of spelling errors. For your own safety, he read, stay away from the Crystal Palace. Why? Jennifer asked. Brennan shook his head. Your guess is as good as mine. Our secret informant hasn't lied so far. It's been spooky as hell and gotten me into trouble a few times, but it's always told the truth. Were you planning on going to the palace? Jennifer asked. No. Right now I'm planning on heightening my appreciation of Chinese art. He folded the note and put it in his pocket, then hefted his bow case. Let's go. They stopped him the moment he stepped out of the revolving doors into the lobby of the Marriott Marquis. May I see your room key, sir? A black man in a security blazer asked him, none too politely. Jay gave him his most apologetic smile. Don't have one yet, he said. I'm just checking in. He tried to walk briskly around him, the garment bag slung over his shoulder. The guard sidestepped, planting himself squarely in Jay's path. Hotel's full, he said. We're not authorized to admit anyone but guests. Can I see some identification? I've got business with one of your guests, Jay said. Hiram Worcester. He's in the New York delegation. Is he expecting you? Well, Jay admitted, not exactly. Then I suggest you phone him. The desk will be glad to take a message. If he wants to see you, we'll arrange a pass. Jay slapped his forehead and let his mouth hang open. A pass? You know, Hiram gave me a pass. How could I be so stupid? God, isn't that funny? You thinking I'm trying to get in without a pass, and here I've got one all the time? Hilarious, the man in the security blazer said. Where did I put it? Jay fumbled in his pocket for a moment, shaped his hand into a gun, drew it out. Here's my pass, he said happily, looking up. Two tall men in dark suits were flanking the guy in the blazer, dark glasses hiding their eyes. I don't see a pass, the guard said. I just see you pointing at me, asshole. Jay looked at his finger. Then he looked at the men. There were 3 of them. The 2 on the ends had bulges under their jackets. He put his hand back into his pocket and took a step backward. The dark suits moved in, crowding him toward the wall. No, really, I was wearing my pass just a moment ago, Jay explained. In all this crush, somebody must have brushed against me, knocked it off. That's so? The man looked at his partner and smirked. You know, Jay said, snapping his fingers, come to think of it, I just remembered. My friend's in the Hyatt, not the Marriott. How could I be so stupid? Scuttling backward like a crab, grinning like a moron, he edged back through the revolving doors into the July heat of Atlanta. The feds watched him carefully, every step of the way. 11 a.m. Lynn's Curio Emporium was located near the nebulous boundary between Jokertown and Chinatown. It was surrounded by other quality stores and expensive restaurants. Outside, it didn't really look like much. Inside, it was understated elegance. The carpeting was deep, rich red. The lighting was subdued and intimate. The curio cases scattered on the floor were antiques themselves. The screens and silks and statues displayed on the walls and in the cases were superb examples of Oriental art dating as far back as the Shang dynasty, more than 1,000 years before Christ. Brennan was impressed by their wares. He was also impressed by the elegant floor clerk, who was as beautiful as any of the artifacts on display. She kept a watchful, if discreet, eye on Brennan since he entered the shop. Lynn's collection of artifacts was really extraordinary. Brennan had almost lost himself in contemplation of a case full of intricately carved jade censers when he looked up to see Jennifer hovering behind the sales clerk and making urgent gestures toward the rear of the building. It was time to go to work. He approached the clerk, who asked in a musical, lilting voice, "Can I help you?" Brennan laid his case flat atop one of the waist-high curio cabinets and smiled at her. I believe so. He opened it and reached inside. I would like to get this silk painting appraised. Ah, yes, she said, leaning forward. A frown creased her exquisite features as Brennan pulled out a gun and pointed it at her. Sorry, Brennan said. She looked at him quizzically as Jennifer materialized behind her and chopped her across the back of her neck. Brennan reached out and caught her before she hit the floor. No flirting with the help, Jennifer said, as Brennan lowered her to the floor behind the counter. He ignored her statement. What's going on in back? Wyarm's in the back office, in conference with a small, middle-aged Chinese woman. Su Ma, Brennan said. Who? Kin's sister. He went past Jennifer and patted her cheek. Lock the front door, he said. It would be embarrassing if someone walked in on us. Brennan got his bow out and assembled it as Jennifer locked the front door and put out the closed sign. He went through the bead curtain that separated the shop's floor from the rear of the building and down the hallway beyond. The elegant ambiance disappeared as he entered what was obviously a shipping and receiving area. It was deserted now, though dozens of boxes were lying around waiting to be packed or unpacked. There was a small, glassed-off office in one corner of the shipping area.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. Sui Ma was sitting behind a desk in the office, and Wyarm was standing before her, packing a small suitcase. Fate hadn't mentioned Sui Ma, Brennan thought. She was Keen's sister and head of the Immaculate Egrets, the Chinatown street gang that ran the Fists drug enterprises. She was plain and innocuous looking, but as wily as her brother. Brennan went silently through the shipping area, creeping closer to the office, until he could hear what Wyarm was saying. With her dead, the secret is safe, Wyarm said. There was no doubt in Brennan's mind as to whom Wyarm was referring. Anger burned brightly in him as he suddenly stood in the doorway, arrow drawn and aimed at the back of Wyarm's head. It was a startling entrance. Sui Ma gaped at him in astonishment. Then Wyarm also turned to stare. Brennan realized that Wyarm was packing plastic bags of blue powder into the false bottom of the suitcase. A small pile of clothes sat on the desk next to the suitcase. What looked like Wyarm's passport was balanced precariously atop the pile. "Yeoman," Sui Ma said sharply. She didn't blubber or bluster, but cut right to the heart of the matter. "I thought that you and my brother had a truce." "We did," Brennan replied, "until Wyarm killed Chrysalis." "What?" burst from both Sui Ma and Wyarm at the same time. Their feigned ignorance seemed almost believable. "Who told you that Wyarm killed Chrysalis?" Sui Ma demanded. "I have my sources," Brennan replied. "Besides, what were you talking about when I just came in? Whose death and what secrets?" Sui Ma burst out laughing. "Live for tomorrow." Confused, Brennan lowered his bow slightly. "What?" "Live for tomorrow," Sui Ma repeated. "It's a soap opera," she said. Brennan felt a sense of immense dislocation. Soap opera? Yes. You see, Janice was killed in a car crash in yesterday's episode, so Jason's secret of actually being her love child is safe, and he can marry Veronica. A soap opera? Yes. Wyarm had missed a few episodes. I was filling him in while he packed his, delivery. "Sure," Brennan said mockingly. He turned to Wyarm. "So, you watch soap operas?" The hatred was still in Wyarm's eyes, but also something of a shameful expression, as if it just been revealed that he was some kind of hideous pervert. "Sometimes," he said defensively. Brennan increased the tension on the bowstring and aimed right between Wyarm's angry eyes. "That's possibly the stupidest lie I ever heard. You'd better start talking or you're one dead lizard, right now." "About what?" Wyarm hissed angrily. "About Chrysalis," Brennan shouted. "Why did you kill her?" Wyarm was about to make an angry reply when Jennifer suddenly stepped into the office through the wall. "Wait," she said. "We'd better check this soap opera stuff." She turned to Wyarm as Brennan lowered his bow a little. Wyarm stared at her with the hate and anger that he usually reserved for Brennan. "So you watch Live for Tomorrow?" she asked. "That's right," Wyarm spat out. "Well then, who's Erica married to?" Wyarm gave her a cold look.
She just married Colby last month, he said. But what she doesn't know is that Ralph, her first husband, is not dead. He has amnesia and is being exploited by terrorists who have convinced him that he is Prince Rupert, a Tahkishan lordling who has come to Earth to cure the virus, but is really— "All right," Brennan interrupted. He turned to Jennifer. "Is that crap right?" Jennifer nodded silently. Christ! Brennan lowered his bow. His feeling of frustration redoubled. He fixed his attention on the bag Wyram was packing. "Where are you taking that?" "Havana," Wyram said sullenly. "Step away from the desk." As Wyram did, Brennan edged forward carefully. He released the tension on the bowstring so that he could hold the arrow on the string with one hand and picked up Wyram's passport from the desk. He looked at the last stamped page. Apparently, this wouldn't be Wyram's first trip smuggling Rapture to Havana. He'd been in Cuba the day Chrysalis had been killed. "Damn," Brennan said, throwing the passport back on the desk. Brennan's anger flared to an uncontrollable peak. He drew back the arrow he had ready. Wyram hissed as it flashed by him, and then whirled to see that it had skewered a rat that had been sitting by the wall and eagerly observing the confrontation. When Wyram looked back at Brennan, the archer had another arrow nocked and ready. "It appears," Brennan said angrily, "that I got some bad information. The truce is still on." Wyram hissed angrily as Brennan backed up out of the office. Jennifer followed him, watching Lazy Dragon's rat as it shrank and turned into a hunk of soap pinned to the office wall by Brennan's arrow. "Noon, what's going on?" Jay said when the jokers fell in beside him. No one answered. No one even seemed to hear him. There were a dozen or more, grim-faced, quiet, sober. An old man was sobbing, very softly to himself. Jay looked back over his shoulder and saw more jokers following behind them. Everyone seemed to be headed in the same direction. The garment bag was awkward. Jay moved it to his other shoulder, dropped back, fell in alongside a hulking joker whose green translucent flesh shimmied like lime jello as he walked. "Where's everybody going?" Jay asked him. "The Omni," the jello man said. A woman bobbed in the air above him. She had no legs, no arms. She floated like a helium balloon, her pretty face red from crying. "She lost the baby," she told Jay. Then she flew on up ahead. Jay let himself be swept up in the human tide that flowed through the streets of Atlanta, thousands of feet all converging on the Omni Convention Center. Slowly, piece by piece, he got the story out of the jokers who walked briefly beside him. Early this morning, Ellen Hartman, the senator's wife, had suffered a tragic fall down a flight of stairs. She had been pregnant, carrying Hartman's child. The baby had died. "Is Hartman going to withdraw?" Jay asked a man in a motorized wheelchair whose ragged clothing covered his deformities. "He's going on," the joker said defiantly. "She asked him to. Even through this, he's going on. He loves us that much." Jay couldn't think of a thing to say. The jokers had begun drifting over as soon as the word had reached their encampments in Piedmont Park. Atlanta police and convention security watched the crowd swell with growing unease, but made no move to disperse them. Memories of the convention riots in New York in '76 and Chicago in '68 were still fresh in too many minds. By the time Jay arrived, the jokers had closed all the streets surrounding the convention. They sat on the sidewalks, covered the fenders of parked cars, filled every little patch of grass. They sat peacefully, wordlessly, under a blazing Georgia sun, with every eye fixed on the Omni. There was no shouting, no chants, no placards, no cheers, no prayers. There was no talk at all. The silence around the convention hall was profound. 11,000 jokers squatted together on the hot pavement, a sea of tortured flesh pressed shoulder to shoulder in a silent vigil for Greg Hartman and his loss. Jay Aykroyd moved through them gingerly. He felt fuzzy and exhausted. It was over 100 in the shade, as humid as an armpit. Jay didn't even have a hat. The sun beat relentlessly against his head, and his headache was back screaming vengeance. His resolve had broken down, and he'd swallowed a couple of painkillers, but even that hadn't done more than dull the throbbing in his side and the pounding behind his eyes. There was nothing anyone could do for the sick feeling in his gut. All around him, the jokers sat silently, watching, waiting. Some wept openly, but tried their best to stifle the sound of their sobs. Others hid their faces behind cheap plastic masks, but somehow you could still feel their grief. Jay found that he could scarcely bear to look at them. None of them knew who he was or what he was doing here.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. None of them knew what he carried in the garment bag slung awkwardly over his shoulder, or what it would do to their hopes and dreams. But Jay knew, and the knowledge was making him ill. He took up a position across from the main doors of the Omni, where he could see the delegates and journalists come and go under the watchful eyes of security. Time seemed to pass very slowly. It got hotter and hotter. TV crews panned their minicams endlessly across the sea of faces. News choppers hovered above them, and once the turtle glided past overhead, his passage as silent as the crowd, the shadow of his shell giving the jokers a momentary respite from the sun. Later, a small woman in black satin tails and top hat emerged briefly from inside the convention hall and surveyed the crowd through a domino mask. Jay recognized her from the news. Topper, a government ace, assigned to bodyguard Gore, probably reassigned now that her man had dropped his candidacy. He thought about trying to get her attention, handing over the bloodstained jacket, making it somebody else's dilemma. Then he remembered her colleague Carnifex, and thought again. When Topper went back inside, a gaggle of delegates emerged through the open doors. One was a huge man with a spade-shaped beard who moved lightly in spite of his size. His impeccable white linen suit made him look cool even in this terrible heat. Jay got to his feet. "Hiram!" he shouted over the heads of the jokers, waving his arm wildly despite the dull flare of pain in his side. In the silence of the vigil, Jay's shout seemed like some obscene violation. But Hiram Worcester looked up, saw him, and made his way through the crowd, as ponderous and stately as a great white ocean liner sliding through a sea of rowboats. "Poppin' Jay," he said when he got there. "My God, it is you! What happened to your face?" "Never mind about that," Jay said. "Hiram, we got to talk." "What was all that about?" Jennifer asked. Brennan was still seething. A setup. A goddamned setup. What? Brennan looked at Jennifer. "We weren't set up. Wyram and Suey Ma were." "I see. I think. Let's find a phone." There was one on the corner. Brennan dialed and Fade Out picked it up on the second ring. "Hello?" "I don't like to be lied to," Brennan said softly. "Well, cowboy, nice to hear from you at a decent hour. Did you hear what I said?" "Well, sure. What's it in reference to? I didn't get the dope on Morkel wrong, did I?" "That was fine," Brennan said. "The dope on Wyram wasn't quite as accurate." "Oh, he had nothing to do with Chrysalis' death. He was in Havana when she was killed." "Oh, well, sorry." Greasy weasel, Brennan thought. "I'm not your private executioner," Brennan thought grimly. "It was an honest mistake." "Don't compound the lie," Brennan said. "I'll be in touch." "Wait," Fade Out said before Brennan could hang up. "Anything on Chrysalis files yet?" Brennan put the phone down without answering. 1 p.m. "It's simply not possible," Hiram said after Jay had finished telling his story. "No." Jay unzipped the garment bag, brought out the jacket, and laid it on the table between them. "Yes," he said. The cocktail lounge was one of those places that was as dark at noon as it was at midnight. It was well away from the convention, deserted enough to give them a little privacy. The air conditioning was set way below Arctic blast, but beads of sweat trickled down Hiram's broad forehead into his neatly trimmed beard. The booth was a tight fit for the ace's imposing bulk, his ample stomach pushing up hard against the table. But when Jay put down the jacket, Hiram seemed to squirm backward, as if he were afraid to touch it. "This is some kind of grotesque misunderstanding. Greg is a good man. I've known him for years, Jay, for years." Jay touched the jacket. "You were with Hartman in Syria. Is this the jacket, or isn't it?" Hiram forced himself to look at the jacket.
"It appears to be," he said. "But Jay, an off-the-rack sport coat, they manufacture them by the thousands. It has to be a fraud. It has to be." "I don't think so," Jay said. Stigmata had no reason to lie. He didn't even realize what he had. The other jacket was the fraud. Kahina never trusted Gimli. She gave him a double, probably used her own blood, so a test would show the presence of the virus. That was what Gimli gave to Chrysalis. The real one Kahina kept for herself. She must have had her own plans, but Hartman and Mackie Messer didn't give her the time to carry them out. Then, Hiram said hesitantly, Chrysalis died for nothing. For a phony jacket. The assassin she hired wasn't phony. "No," Jay admitted. "George Kirby is real. The hell of it is, right now I'm not sure if I'm rooting for him or against him." "You can't mean that," Hiram said in horror. "What Chrysalis did makes her no better than the Nurs. Murder is murder. I don't care what she knew or thought she knew. If she had charges to make, she should have come forward and made them. Doesn't Greg deserve the opportunity to defend himself? Jay, I tell you, this is all wrong. If you knew Greg Hartman the way I do, he's such a fine man, so much courage. In Syria, if you'd only seen the way he stood up to the Nuralala, you'd have been so proud. To accuse him of such monstrous crimes, and based on what? What? The testimony of Digger Downs? Hiram was getting angry now. The man's a professional liar, Jay. How many times have I had to throw him out of Aces High? That's not the issue, Hiram, Jay said. Hiram Worcester frowned. One hand curled into an impotent fist on the table in front of him. "Where is Downs?" Hiram demanded. "I want to look into his eyes and hear this story for myself. I'll know if he's lying, and I swear—" "The airline lost him," Jay said ruefully. "The cat carrier hadn't been on the flight after his, or the flight after that one either. Delta said on the next plane for sure. Never mind." Hiram looked confused. He drained half his Pim's cup in a series of long gulps. His hand was shaking when he put it back on the table. "You didn't say who you think actually did the business with Chrysalis, I mean. Let's just say I'm going to be real interested to find out what Billy Ray was doing on Sunday night and Monday morning." "Billy Ray," Hiram said. "My God, that's absurd. He's a Justice Department operative. You can't think the whole federal government is involved in this, surely." Jay shrugged. "Until somebody proves otherwise, I'm not trusting anyone I don't have to." Hiram finished his drink. He looked down at the empty glass, but his eyes had turned inward. "So many people have worked so hard. We've all done so much. You saw those poor souls in the street. Greg's their only hope. What will they do if it's true? Vote Republican?" The quip was a half-hearted effort, and the minute it was out, he regretted it. It was far too flip for the circumstances, for Hiram's genuine grief. But Hiram scarcely seemed to hear it. He pulled out a black silk handkerchief from his lapel and used it to mop his brow. The huge man looked confused and lost, too weak to carry all that flesh. "There's a reporter," he said slowly. "Sarah Morgenstern. She's been telling everyone that Greg is a killer ace. No one believed her. She's not a very stable person, you know. But last night, an attempt was made on her life. By an ace, I'm sad to say. Jack Braun saved her, and would have died himself if I hadn't taken a hand." "I saw the highlights," Jay said. "The man Braun fought fits Digger's description of Mackie Messer. It sounds like the same man," Hiram said. "That doesn't prove he was actually working for Greg, but I suppose—" He gave a long, deep sigh of resignation, like a man being forced to accept something he could not stomach. "I suppose I must take this all seriously. Very well, then." For a moment, he sounded like the old Hiram, decisive, full of resolve. "I'll take you to Dr. Tachyon. He can perform the necessary blood test, and if need be, he can go into Hartman's mind and find the truth, whatever that truth may be."
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. On the table, his fingers opened and closed, opened and closed. Hiram stared down at them, grimaced, forced his hand to relax. "So much is at stake," he said. "Jay, if we're wrong, think of all the people we'll hurt." "And if we're right?" Jay asked quietly. Hiram seemed to shrink in on himself. "If we're right," Hiram said softly, "God help us all." "Ever see anything like this before?" Brennan asked Tripod, putting the mysterious note down on the bar, careful to avoid the wetness seeping out from around the Joker's beer mug. Tripod bent down close to the bar to get a good look at it and shook his head. "Nope," he said. "Great." Squisher's basement was still packed with the lunch crowd. Squisher himself was floating contentedly in his aquarium. He waved a long, boneless arm at Brennan and whistled in a shrill, piping voice. "Hey, big guy, long time no see. Who's the babe?" Brennan glanced at Jennifer. "Friend of mine." "Hey," Squisher said, "we should all be so lucky." He winked his huge, staring eye and smiled leeringly. "Free drinks for my pals," he ordered the bartender. "Thanks," Brennan said. He remembered the quality of their whiskey. "I'll have a beer," he told the mouthless bartender who was staring at him and Jennifer fixedly. "White wine," Jennifer said, and the bartender continued to stare. I'll have a beer too." "Right," he rasped through the small hole cut at the base of his throat. "Find a table," Brennan told Jennifer and Tripod, "where we can talk things over." They pushed off into the crowd. He waited for their drinks, nodded thanks to the bartender, then took them over to a small, isolated corner table. He put the drinks down. Tripod took a long sip of beer through a straw. "So, where'd you get that note, Mr. Y?" he asked. Brennan told him between sips of beer. Tripod shook his head after Brennan's story. "You got me baffled." "Me too," Brennan admitted. "It's obvious that we're being watched. But by who? Besides Lazy Dragon?" Tripod asked. Brennan nodded. "He certainly hasn't been leaving notes. He's been watching us for Fade Out." "Well," Tripod said, "I'll keep an eye out. Any other leads to follow?" "We've eliminated Bludgeon, Oddity, and Worm," Brennan said. "Doug Morkel and Quasiman seem unlikely. But there's still two inconsistencies, two things that still don't add up." "Kant," Jennifer said. "He investigated Azili Rouge and said that she was clean. That's not exactly what you told us." "That's right," Brennan said. "And Sasha, he's still missing. He must know more about the murder than he told me at his mother's. And he's also connected with Azili," Jennifer added. "Right," Brennan said. "Kant should be easy enough to find," Jennifer said. "I'll check with Fort Freak and see where he is." She came back from the phone in less than a minute and sat down, shaking her head. "He didn't report in this morning. No one at the station knows where he is." "Bingo," Tripod said. Brennan stood up, smiling grimly. "I hope we can get to him before he disappears, too." "Try Freakers," Tripod suggested. "That's his favorite hangout. I'll circulate. Someone will know where he is." "Right," Brennan said. He turned to Jennifer. "You wait at Freakers for him. Don't approach him if you spot him. Just keep him under surveillance. I'm going to try Sasha's mother's place. She might know where her son is. If she doesn't open up, maybe I'll ask Father Squid to talk to her. He's not exactly Russian Orthodox, but he is a priest." They all headed for the door. Squisher rose out of his aquarium and stopped them with a shrill whistle. "Hey, pal," he said to Brennan, "you got something I could put on our celebrity wall?" He gestured toward a section of wall near the aquarium that Brennan hadn't noticed before. Tacked up on it was an amazing array of junk, from an autographed photo of a queasily smiling tachyon standing next to Squisher's aquarium with one of the Joker's boneless arms draped around his shoulders, to a lacy handkerchief stained with green itcher and a pair of crotchless panties with spaces for two crotches. Brennan reached into his pocket for an ace of spades. "Will this do?" "Sure," Squisher said. "Say, can you make it out to my good pal Squisher? 3 p.m. Jay could hear the voices through the door, shouting. "Maybe we ought to come back later," Hiram said weakly. "I don't think this is a good time." "There's no good time for shit like this," Jay told him. He knocked loudly. Silence fell inside. A moment later, the door to the suite was flung open.
Dr. Takayan gave them both a look like they were the last two people in the world he wanted to see right now. The little alien was ragged and weary. He had scratch marks on his face and a puffy split lip. Wordless, he looked at them for a long moment, then stepped back to let them enter. Hiram moved heavily across the room, brushed aside the drapes, stared blindly out into the Atlanta heat. A teenage boy with painfully bright red hair was looking at Jay curiously. Aykroyd sat on the couch, the garment bag across his lap. No one seemed to want to speak, so Jay had to do it. "Lose the kid," he told Takayan. The boy protested. "Hey." "Blaze, go," said Takayan, in a tone that brooked no arguments. "I thought I'd forfeited the right. Go, damn you." Shit, just when things were getting interesting. Blaze held up his hands, palms out. "Hey, no problem, I'm gone." When the door banged shut, the quiet fell again. Takayan made an exasperated gesture. "Hiram, what the devil is this?" Jay answered, "You gotta run a blood test, Doc, right now." Takayan looked about. "What? Here?" "Don't be dense and don't be cute," Jay told him. "I'm too fucking tired and I hurt too much to deal with it." He unzipped the garment bag, dragged out the rag that so much blood had been shed on, for and over. "This is Senator Hartman's jacket from Syria." Takayan looked at the bloodstain as if it might leap off the jacket and devour him. "How did you come to possess this?" he asked, in a voice thickened by fear. Jay sighed. "That's a long story, and none of us have the time. Let's just say I got it from Chrysalis. It was, well, sort of a legacy." Nervously clearing his throat, Tak asked, "And just what do you think I am going to find?" "The presence of xenovirus Takakis A," Jay said. The alien stumbled across the room like a zombie and made himself a drink. Jay could have used one too, but none were being offered. "I see a jacket," Takayan said when he was well fortified. "Anyone could buy a jacket, doctor it with virus-positive blood." Hiram finally spoke up. "That's what I thought. But he's been through too much. The link from Syria to this hotel room is clear. It's the Senate's jacket." Takayan turned to look at Hiram. "Do you want me to do this thing? Do we have any choice?" "No," said Takayan with vast weariness. "I don't suppose we have." 4 p.m. Mrs. Starfin was polite in a cold, gracious way. She offered Brennan tea, but no new information on her missing son. Just as Brennan was about to leave the apartment, the phone rang. Mrs. Starfin answered it and gestured at Brennan. "It's for you," she said. He took it, more than a little surprised. It had to be either Jennifer or Tripod, because they were the only two who knew that he was here. It was Tripod. "Yeoman," he said, "I've got something for you." "What is it?" Tripod's voice was rougher than usual. "I can't talk over the phone. Meet me at the marina off Beaumont on the south shore of Sheepshead Bay." "All right," Brennan said. "See you there." Brennan hung up and bade goodbye to Mrs. Starfin, who was not sorry to see him go. He couldn't get Tripod's tone of voice out of his mind. It sounded as if he'd discovered something bad. Perhaps, Brennan thought, Sasha's body. That would explain his reluctance to discuss his discovery in detail over the phone. The Beaumont Marina was new and rather high class. The ships tied in at the various slips were all rich man crafts, not the skiffs of the casual weekend sailor. Brennan prowled among the slips for several minutes before he noticed Tripod standing alone at the end of a dock, looking out over the bay.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. Brennan hustled over to him. "What's up?" he asked. Tripod turned to him. His face was battered and bruised. "Sorry, Mr. Yai," he said. "They made me make the call." He nodded down at the boat tied into the dock's last slip. It was a sleek twin-engine yacht with the name Asian Princess stenciled on the side. Worm was standing there with a grin on his reptilian face, showing lots of teeth. He was accompanied by 2 immaculate egrets and a huge joker. The joker had normal, if thick, legs, but from the waist up had 2 torsos, 2 pairs of shoulders and arms, and 2 heads. He seemed vaguely familiar. Brennan realized he'd seen him among the crowd at Squishers. He must have squealed to Worm about Tripod. "There he is," one of the heads said with satisfaction. "I told you he'd come." "You were right, Rick," Worm said, still smiling. "I'm Mick," the head said. He jerked a thumb at his other head. "That's Rick. He didn't want to do this." "I did too," the other head answered. "No, you didn't. You were scared." "Was not. Was too." "All right," Worm said loudly, interrupting the squabbling heads. "Here." He proffered a roll of bills, which a hand belonging to Mick snatched before Rick could. "That's mine," Rick protested. "Mine too," Mick said. "I helped beat up the armless geek." "Enough," Worm said. His good humor quickly turned to exasperation. He said to Brennan, "You embarrassed me in front of Swee Ma," he said. "Now it's spackback time. Join us on deck, won't you?" "You too," he said to Tripod. The egrets had their guns out, so Brennan wasn't about to argue with Worm. He steadied Tripod as the Joker stepped onto the gently rocking boat, then followed him onto the deck. "What do you want?" Brennan asked his old foe. Worm's eyes gleamed with returned good humor. "Just a swimming contest. We're going to see if you can swim Sheep's Head Bay weighed down by those." He pointed at a pair of chains with lead weights attached, then turned to the egrets. "Tie them up." The egrets did so quickly and efficiently, while Worm covered them and Rick and Mick chatted inanely. When they were trussed up to Worm's satisfaction, he ordered the egrets to take them down into the cabin for safekeeping, while Worm went to the control console to pilot the ship into deep water. Rick and Mick went to cast off the line. "Sorry," Tripod said again, as they shuffled into the cabin. Brennan's hands and legs, and Tripod's legs, had been bound with rope, but the weighted chains hadn't been added yet. Brennan shrugged. There wasn't anything you could do. The cabin was plush and expensive looking, complete with luxurious sofa, deep pile carpeting, and a wet bar. "How about a drink?" Brennan suggested, after Worm started the engines and the princess pulled away from its slip. One of the egrets laughed. "You don't want to drink before going into the water," he said. "Stomach cramps." "I ain't going to be swimming this afternoon, though." Brennan turned to Tripod. "He's probably right," he said. "You can't be too careful when it comes to boats." He swung his bound hands at the closest egret and caught him square in the throat, crushing his windpipe. As he went down choking, the other egret whirled, reaching for the gun he'd put down while he was pouring a shot of scotch. Brennan shuffled forward, crashing into him shoulder first, and they both fell to the floor. The egret opened his mouth to yell, and Tripod fell on his head, muffling his screams. Brennan picked up the egret's gun clumsily with both hands and rammed it against his chest. He pulled the trigger, and the egret jerked once and was still. The other was crawling about the cabin, making mewling sounds as he gasped for breath. Brennan caught up with him and clubbed him down with the barrel of the pistol, not wanting to risk alerting the others on deck with another shot. Tripod took a deep breath. "I knew you'd get us out of this," he said in a relieved voice. "We're not out of it yet," Brennan said. Tripod rolled over to where Brennan was sitting on the floor, leaning against the cabin's plush sofa. "We will be in a minute." His dexterous third foot was free. He quickly untied Brennan, who returned the favor. "What do we do now?" Tripod asked. "How about trying our hands at piracy?" They crept onto the deck. Worm was at the wheel. Rick and Mick were arguing. Worm said exasperatedly, "Well, if Rick thought he heard something below, you should go check it out." "No need," Brennan said. Startled, they turned to see Brennan standing there pointing a gun at them. Worm hissed in hate and frustration. Rick and Mick looked at each other. "I told you we shouldn't get involved," Mick said. For once, Rick said nothing. Brennan glanced at the boat's position. They were nearing the middle of the bay, and there were no other boats in the vicinity. "Time for the swimming contest," he said. He gestured Worm away from the wheel with his gun. For a moment the Joker hesitated, but then he moved. "You're lucky," Brennan said in a hard voice, "that I decided to dispense with the chains. Over you go." Worm looked like he wanted to say something, then thought better of it, and swallowed his exit line. He went over the edge without a word. Brennan turned to Rick and Mick. "Hey," Mick said, "I didn't want to have anything to do with this." "You're just a victim of the company you keep," Brennan suggested. "That's right, Rick's a bad influence." "Jump or die," Brennan said. "It makes no difference to me."
Rick and Mick looked at each other, nodded, and leapt over the side of the ship. They made a big splash when they hit the water. Tripod let out a deep sigh of relief. You know, Mr. Yai, I think I need some time off. A vacation would probably be in order, Brennan said as he took the wheel. Know anybody who buys boats? Tripod brightened. There's this guy in Jersey. 6 p.m. It was 100 times more complex than a snowflake, delicate as the finest lace, like a flower made of ice. Jay stared at the image on the screen of the electron microscope for a long time. Jesus, he said, releasing the breath he hadn't even realized he'd been holding. It's beautiful. Tachyon pushed back his long red hair. Yes, I suppose it is. Trust us Tachesians to create a virus to match our aesthetic ideal. He pivoted on the lab stool and suddenly yelled out, Ackroyd! Jay turned just as Hiram started to go down in a faint. He grabbed one arm, Tack the other. Hiram's weight brought them all down with a thump. On the floor, the huge ace ran a hand across his face and said, Sorry, must have blacked out for an instant. Tack gave him a hit from a pocket flask, and Hiram sucked it down greedily. Jay suddenly realized how thirsty he was. Hey, can I have a sip of that? It's been a hell of a week. Tack handed it to him wordlessly, and Jay tried a swallow. Brandy? Well, it was better than nothing. There can be no doubt? Hiram was asking. None. But just because he's an ace, well, that proves nothing. He'd have been mad to admit to the virus. Tachyon stared up at the ceiling. He looked lost. Jay broke the silence. So, what do we do now? A very good question, Tachyon said. You mean you don't know? Contrary to popular belief, I do not have the solution to every problem. Hiram struggled to his feet ponderously. We've got to have more proof than this, he said. Jay jerked a thumb at the fancy microscope. What more proof do you want? We don't know if he's done anything wrong. He had Chrysalis killed, Jay said, rising to face him. I demand evidence of wrongdoing. Hiram whacked a closed fist into an open palm. Jay pointed at the screen. That's evidence. Stop it, Tachyon yelled. Hiram took the alien by the shoulders. You go to him, talk to him. There may be some logical explanation. Think of all the good he's done. Oh yeah, Jay said with all the sarcasm he could muster. He was sick and tired of hearing about St. Greg. He took another hit of brandy. Think of what we stand to lose, Hiram cried. Sometimes Hiram's innocence was unbearable. So he'll just lie to Tachyon, Jay said.
Where the hell does that get us? He cannot lie to me, Tachyon announced portentously. Hiram took his hands away, and Toch straightened like a man trying to be tall. It didn't work very well. If I go to him, you know what I will do, he told Hiram. Will you accept the truth of what I read in his mind? Yes, Worcester said. Even though it is inadmissible in a court of law? Yes. Toch danced around to face Jay. As for you, Mr. Ackroyd, take the jacket, destroy it. Fleeting visions of the world of shit he'd lived through to find the jacket passed through Jay Ackroyd's mind, and he protested. Hey, that's our only proof. Proof? Are you really suggesting that we publicize this? Think. What we hold could spell the ruin of every wildcard in America. Stubbornly, Jay said, but he killed Chrysalis, and if we don't nail him, Elmo takes the fall. That was too much for the alien. All of a sudden, Toch started pulling at his hair in something that looked perilously close to a hysterical frenzy. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Look, it's not my fault, Jay said, scared that Toch was about to burst into tears. But I'm damned if I'm going to agree to some sleazy little deal that lets Chrysalis murderer walk. I swear to you upon my honor and blood that I will not let Elmo suffer. Yeah? What are you going to do? I don't know yet. Tachyon switched off the electron microscope, removed the slide, washed the incriminating scraps of fabric down the sink. Hiram moved to follow when the alien started to leave, but Toch stopped him. No, Hiram, I must do this alone. Jay pointed out the obvious objection. And if he's got Buzzsaw Boy waiting for you, he asked. That's the risk I must take. 7 p.m. It's all, Brennan told Jennifer grimly, just a matter of patience.
For what was perhaps the 10th time in the last hour, one of the Freakers' patrons cruised their table, eyeing Brennan and Jennifer speculatively. For the 10th time in the past hour, Brennan gave a cold stare that made the cruiser move on without lingering. "But," he added through gritted teeth, "I'm about all out." He'd made it back to Freakers about an hour ago, and had told Jennifer about his nautical adventures and Tripod's wise decision to go on vacation in Florida until things quieted down. He'd had quite a bankroll to finance it, because Keen's Asian princess had brought a nice sum from Tripod's boat broker acquaintance, which they'd split 50-50. A cocktail waitress with a Medusa head of twitching blind worms came up to their table. "We're waiting for someone," Brennan said. She smiled. "Someone in particular?" she asked. "Or will anyone do?" Brennan ground his teeth together. He started to answer her, stopped, and gripped Jennifer's arm while nodding toward the bar. "Here," he said, giving the barmaid a 20 without looking at her. "Go away." She took the bill, slipped it into her ample cleavage, and went off on her rounds. "It's him," Jennifer whispered. Brennan nodded. "Wait here." Kant was at the bar. Even from across the room, Brennan could see that he was highly agitated. He was questioning one of the bartenders as Brennan came up quietly behind him. The bartender was shaking his head. "She ain't been in for a couple of days." Kant was disheveled and had a rank reptile house smell about him. "You don't understand," he told the bartender. "I need her. I need the kiss." A woman sitting at the bar swiveled toward him, her face hidden by a cheap, glittery mask. "You sound like you need it bad, doll." Kant turned to her. His eyes were bloodshot. His breath was a husky rattle. "I'll kiss you, honey," the woman said. "Anywhere you want." Kant growled wordlessly and struck her backhanded across the face, knocking her from the bar stool. She gazed up at him in terror as he towered over her, glowering like a madman. "I don't need a filthy whore," he screamed. He pounded his fist on the bar, then shuddered all over like a dog throwing off water. He brought himself under control with great effort and hissed, "I need the kiss." He whirled and almost trampled Brennan as he lunged toward the door. No one tried to stop him. Brennan turned to signal Jennifer and saw that she was already at his side. He took his bow case from her and said quietly, "Let's go." It was the easiest tailing job Brennan had ever done. Kant left a trail of disgruntled pedestrians in his wake as he obliviously slammed through them. The biggest problem Brennan had was keeping up with him. Kant wasn't exactly running, but he was moving with the urgency of a man who had to find a bathroom. They followed him for half a dozen blocks to a shabby 5-story apartment building. It was solid and functional looking, with no pretense toward elegance or security. Kant went in the lobby, and after a moment, Brennan and Jennifer followed him. They heard him pound up the stairs, and then followed at a more sedate pace all the way to the top, meeting no one else on the way. Brennan and Jennifer reached the top floor just in time to peer around the stairwell and see Kant take a keyring from his pocket and unlock the door. He entered the apartment and slammed the door so hard that it rattled in its frame. "He's off the deep end," Brennan whispered. Jennifer nodded. "Let's find out why." Brennan unzipped his bow case and took out the long-barreled air pistol that had been snugged down next to the bow. It was loaded with tranquilizer darts. He didn't want to hurt Kant, and he wanted the Joker able to answer his questions. They went down the corridor and stopped in front of the door. It had rebounded out of its latch when Kant had slammed it, so that it was open a crack. Brennan nodded at Jennifer, who blew him a kiss, and then he went in fast and low, dropping the bow case and rolling to a crouch. The living room was decorated with obvious expense, but it was not to Brennan's taste. It was brightly lit with numerous bulbs blazing in track lighting set in the ceiling, and even though it was summer, the heat was on and cranked up to the max. The furniture was all shiny leather and polished chrome. The image of a lizard sunning himself on a smooth rock flashed through Brennan's mind. The room was empty. Brennan closed the door as Jennifer ghosted through the wall and joined him. It was quiet but tense, as if an angry beast were waiting in ambush somewhere in the apartment. Brennan motioned down the hallway that led to the apartment's interior, and Jennifer nodded. He crept forward, passing a kitchenette that was also empty, then a hall closet whose sliding door was half open. Brennan looked into it to make sure it wasn't hiding a crazed Joker cop. It wasn't, so he moved on toward the doorway to the bedroom, listened for a moment, then cautiously peered in.
The room was dominated by a huge four-poster waterbed with mirrors on the canopy and headboard. A big screen television stood against the wall opposite the bed. Next to the television, what looked like a child's wading pool filled with sand. A pair of sun lamps were focused on the pool, and Kant was in it, naked, with his eyes closed. He was rooting in the sand, mumbling aloud as he dragged himself through the grit, as if he were frantically trying to wipe himself clean. "Kant," Brennan said quietly. The Joker turned slowly. His face was a frozen mask of madness. There was an ugly, oozing sore on his lower neck. He stared at Brennan, his mouth working wordlessly, and then he screamed and sprang, his hands outstretched, his fingers hooked into talons. Brennan calmly shot him. The pistol whooshed, and a feathered dart flew through the air, struck Kant's naked chest, and bounced off the hard, scaly skin. Shit, Brennan thought. Then the maniac was on him. So close, Hiram said. He sighed hugely, got up from the couch, and went over to the wet bar to mix himself a drink. They were in Tachion's suite at the Marriott, waiting for his return, and watching the convention on television. "Too damn close if you ask me," Jay said. Down on the floor of the Omni, another inconclusive ballot had just been tallied.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. A wave of sympathy voting had pushed Greg Hartman to 1956 votes of the 2,082 needed to nominate Jackson, and Dukakis had both lost support, and the tiny draft Cuomo movement had melted away entirely. Only the Barnett forces were holding firm. Hundreds of Hartman supporters, with victory so close they could taste it, were dancing in the aisles, waving their green and gold placards, chanting, "Hartman, Hartman," over and over, while the chair gavelled for order. The convention floor was a sea of Hartman green and gold, surrounding a few stubborn islands of Jackson red, Dukakis blue, and Barnett white. David Brinkley had just predicted that Hartman would go over the top on the next ballot when one of Leo Barnett's people rose and moved to suspend the rules to allow the Reverend Leo Barnett to address the convention. All of a sudden, half of the hall was on its feet, screaming at the podium. The couch woofed in protest as Hiram sat back down. "Damn him," Hiram said, "but it's a good move. Barnett will never get to the floor, but we'll have to vote down the motion, and that will take time. It might cost us some momentum." "Us?" Jay said, with a sidelong glance. Hiram scowled, rubbing at the back of his neck under his collar. "Until I have proof that Greg is the monster you claim, I'm still a Hartman delegate. By rights, I ought to be there right now." He looked at his watch. What could be taking Tachyon so long? Mackie Messer could be cutting his liver out, Jay thought, but he didn't say it. Hiram was in bad enough shape already. Jay was trying to figure out what their next move would be if Tachyon never came back from his little showdown with Hartman. And what if he came back and said Greggy was innocent? That would be enough for Hiram, but Jay was of a more suspicious nature. Could Hartman's ace powers be potent enough to twist even Tachyon to his will? Jay didn't think so, but he'd been wrong before. He was glad he'd ignored Tachyon's advice about the jacket. It was safely back in its garment bag, hanging in the closet. On the tube, Hartman's people asked for a voice vote on the motion to suspend the rules. Barnett's supporters objected, demanding a roll call vote. A Hartman delegate asked for a voice vote on the motion for a roll call vote. The chair stopped to consult the parliamentarian. Jay got up and changed the channel. The other networks were showing the same thing, as was CNN, but he found an old movie on Ted Turner's Superstation. Colorized, unfortunately. Cary Grant was a strange shade of pink. Jay left it on anyway. Hiram was annoyed. "Damn it, Poppin' Jay," he said. "Put the Tachyon." I swam in the sewer of his mind. I felt the vileness that lives inside him, the puppet man. It touched me. You can't imagine what that was like. "I'm not a telepath," Jay said. "So sue me. I'm still not going to help you whitewash Hartman." "You do not understand," Tachyon said. "For close to 2 years, Leo Barnett has been filling the public ear with dire warnings about wildcard violence, inflaming their fears and their mistrust of aces. Now you propose we tell them that he was right all along, that a monstrous secret ace has indeed subverted their government. How do you think they will react?" Jay shrugged.
He was too tired and beat up for intellectual discussions. Okay, so Barnett gets elected. Big deal. So we have a right-wing dork in the White House for 4 years. We managed to survive Reagan for 8. Dr. Tachyon was having none of it. You cannot know the half of what I found in Hartman's mind. The murders, the rapes, the atrocities, and him always at the center of his web, the puppet man pulling his strings. I warn you, if the full story ever becomes known, the public revulsion will touch off a reign of terror that will make the persecutions of the 50s look like nothing. The alien gesticulated wildly. He killed his own unborn child and feasted on the pain and terror of its death. And his puppets, aces, jokers, politicians, religious leaders, police, anyone foolish enough to touch him. If their names become known... Tachyon, Hiram Worcester interrupted. His voice was low, but the anguish in it was as plain as nails on a blackboard. Dr. Tachyon glanced guiltily at Hiram. It was hard to say which of them looked most frightened. Tell me, Hiram said, these puppets, was I... He couldn't finish, choking on the words. Tachyon nodded. A small, quick nod, almost furtive. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Then he turned away. Hiram considered that, his face leaden. Then he said, in a grotesque way, it's almost funny. But he did not laugh. Jay, he's right. This must be our secret. Jay looked from the tiny man to the big one, feeling outnumbered. Do what you want, he said. Just don't expect me to vote for the fucker, even if I was registered. We must take a vow, Tachyon said. A solemn oath to do everything in our power to stop Hartman and to take this secret to our graves. Oh, gimme a break, Jay groaned. The last thing he needed right now was more Takissian bullshit. Hiram, that glass, the alien snapped. Hiram handed him the half-finished drink, and Tachyon upended the contents onto the carpet. We must pledge by blood and bone, he said. And before anyone could stop him, the Takissian took the knife in his right hand and slashed straight across his left wrist. He held the wound over the glass until there was an inch of blood on the bottom, then bound his wrist in a lace hanky and passed the knife to Jay. Jay just looked at it. You gotta be kidding. No, Tachyon said, face solemn. How about I just piss in it instead, Jay suggested. The blood is the bond, Tachyon insisted. Hiram stepped forward. I'll do it, he said, taking the knife. He shrugged out of his white linen coat, rolled up his sleeve, and made the cut. The pain made him inhale sharply, but his hand did not hesitate. So deep, Tachyon muttered, as bright hot blood began to spurt from Hiram's wrist. Hiram winced and held his hand above the glass. The red line crept upward. Then they were both looking at him. Jay sighed deeply. So if you two are Huck and Tom, I guess that makes me Nigger Jim, he said. Remind me to have my head examined when all of this is over. He took the knife. It hurt like a motherfucker. When it was done, Dr. Tachyon swirled the glass to mix the blood, then lifted it above his head and chanted in a high sing-song that Jay had to assume was Takissian. By blood and bone, I so vow, he finished. He threw back his head and drained a third of the glass in one long gulp. Jay thought he was going to be sick. Even Hiram looked a little queasy as Tachyon passed him the glass. By blood and bone, Hiram intoned, and took his ritual swallow. Am I allowed to add some Tabasco? Maybe a little vodka? Jay asked when Hiram gave him what was left. You are not, Tachyon stiffly. Pity, Jay said. Always liked Bloody Marys. He lifted the glass, muttered, blood and bone, and drank the last of the blood, feeling like an idiot. Yum, he said afterward. It is done, Tachyon said. Now we must make plans. I'm going back to the Omni, Hiram announced. I was among Greg's earliest supporters, and I dare say I am not without influence in the New York delegation. I may be able to have some impact. We must deny him the nomination, at all costs. Agreed, said Tachyon. I wish I knew more about Dukakis, Hiram began. Not Dukakis, the alien said. Jesse Jackson. He has been courting us all along. I'll speak to him. He clasped hands with Hiram, bloody hankies dangling down absurdly from their wrists. We can do it, my friend. Real good, Jay said. So Greggy doesn't get to be president? Big deal. What about all his victims? Kahina, Chrysalis, the rest of them? Dr. Tachyon glanced over. Not Chrysalis, he said. What? Jay said. He threatened Chrysalis, yes, the alien said. He made her and Digger watch while his creature tortured and killed Kahina, but he never acted on that threat. When he heard of her death on Monday morning, he was as surprised as anyone. No fucking way, Jay said. The little man pulled himself up to his full height. I am a Psi Lord of Takis, trained by the finest mentats of House Ilkazam, he said. His mind was mine. I did not get it wrong. He sent Mackie after Digger, Jay argued, and he commanded the oddity to retrieve the incriminating jacket and destroy it. Most assuredly. After he heard that Chrysalis was dead, he took steps to protect himself, but he had no hand in ordering that death. Tachyon put a hand on Jay's shoulder. I'm sorry, my friend. Then who the fuck did it? Jay demanded. We have no time to argue about this now, Hiram said impatiently. The woman's dead. Nothing will quiet, Jay said urgently. A news flash had banished Cary Grant from the television screen. Latest tragedy to strike the convention, a solemn announcer was saying. Senator Hartman is unharmed, repeat, unharmed, but reliable reports indicate that the ace assassin took the lives of 2 other men in his attempt to reach the senator. We are still waiting for final confirmation, but unofficial sources indicate that the killer's victims were Alex James, a Secret Service agent assigned to Senator Hartman. A photograph of the dead man appeared on the screen, above the announcer's shoulder, and the chairman of Hartman's California delegation, Ace Jack Braun. The controversial Braun, who starred in feature films and TV's Tarzan, was better known as Golden Boy. He was considered by some to be the strongest man in the world. Braun first came to public attention. Braun's picture appeared on screen as the announcer went on. He was in his old fatigues, smiling crookedly, surrounded by a golden glow. He looked young, alive, invincible. Oh, Jack, Tachyon said. He can't be dead, Hiram said furiously.
I just saved his damnable life last night. The television set floated off the carpet, bobbing up toward the ceiling like a balloon. Jay glanced over and saw that Hiram's hand was squeezed into a fist. He cannot be dead, Hiram insisted, and all of a sudden the TV was falling. It hit the ground as if it had been dropped 6 stories instead of 6 feet, and the picture tube exploded. He will not have died in vain, Tachyon said inanely. He touched Hiram on the arm. Come, he said. After they had gone, Jay sat down on the couch. His ribs hurt, his face hurt, and now his wrist hurt too. His mouth tasted like blood. He no longer had the remotest idea who the fuck could have killed Chrysalis, and he was too damn tired to think straight. He fumbled the bottle of painkillers out his pocket, put 4 of them into his mouth, and washed them down with a good long swallow of Dr. Tachyon's best brandy. It tasted pretty damn good. The second swallow tasted even better. The third was downright delicious. After that, he lost count. By the time the decanter was empty, Jay's head was swimming. He lay down on the couch. No way he could sleep with all this going on. But maybe if he just closed his eyes for a few minutes. 8 p.m. After the long, hard day, Jennifer slept, but Brennan could not. He was on the edge of exhaustion, but his head felt curiously clear and light. His brain wouldn't shut off and allow him the rest he needed, so he slipped quietly out of bed, dressed, and went out into the night. It was hot and sticky. The heat wave smothering the city was unrelenting even at night. The streets were full of people, wandering, Brennan thought, in an aimless search for answers to their own particular problems, answers as elusive as those Brennan was seeking. A new variable had shown up to further complicate the equation of Chrysalis' murder. The mysterious master, Tim Malice, and his apparent accomplice, Esley Rouge. Sasha was his servant, and so was Kant. The cop had used a strange term to refer to those in thrall to Malice. He had called them mounts.
Brennan couldn't even begin to guess what that meant. A crowd had gathered in front of an all-night drugstore a few blocks from the hotel. Brennan joined them, curious as to what caused their hushed expectancy, and saw that the television set in the window was tuned to a news channel that was recapitulating the day's chaotic events in Atlanta. Jack Braun had been murdered, the newscaster said. Brennan couldn't believe it. When he was young, Brennan had been a big fan of Golden Boy, idolizing him because he was handsome, strong, and fearless. He was everything a hero should be. He sheltered the weak and protected the helpless as a living embodiment of the heroic ideal. As Brennan had gotten older, he learned that heroes could be hollow when he realized that Golden Boy had betrayed his friends in a moment of weakness and fear. But his continuing belief in the heroic ideal had been part of what had drawn him to the military. There, Brennan had learned firsthand how difficult it was for ideals to flourish in an imperfect world. He'd been sent to defend Vietnam. Instead, because of inefficiency and incompetence, avarice and stupidity, he'd helped devastate it. Then those in charge of the mess just walked away, leaving the Vietnamese people in the hands of the murderous thugs they'd sworn to defend them from. Stung by the pain of that lesson, Brennan had walked away himself, had tried to isolate himself by abandoning the rest of humanity. But he discovered that old ties, always remembered, are impossible to forget, and new ties, once forged, are impossible to ignore. Let Barnett and Hartman, Brennan thought, play their games in Atlanta. Let them hoist placards, wear funny hats, and make speeches full of empty, impossible promises. In the end, they could do little that would matter. Despite his fine intentions and noble vows, Hartman would still be constrained by a system crippled by incompetence, inertia, and injustice. Barnett, too, would face the same roadblocks if he ever tried to put his despicable plans into operation. In the end, Brennan thought, it came down to protecting your comrades, your friends, and your family. Brennan knew he would always be ready for that. And if, as with Chrysalis, he was too late to protect, he would make sure that anyone who harmed his people once would never do so again. Brennan smiled wryly. Noble sentiments, he thought, but actually he wasn't getting very far in exacting retribution. Brennan stared unseeingly at the television screen. He needed more information, but his sources had all dried up. There was nothing on the street. Sasha had disappeared, perhaps under orders from the mysterious Malice. Fade Out was obviously more interested in using Brennan to get rid of Kian and to help find Chrysalis's files. Perhaps that was the answer. Chrysalis knew everything that went on in Joketown. Perhaps her information cache had the answers Brennan needed. But the files were well hidden. Knowing how fond she was of secrets, Brennan doubted that she told anyone where she kept them. Except perhaps for one man. One man who was something of her confidant. One man whose lips would be sealed by unbreakable vows of silence. One man who had received a strange bequest from her. The time had come, Brennan decided, to call in all debts. His mind made up, Brennan turned back to his hotel room and a few hours' sleep. He smiled as the cat following him also turned, darting quickly through the shadows. He considered stopping and offering him a lift, but decided that Lazy Dragon could use the exercise. Saturday, July 23, 1988. 8 a.m. Walked faster, his feet bare and bloody, rushing after the heavy man in the bulky black coat. He shouted after him, but nothing broke the dreadful silence but the sound of his feet. The steps grew narrow, making it harder to keep his balance as he rushed down into the darkness. When he reached the platform suspended over that Stygian gulf, the man was there ahead of him. Just the sight of that back, hunched and ominous, filled him with fear. And when the man began to turn, the terror rose inside him until he thought he would choke. The featureless white face lifted, the wet red tentacle tasted the air. Its howl and Jay's scream sounded together in a horrible cacophony. "You pissed your pants," a voice sneered. "Some ace." Jay sat up. His suit was rumpled, his side ached, and his head was pounding. Some kid was standing across the room with a smirk on his face, like Jay was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. The kid had a refined, prissy little face, a French accent, and an attitude. His hair was so red it hurt to look at it. Jay wanted to pop him to the South Bronx, but he figured he'd better not. Groggy as he was, he seemed to recall that this was Tachyon's grandson. "Where's Gramps?" Jay asked as he lurched to his feet, ignoring the boy's jibes. There was broken glass all over the carpet. It crunched when he stepped on it. It was all over the couch, too, and a few shards fell off Jay when he stood. He noticed the shattered windows for the first time. When the hell had that happened? The kid shrugged. His bed wasn't slept in, he said. Maybe he finally caught one of his bimbos. "Figures," Jay said. "I pass out on the goddamn couch with a perfectly adequate bed empty in the next room." He went over to the bar, glass breaking under his heels, and stared at the booze for a moment until he found an unopened bottle of cognac. A little hair of the dog, he decided, real good. "You're poppin', Jay." The kid was arrogant as Tachyon, not to mention almost as tall. "Jay Ackroyd," Jay corrected. "So who are you, Kid Tachyon?" "Blaze. I'm 1/4 Tahitian," he added proudly. "Don't let it bother you. I'm 1/4 Croat myself." Jay tossed back the cognac. It burned against the back of his throat on the way down. He splashed a little more into his glass, and kept splashing. The glass was 1/3 full, 1/2, 3/4.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. Jay tried to put down the bottle. He kept pouring, filled the glass to the brim, poured it over his head. The liquor stung when it hit his eyes, blinding him. He tried to say, "Son of a bitch." Instead, he heard himself singing, "I'm a little teapot," in a high falsetto voice, with all the little motions. Somewhere along there, the cognac glass slipped from his fingers and rolled across the carpet. When his vision cleared, Blaze was standing in front of him, arms crossed, smiling in satisfaction. "Tahitians don't let anybody make fun of them," he told Jay. "Watch what you say. I can make you do anything I like." He laughed. "Now you're wet at both ends." "Real good," Jay said. He smelled like cognac and piss. "You'd make some detective." "Really?" Blaze had managed to miss the sarcasm. Jay was grateful for that much. "No shit. Of course, you still got a few things to learn." "Like what?" Blaze wanted to know. "Well," said Jay, "like, you really should make sure a guy is unarmed before you piss him off." He made a gun of his hand, aimed it at Blaze, winked broadly. The boy was not impressed. "You're unarmed," he said. Jay smiled sweetly. Blaze made a nice, crisp, popping sound when he vanished. He didn't even have time to look surprised. Jay was standing there with his finger pointing at empty air when the door to the suite opened and a haggard-looking Dr. Tachyon walked in, saw him, and frowned. "Doc," Jay said, trying to sound innocent, "I swear, I didn't know it was loaded." 9 a.m. Brennan entered the church and watched Quasimon for a few minutes as he washed the stained glass window that depicted the Passion of Jesus Christ. Joker. The Joker greeted Brennan cordially as Brennan approached, setting the butt of his long-handled squeegee on the floor and leaning on it as if it were a spear. "I have to see Father Squid," Brennan said. Quasimon dropped the squeegee as the hand holding it suddenly vanished. He calmly looked down to where it had been, as if this were something he was used to. After a moment, Brennan felt a blast of cold air and caught a whiff of an unbearable stench. And Quasimon's hand was back. He leaned over and picked up the squeegee. "He's meditating in the chancellery," Quasimon said, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Brennan nodded. "I know the way." He moved to go by, but the Joker laid a hand on his forearm. It was still as cold as ice, but Quasimon either didn't notice or didn't care. "Do you know who did it yet?" he asked. Brennan shook his head. "Then you still may need me?" "Quite possibly." Quasimon let go of Brennan's arm. "I'll be ready," he said. "Then I hope." "I hope so too," Brennan thought, but only nodded and went past. In the chancellery, Father Squid was in his favorite meditative posture. "Hello, Sergeant." the priest started. His eyes snapped open and he looked up at Brennan. He smiled slightly, quivering the tendrils that hung down over his mouth. "I could never have snuck up on you like that in the old days," Brennan said, sitting down across the desk from the priest. Father Squid nodded from the comfortable chair where he'd been dozing. "I'm older than I was in the old days. I also sleep a lot better." Brennan smiled, though there was little humor in his expression. "I did too, for a while. Why don't you give it up and try to find the peace I have?" "I tried," Brennan said. "I even joined a monastery for a while, a Zen monastery." He smiled at the look of astonishment on the priest's face. "But I was never one of the better students. Violence follows me like an unwelcome shadow. I rarely seek it out, Father, but it finds me wherever I hide." "So we're back to Father, are we?" Brennan shrugged. "Whatever you prefer." "How many times did you make sergeant anyway?" Father Squid smiled. "4 times. And you were busted back to private each time?" "Well, I wasn't one for following the rules back then." "Sometimes you had cause not to," Brennan said. "The Joker Brigade was just an excuse to kill off as many of you as possible." "Maybe, but there were some good soldiers in it." Father Squid smiled at Brennan. "And some of the units we served with weren't so bad. You never cared if a man had feathers, fur, or hair, or whether he had tentacles on his face and rows of suckers on his hands. We were brothers in arms," Brennan said softly. "That was all that mattered." They looked at each other for a long moment, reliving memories of 15 years gone by. "What did you do after the war?" Brennan finally asked. "Not much that I'm proud of. I sold my services for a while. But everywhere I went, as bad as it was in the Joker Brigade, as bad as Jokertown was back home, I found that jokers were generally treated worse outside America." He shrugged massive shoulders. "I tried to do something about it for a while, but I fear I actually did more harm than good." "I heard once," Brennan said, "that a man called Squidface ran with the Black Dog. I wondered if it was you." "It was," the priest said heavily, "and much do I regret those days. Never will I be able to do enough penance to cleanse my soul of the horror of the things I did in the name of my people." "Everyone makes mistakes," Brennan said quietly. "The bad forget them. The good try to make up for them." "Well," the priest said, his nictitating membranes working quickly, "I'm the one who should be offering spiritual comfort, my son." Brennan smiled. "Unlike you, I'm afraid that I may be beyond redemption. I could use your help with something else, though. The murder." Brennan nodded. "I've hit a dead end. I've run out of clues and have no one to turn to. I realized last night that you were Chrysalis' confidant, maybe even her confessor. I remembered the bequest she'd left her, and some whispers I'd heard about her secret files." Father Squid shook his head. "Her bequest was merely a suitcase full of money that she'd stashed away if she ever had to flee the city on short notice. It will do much to aid the poor of my parish, but little, I fear, to help track down her killer." Brennan grimaced. "Then she never told you anything that might have a bearing on her death?" "If she did, it was in the sanctity of confession, and is an unshakable confidence that can never be broken." "Even if her murderer goes free?" The priest sighed heavily. "Even if her murderer goes free." Brennan stood, looked steadily at the priest. "You have changed," he said. "Sergeant Squidface knew when justice and honor took precedence over a rigid system of rules." "Sometimes, Captain, I despair of my soul. Sometimes I fear I am as poor a priest as you claim to have been a student of Zen." Brennan suddenly smiled. "Sometimes, Bob, I think we're both guilty of slinging our share of bullshit." The priest's tentacles shook with laughter. "You are correct," he said. "Well, Chrysalis did tell me things in the sanctity of the confessional that I cannot reveal to you. But I can tell you that you are overlooking a source of information." He paused dramatically. "Her neighbors, Daniel," Father Squid said. "Her downstairs neighbors." Brennan's expression was puzzled as Father Squid rose ponderously to his feet. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare for the 10 o'clock mass." 10 a.m. Breakfast arrived as Jay was climbing out of the shower. He toweled himself dry, wondering what he was supposed to do about the damped bandages around his ribs, and slipped into the clothes Tachyon had loaned him.
The sleeves were too short, and the pants showed off 2 inches of pale white ankle, but otherwise the suit fit well enough. The only problem was, it was puce. Tachyon was seated in front of the room service tray buttering a slice of toast when Jay emerged from the bedroom. Blaze, stretched out across an armchair, looked up and sniggered. Tachyon gave his grandson a stern look. "Blaze, did you enjoy your ride on the luggage carousel?" The boy looked sullen. "No, I felt stupid." "Then by the ideal, you will mind your manners," Tachyon told him, "or I will have Mr. Ackroyd teleport you back to the Atlanta airport." "I can't help it if he's funny," Blaze complained.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. He looks like a fruit. Those are my clothes, Tachyon pointed out stiffly. He looked at Jay. Myself, I think it's a dramatic improvement. I'm with the kid, Jay said. Blaze looked surprised. Then he grinned. Jay whipped up his finger in a quick draw move, got the boy in his sights. Blaze flinched. "Gotcha," Jay said. He smiled. So did Blaze. Popping the kid halfway across Atlanta had done wonders for their rapport. "He's enough of a rapscallion without your encouraging him," Tachyon complained. "Ah, he's okay," Jay said, pulling a chair over to the room service cart. "For a Takisian." He lifted the silver dome off his plate and attacked the Eggs Benedict wolfishly. They weren't as good as the Eggs Benedict at Aces High, but he was hungry enough not to give a damn. Hiram always said Jay had a Naugahyde palate anyway. Tachyon was fastidiously patting his lips with a napkin, and Jay was mopping up the last of the yolk with a piece of toast when the knock came at the door. Tachyon stood. "Who's there?" "Carnifex. Open up, I don't have all day." Tachyon glanced back at Jay. "Let him in," Jay said. "Ray's tough, but there's nothing he can do against you, me, and the Cisco kid over there." He gestured toward Blaze. The alien nodded and opened the door. Carnifex glanced around and stepped into the suite, wearing his skin-tight white uniform that outlined every muscle and tendon in his body. The hood was thrown back to reveal a face that looked like it had been patched together out of spare parts. "Regs say we're supposed to stay out of the political bullshit," Ray told Tachyon with disdain. "Good for you. Otherwise, I'd have to whip your ass. You've been hanging around Braun too much, I guess. Some of it must have rubbed off." Tachyon's mouth tightened. "Say what you came to say, Ray," he told the government ace. "Your opinions on political and moral issues interest me not in the slightest." "Greg wants to see you," Billy Ray said. "The sentiment is not reciprocated," Tachyon said. "You'll see him," Ray said, with a crooked smile. "Greg said to tell you he has a proposition he wants to discuss." "I have nothing to discuss with the senator." "Scared?" Ray wanted to know. "Don't worry, I'll hold your hand if you want." He shrugged. "Come or don't come. Either way, it's no skin off my nose. But if you don't, you're going to regret it." The ace in the white suit looked around the suite. At the windows Turtle had shattered, the television Hiram had dropped, the urine stain on the sofa. "Must have been a hell of a party," he said to Tachyon. "Somebody ought to teach you to clean up after yourself, Doc. This place is a mess." He was going out the door when Jay called out. "Hey, Carney!" Ray turned around with a dangerous glint in his green eyes. "That's Carnifex, asshole." "Carnifex, asshole?" Jay repeated. "I'll try and remember." "How many of those good humor suits you own?" 6 or 8, Carnifex said suspiciously. "Why?" "Must be hell to get the bloodstains out," Jay said. Ray just stared at him. "Stay out of my way, Seamus," he said, "or you'll find out firsthand." He slammed the door behind him. "Seamus," Jay said. "He actually called me Seamus? God, I'm so mortified." He turned to Tachyon. "You gonna go?" The little man straightened. "I must," Jay sighed. "I was afraid you were going to say something like that." Brennan dropped Jennifer off half a block from the Crystal Palace and then cruised on by. Given the mysterious note warning them about the palace, this seemed the safest way to check out the existence of the neighbors that Father Squid had told him about.
Jennifer would scout in her insubstantial form, then come and get Brennan if the coast was clear. Brennan drove past the palace and into the alley upon which the service entrance fronted. He killed the engine and flicked on the radio while waiting for Jennifer to return. The news from Atlanta was more cheering than it had been the night before. Apparently, the initial reports of Jack Brown's demise had been greatly exaggerated. He was still alive. Golden Boy's ace had saved him again. Brennan's train of thought was interrupted by a suddenly blaring bullhorn that froze him behind the wheel. "You in the car. This is the police. Come out with your hands up. We've got you covered. Come out with your hands up." Brennan sat behind the wheel for an instant longer, his mind racing through, then discarding half a dozen escape plans. He watched through the windshield as 3 policemen approached. The 2 in uniform had pistols pointed right at him. The third, following a pace behind, was Masaryk. He put his hands up and then, with slow, exaggerated movements, opened the door and got out of the car. He stood waiting for them with no expression at all on his face. "Couldn't keep out of it?" Masaryk asked. "How's Kant?" Brennan replied. A shadow of something crossed Masaryk's face. Still a little shaky, but better. One of the uniforms had opened the back door of the car, while the other kept a bead on Brennan. "It's him," the first said excitedly. "The bow and arrow killer." He brandished Brennan's bow case. "You had the palace staked out, waiting for her killer to return?" Masaryk shrugged. "It seemed like an idea." Brennan shook his head in disgust. That was what the note meant. God damn! "All right," the first patrolman said. "Put your hands on the fender. Feet back and spread your legs." Brennan put his hands down, turned to comply. He didn't move fast enough, so the cop kicked his feet further apart and patted him down. Finding the knife Brennan carried in an ankle sheath. "All right, turn around." The cop was smiling as Brennan did. "We caught him. By Jesus, we caught the big bad vigilante. Put your hands behind your back, big guy." "Shut up, Chris," Masaryk said wearily. As Brennan complied, he continued to speak in the same weary monotone as the patrolman cuffed Brennan. "You have the right to remain silent." Brennan said nothing, nor offered any resistance. His face was hard as stone as they led him away to a patrol car parked out of sight past a turn in the alley. Tachyon was practically shaking when he flung open the bedroom door, his bright hair plastered to his forehead by a cold sweat. He looked like he was about to recycle his breakfast. Even Blaze, who'd been talking and joking with Jay, had the sense to shut up when he saw the look in his grandfather's eyes. "Mr. Ackroyd, come in here, please," Tachyon said. "I need to talk to you." Jay got to his feet with a shrug. His pants rode up past his ankles. He tried to yank them down as he trailed Tachyon into the sitting room. What did Hartman want? He poked around the room service tray as he spoke, looking for something edible. "Mr. Ackroyd, I require a favor of you." "Sure," Jay said. "Name it." Tachyon put a hand up. "Do not be so quick to commit yourself. Having me in your debt may not be enough to outweigh what I will ask of you." Jay found an orange slice. "Jesus Christ, get to the point, Tachyon. All this flowery Takisian bullshit." He bit into the orange and sucked at the juice. "Hartman is blackmailing me. I have refused to meet his demands, but I require time. A day, 2 at the most, and it will be over. Hartman will have lost the nomination." Tachyon paused for a long moment, his face morose, as if the whole notion made him weary beyond words. "You can give me that time." "The point?" Jay prodded. "The point? You must remove a man from Atlanta. The more conventional means are closed to us." This all got weirder every day, Jay thought. "Why?" he asked. "Who is this guy?" Tachyon turned away from him. There was a snifter on the side table, half full of brandy. He groped for it like a drowning man groping for a lifesaver, and drained it in a gulp. "Long ago," he said slowly, his back still turned, "I was saved from death by a man who has alternately been a devil and an angel to me." Devils and angels? Just what he needed, as if assassins and aces weren't enough. "Shit," Jay said, throwing up his hands. This is difficult for me, Tachyon whined.
He stared down at the empty snifter, rolling it between his palms. Then it all came out in a rush. In 1957, I was recruited by the KGB. It wasn't all that difficult. I would have done anything for a drink. At any rate, years passed. I proved to be less useful than originally hoped. They cut me loose and I thought I was free. Then last year, the man who ran me those many long years ago re-entered my life and called in the debt. He's here, in Atlanta. Jay gaped at him. The notion of the prissy little alien prince working for the Soviets was the craziest thing he'd ever heard. He would have been less surprised if Tachyon had confessed that he was really an elf. Why? Was all he could manage. Hartman, Toch replied. He suspected the existence of the monster. Now Hartman has found out about him, and our connection. Connection? Jay said. He is Blaze's tutor. Oh, hell. Jay sat down. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Laugh, probably. He could always count on Tatch to take care of the weeping. This is the bludgeon with which Hartman seeks to cow me, Tachyon declared. I'm probably going to jail, Mr. Aykroyd, but I'll see him stopped before I go. You want me to pop this guy away? Yes. Already the FBI and the Secret Service have been alerted. They are combing Atlanta for George. Are you still a commie? Jay asked, straight-faced. Dr. Tachyon clutched at the little doily he wore at his throat and drew himself up to his full height. I? Consider, Mr. Aykroyd. Yeah, Jay said. I get your drift. He stood up. Well, hey, it's all ancient history to me. Let's go pop this commie somewhere. Tachyon gave him a grave little nod and went to the bedroom. Blaze, he called. You're taking him? Jay was surprised. I mean, he knows? Of course. Come, child, he said to Blaze. The teenager shot him a venomous glance, but Tachyon missed it. I want you to have a chance to say farewell to George. 11 a.m. Captain Angela Ellis stamped out a cigarette in the overflowing ashtray and immediately lit another. She strode up and down before the chair in which Brennan sat, her frustration evident in her staccato pacing. How long do you think you can remain silent? She asked Brennan. Brennan looked directly at her for the first time in 20 minutes. Forever, he said softly. Christ, why were you sitting in a car before the Crystal Palace at 10:05 this morning? What had been your relationship with Chrysalis? Did you kill her? Brennan turned away, his face utterly blank, apparently totally devoid of feeling and emotion. Masaryk, sitting in the rear of the room, cleared his voice. Begging your pardon, Captain, but I don't think he'll say anything. Ellis whirled on him. Somebody's got to say something. Some idiot let it leak that we've collared Yeoman, the bow and arrow killer, and there's got to be 100 reporters yammering at the sergeant on the front desk, and about half a dozen federal agencies are sending agents over to look into the affair, as they put it. As far as I know, Brennan said softly, there's nothing illegal in sitting in a car. There's nothing illegal in carrying a bow and arrow. Are you saying you're innocent? Are you saying you're not this Yeoman? Brennan said nothing as Ellis whirled on him. You have no identification, and your description matches that of a man wanted for desertion from the United States Army. Superficially, Brennan said. Close enough, Ellis ground out, so that we can hold you until the feds arrive with this deserter's dossier, which includes his fingerprints. As you will, Brennan said, returning his gaze to infinity. Ellis ground out her cigarette, then crumpled the empty pack. All right, she said. She opened the door to the interrogation room and called in the patrolman who'd been standing outside. Put him in the lockup. Maybe a few hours in a cell will loosen his tongue. The cop nodded. All right, tough guy, move it. I'm not so sure that's a good idea, Masaryk began, but Ellis nailed him with a stare, and he fell silent. The cop led Brennan through a warren of interrogation rooms and offices, then downstairs to the general lockup. There were more than a dozen hard cases in there, waiting for bail to be arranged or other legal papers to be processed.
The jailer grinned as he opened the door and gestured for Brennan to enter. "Got someone famous for you guys to meet. His name's been in all the papers," he said. "You've heard of Yeoman, the bow and arrow vigilante? Well, here he is." He chuckled again, slammed the door, and sauntered back up the corridor. Brennan felt their hard stares and waited for the inevitable. It didn't take very long. "Shoot," someone said from the back of the cell. "He don't look too tough to me." "He looks like a pussy," someone else said. "Take away his bow and arrow, and he's just a pussy." There was some low, cautious laughter. The man who spoke first pushed his way to the front of the cell where Brennan stood with his back against the bars. He was a big, tough-looking gnat with tattoos crawling up and down his arms, and a nose that'd been broken more than once. The second speaker was shorter than Brennan, but powerfully built. His head was bald, and his face was a network of scars. They approached Brennan side by side as the others in the cell backed away. "He is a pussy," the first said. "Here, pussy, pussy, we got something for you." Brennan watched without expression. When they came within reach, he pivoted sideways and lashed out with his right foot, catching the short one in the groin. The man went down with a gurgle and then threw up all over himself. Brennan grabbed the other by the arm and whirled him face first against the cell's barred door. The door shook when the thug rammed up against it. His left arm went through the bars. Brennan reached out and grabbed his hand, then yanked his arm back into the cell, wrapping it between two bars. He howled as his arm snapped. Brennan grabbed a handful of greasy hair and shoved his head forward as hard as he could. It pushed through the bars, but not without leaving a lot of skin and one ear behind. His howling grew louder, and Brennan turned to face the rest of the cell. "Anyone else?" he asked quietly. There were mumbled denials. Then a high feminine voice said, "How about me?" The mob of thugs parted like the Red Sea, and there were odd, unbelieving whispers as Jennifer walked naked through the rear wall of the cell. She ran to Brennan and threw her arms around him. "Take a deep breath," she said, and they sank through the floor of the cell. It was like nothing Brennan had ever felt before, almost like what dying might be like. They went through the floor and landed light as feathers on the floor of the room below the cell. Brennan ducked out of Jennifer's arms and glanced around quickly. It was dark and quiet. They seemed to be in some kind of file storage area. "Let's see if we can find you some clothes somewhere," he said to Jennifer, but she didn't answer. She looked dazed and drawn, and only turned to look at him when he touched her arm. He suddenly realized what a strain it must have been ghosting him. His mass was well over anything Jennifer had ever attempted to dematerialize before. "Are you all right?" Jennifer nodded, but even that seemed to be too much of an effort for her. She collapsed limply on the dusty floor. He bent over her. She was breathing long, shallow breaths. Her pulse was weak and thready. She obviously needed medical attention, but Tachion, the only doctor Brennan trusted, was in Atlanta. At any rate, he had no time to agonize over it. They had to move. They needed a place to hide and recover. They needed a sanctuary. They were being followed. Jay looked away from the taxi's side view mirror. "Somebody's on us," he said. "What?" Tachion turned all the way around and gaped out the back rear window, staring suspiciously at the Volvo immediately behind. Jay touched his arm. "Easy. He's good. You'll never spot him that way. Cabby."
The detective fished out his wallet. "There's an extra 50 in it for you if you can lose the gray Dodge. Back about 3 cars. "Sure thing, mister," the cabbie said, grinning. Jay rummaged through his billfold, found a 10 and 3 ones, cursed under his breath. A bribe here, a bribe there, pretty soon they add up to real money. He showed the bills to Tachyon. The alien grumbled and came up with the cash, leaning forward to tuck the money into the driver's shirt pocket. The cabbie hit the gas, and the taxi turned left, squealing. Tachyon landed in Jay's lap. In the front seat, Blaze grinned hugely. "Just like Paris, Kijad." "Huh?" Jay's mind was on the car behind them. "Never mind," said Tack. "You know enough of my secrets." Jay glanced behind. "Still on us. Damn, he's good."
Tack was flitting about, as nervous as a bird. What are we going to do? There's probably not going to be time for any long goodbyes. The Motel 6 sign loomed ahead. Sarah's there too, said Tachyon. It took Jay a moment to place the name. Sarah Morgenstern, the reporter who accused Hartman of being a monster, the one Mackie Messer had tried unsuccessfully to snuff. Jesus Christ, you got the whole New York Philharmony there. Maybe the Dodgers? This is no laughing matter. No shit. Punch it, buddy. Everything she's got. The cab gunned down the street, veered into the motel lot on 2 wheels. They were out before it stopped. Jay threw his last 10 at the driver and ran, his broken ribs screaming with every step as he dashed across the asphalt. The door was opened by a dark, round-faced man in his 60s. Behind him on the bed, a pale, blonde woman clutched a pillow as she watched the tube. The Russian backed up quickly as the 3 of them rushed inside. Jay slammed the door and locked it. Tachyon went straight for the blonde and yanked her to her feet. Blaze hugged the Russian. No time to explain, Tachyon said breathlessly. Hartman knows. There is someone after us. He grabbed the front of the girl's dress and ripped it off her with a single sharp yank. Sarah gave a shriek and tried to cover herself with her hands, looking at the alien like he'd gone nuts. Into the shower, Tack said, pushing her toward the John. She was wearing nothing but a little lacy bit of bra. Her pubic hair was the same pale blonde, Jay noted with interest. Don't come out, and by the way, you rent by the hour. Tack got the bra off on the run. Jay had to admire his manual dexterity. Footsteps came pounding down the hall outside. The Russian took it calmly. There's no time, he said, holding Blaze. Yes, there is, said Tack. Jay will get you out of Atlanta. For the God's sake, Blaze, move. The Russian disentangled himself from the boy. Open up! Open the goddamn door! Jay knew the voice. Carnifex. Now, Tachyon urged. Jay shrugged, pointed at the Russian. There was a pop. All of a sudden, they were short a Slav. Tack grabbed some vodka off a dresser, clutched it to his chest, and dove onto the bed. The door shattered with a crack. Billy Ray stepped through the splinters, brushing aside a jagged shard of wood with the back of his head. He had a gun. A big gun, one of those Dirty Harry jobs. The white gloves he wore as part of his fighting togs made it look even bigger and blacker. He pointed at a Tachyon, which was fine with Jay. He hated guns, especially when they were pointed at him. All right, where is he? Ray wanted to know. Where the fuck is he, huh? Asked Jay. Asshole. Carnifex shoved at him contemptuously with the flat of his hand. Jay sat down hard. Carnifex looked around, spotted the closet, and acted like he'd made a discovery. He ripped the door off its hinges, grabbed handfuls of clothes, flung them to the floor. There was no Russian in the closet. Ray grimaced, dropped to his knees, peered under the bed. There was no Russian under the bed. He got up, swung toward the bathroom. Get out of there, now! Well, Sugar, how many you boys there gonna be? Sarah called out from under the shower in the worst southern accent Jay Aykroyd had ever heard. Frowning, Carnifex stepped into the bathroom. They heard him yank back the shower curtain. They heard Sarah scream. They heard a slap. Ray came out of the bathroom with a red cheek and a wet costume, looking dour. He was here. That goddamn Russian was here. Russian? Jay looked at Tachyon, shrugged. I don't see any Russian. Do you see a Russian? And Sweet Cheeks in there sure don't sound Russian. Russian costs you extra. Why did you try to get away from me? Tachyon took a long drink. Because I was afraid you were the press, and I didn't want to be found visiting a prostitute. You always take a kid? He gestured at the .44. Could you put the gun away? It makes me nervous when you wave it around like that. Most fatal shootings are accidental, you know. This wouldn't be an accident. Answer the fucking question. Tachyon cleared his throat. Well, that is the matter in a nutshell. It's time the boy learned. He glanced about the motel room. This lacks the ambience that I could wish, but she is very good. I tried her myself last night. Of course, nothing can compare with the woman my father gave me on my 14th birthday. Disgusted, Carnifex bowled out through the broken door. Jay looked at Tachyon with new respect. 14? He said. No kidding. Oh, Ackroyd, please. 1 p.m., Brennan carried Jennifer, wrapped up in his denim jacket, down into the sewer line. She seemed to be getting worse. Her skin was feeling cool and feverish in turn, and she was murmuring gibberish that Brennan couldn't make heads or tails of. He moved as quickly as he could through the semi-darkness of the sewer. He had to stop every now and then and put Jennifer down in order to climb to the surface to check his route. But Brennan had a good sense of direction below as well as above ground. It led him, with only a few false turns, to his destination. Our Lady of Perpetual Misery. He carried Jennifer back up to the surface and over to the small rectory attached to the rear of the church. He kicked the door several times with his foot. Father Squid opened the door after a moment, his look of annoyance quickly turning to one of surprise and concern. "Merciful Lord," he said, "what happened?" "I'll tell you in a moment, Father," Brennan said, pushing past the priest. "Right now we have to get a doctor, one you can trust to keep his mouth shut. Know anybody that fits that description? Well, there's Mr. Bones. Get him. He's not a real doctor. Is he good?" Father Squid nodded. "The people around here swear by him. Sometimes I think he knows more about Joker physiology than Tachyon." Brennan nodded. "All right, get him." Father Squid bustled off to his bedroom to make the call, while Brennan set Jennifer down gently on the priest's beat-up old sofa and then flexed his tired arms. He knelt down by her and felt her forehead. It was cold again, although sweat was beading up and running down her forehead and high cheekbones. As he held her hand, it began to turn ghostly in his as she phased in and out of her material state, uncontrollably and unconsciously. "Jennifer!" He tried to wake her up, but she didn't seem to hear him. He was afraid to shake her, afraid to move her at all. Her skin was white as death, her breath infrequent and shallow. Father Squid came back into his neat little living room, bringing a blanket that he gently draped over Jennifer. "He's in. He'll be here soon. Now tell me, my son, what's going on here?" "I guess I owe you that," Brennan said. He settled down tiredly on the floor next to Jennifer, refused the priest's offer of coffee, and told him what had happened that day. While he spoke, half of his mind was condemning the obsession that had put him and Jennifer in this desperate situation, and half was wondering about the palace and Chrysalis's downstairs neighbors and how he could get by the police surrounding the place. When he finished the tale, there was a slow, measured knocking on the rectory door.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. Father Squid went to answer it and let in a tall black man who looked like a resurrectionist out of a Boris Karloff movie. Mr. Bones was old, thin, and gaunt. He wore a white shirt and an old black suit that was clean and neatly repaired, but much too short for his long, lanky limbs. This Joker wasn't severe as things went. In fact, the two feathery antennae growing out of his forehead were rather attractive. They twitched like ferns blowing in a gentle breeze as Father Squid introduced him to Brennan. "This the patient?" Bones asked as he knelt down before Jennifer. He stripped the blanket off her. As he took her pulse, he bent very close to her and moved his head up and down her body. His antenna twitched and rotated like sensitive radar receptors. "How is she, doctor?" Brennan asked quietly. "I'm not a doctor," Bones replied, still running his antenna over Jennifer. After a moment, he rocked back on his heels and looked at Brennan and Father Squid. Her systems had quite a shock. Right now, all we can do for her is let her rest. He covered her with the blanket and stood up. "And hope for the best." 4 p.m. "So, Nephi," Jay said, leaning against the hood of Jesse Jackson's limo. Tachyon was inside the Hyatt Regency, conferring with his new candidate. And Ackroyd was getting tired of waiting. The feds pay good, or what? Jesse Jackson's ace bodyguard looked at him like he was some kind of canker sore. He was a tall, thin Mormon with a receding hairline, a gaunt, chiseled face, and the best damn posture Jay had ever seen.
The press called him Straight Arrow. The nameplate over his breast pocket said Nephi Calendar. "Some of us are not interested in personal gain," he told Jay. "Some of us are just grateful for a chance to serve God and our country." Jay smiled. "Yeah, sure. And some of you just like to beat people up, right?" Straight Arrow frowned and looked away. "Heard that Carnifex got in some kind of brawl Sunday night," Jay said casually. "Or maybe it was Monday morning. Really pounded the shit out of some guy." "Is that a fact?" Calendar did not seem terribly interested. "I wouldn't know. I'm sure no more force was applied than was appropriate to the situation. Ray is an experienced agent with an outstanding record." "A hell of a dresser, too," Jay said. "Me, I don't think I could wear all that white. It's a bitch to keep clean." "I like your outfit a lot better." The Mormon ace wore a tailored gray dress uniform. It looked very crisp and proper and military until you picked up on the Justice Department insignia on the sleeves and the dark red braid on cap and shoulder boards. His collar was fastened with a jeweled pin fashioned in the shape of a flaming arrow. "Free laundry service come with the job, or you guys have to pay the dry cleaning yourself?" Jay wanted to know. Straight Arrow took a long, pointed look at Jay's puce suit. "I'd recommend burning, not cleaning," he said. "Funny man," Jay said. "These are tachyons. I think he wants them back. Don't ask me why." "Why all the interest in laundry, Ackroyd?" "When my face got rearranged, I bled all over my lucky shirt. The bruises were a delightful greenish-yellow shade today. You know how it is when you got a lucky shirt. I figured you feds might know a place where I could get it cleaned. I hear that Carnifex had blood all over him after his little fracas on Sunday night." "You shouldn't believe everything you hear, Ackroyd," Calendar told him. "As far as I know, Ray was with Senator Hartman Sunday night, as per his assignment. If a situation arose requiring him to use force, regulations would have required that he file a report. No such report is on file." Before Jay could reply, Tachyon emerged through the front door of the Hyatt, Jesse Jackson at his side. The sidewalk was crowded with Jackson supporters waving bright red "Jesse" signs. Straight Arrow's eyes moved restlessly, scanning the faces as the two men clasped hands and lifted them over their heads. The black man was so much taller that Tachyon had to stand on his toes. A ragged cheer went up. Then Jackson and Tachyon headed for the limo, smiling and shaking hands as the spectators crowded in around them. Jackson pressed the flesh with practiced ease, but Tachyon looked distinctly uncomfortable. "What now?" Jay asked Tachyon when he reached the limo. "Jesse wants us to talk to the jokers outside the Omni," Tachyon explained. "He was wilting in the Atlanta heat. He and I together. His positions on wild card issues are just as strong as Hartman's, if they will only listen." He gave a long, deep sigh. "Jay, if you have other leads to follow up, there's really no need for you to come along." Jay thought about it for a moment. As far as he knew, he didn't have a single lead that was worth a damn. He shrugged. "Might as well," he said. "Can't dance." Inside the limo, the air conditioning was cranked up and cooking, but Tachyon wilted visibly once out of the public eye. Even Jay could see how much he dreaded facing the jokers who had gathered in front of the convention center, many of whom considered him a traitor for deserting Hartman in his hour of need. "They hate me now," he said with despair, glancing through the tinted windows at the crowds. "Only some," Jackson said as the limo came to a stop. "It's not as if you switched your support to Barnett. I'm not that unacceptable, am I?" "Not to me." Tachyon squeezed Jesse's arm. Jay wasn't sure who was reassuring whom. "And you will convince them. I know it." "Well, help me a little." "I will do my uttermost best," Tachyon declared. The limo doors were thrown open, and they climbed out, one by one. Secret Service men in dark suits and sunglasses were watching the crowd suspiciously, and a squad of uniformed cops had cordoned off a narrow path from the limo to the flatbed truck, hung with red Jackson banners, where the microphones were waiting. Jokers pressed closely around them on all sides. Some stared in dead silence. Others grinned and yelled out their support. Still others screamed obscenities. Everyone was cooking in the heat. How can they hate them so? Tachyon asked plaintively of no one in particular. They are pitiful and so brave, so very brave. The cops struggled to hold back that sea of twisted humanity as the jokers surged forward. Slowly, the party began to make its way down to the truck. Hands were thrust at them from all sides, between the linked arms of the policemen, over their shoulders, around their backs. Jesse moved along one side of the line, grabbing each hand in turn, giving it a quick squeeze, then moving on to the next. Tachyon, less enthusiastic, worked the other side. An elderly man with gills spat in his face. Others tried to kiss his ring. Jay kept his hands shoved deep in his pockets, several paces behind. Straight Arrow walked beside him, keeping a careful eye on Jackson. The ace's broad forehead was dotted with sweat. Overhead, the turtle slid across the sky. Sometime during the night, someone had painted Hartman across his shell in silver letters 3 feet high. A vast, pale wall of moon-faced flesh suddenly loomed up behind 2 policemen, broke through the cordon, and waddled toward Tachyon. Secret Service men reached for their pistols. "No, it's okay," Jay said. "That's Doughboy. He's simple-minded, but he won't hurt him." Straight Arrow weighed Jay's words, gave a curt nod. The Secret Service relaxed. Doughboy and Tachyon exchanged a few quiet words. The alien looked like he was going to break down and cry. "I hate this," Straight Arrow muttered. Somewhere in the crowd, a chant of "Traitor!" went up. Tachyon stopped and hid his face in his hands. Jesse had to put an arm around his shoulders and whisper encouragement in his ear to get the Takisan going again. Even then, Takis' smile looked like it had been pasted on. The alien grasped the flipper of a legless joker who had thrust it up between a policeman's legs. He said a few words, smiled, moved on. More hands reached for him.
A thin teenager in worn leathers slid through the crowd, smiling, just 3 people down the line. How the hell could anyone wear leather in this heat? Jay wondered briefly. He was glancing away when something, the hunger in that lean face, the bright glitter in the boy's eyes, caught his attention and held it. Tachyon touched, oh so lightly, the twisted fingers of a foul-smelling joker whose huge boils oozed with pus. He looked a little green, but he forced a smile. One of the boy's shoulders was higher than the other. "No!" Jay screamed, moving forward, hands sliding out of his pockets. The boy grasped Tachyon's hand. "Mackie Messer," Jay heard him say as the buzzsaw kicked in. "I was in medical school in 1946, Mr. Bones said between sips of tea, when the wild card came down out of the sky. My deformity was slight, but enough to get me banished from school. It was unusual enough to be a black man in medical school, but a joker black man couldn't be tolerated." "You use your antennae in your work, don't you?" Brennan asked. Bones nodded. "After a while, I discovered that they've given me a 6th sense, somewhere between taste and smell and touch, that's probably about as hard to describe as sight to a blind man. Through the years, I've learned to use it to help detect wrongness in my patients." He put down his cup and turned to Jennifer as she moaned loudly, the first sound she'd made in hours. He ran his antennae over her body, listened to her heartbeat, and said to Brennan, "Give me my bag." Brennan brought it over and put it beside him. He reached in for a hypodermic and a bottle of clear fluid and gave her an injection. Her breathing was fluttery and rapid, her forehead was beaded with sweat. She sat straight up and cried out, "Daniel, where are you? Daniel!" It seemed she couldn't see him even though he was standing right next to her. Bones moved over and gestured for Brennan to take his place. He knelt down and held Jennifer. She clung to him fiercely, and her skin was cold, even though she was soaked with sweat. "Daniel," she murmured, and suddenly went limp. Brennan looked at Bones desperately, who reassuringly put a large knuckled hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, son. Let her down gently. I think she's past the crisis point." Brennan held her at arm's length and looked at her. She seemed to be sleeping deeply.
Her breath was firm and measured. He let her down against the pillow, and she sighed and turned over. "She needs sleep," Bones said. "I'm going to give her a sedative, and I don't want her to be disturbed for at least 24 hours." A vast sense of relief swept through Brennan. "She'll be all right?" he asked. Bones nodded. "Thanks. Mr. Bones, what do I owe you?" Bones shrugged lean shoulders. "I don't have set fees. My patients pay what they can." Brennan reached for his denim jacket, which was slung over a chair next to the sofa. He took a flat roll of money from a secret pocket sewn into the inside and gave it all to Bones. "This is all I have with me," he said. "If there's anything else you ever need, call this number, and I'll do what I can." Brennan scribbled the number down on a piece of paper he took from Father Squid's secretary and handed it to him. Bones riffled through the money Brennan had given him. "You're very generous," he said. Brennan shook his head as he watched Jennifer sleep peacefully on the sofa. "You've done more for me than I could ever repay. I'll always be in your debt." Under the high, thin shriek of Tachyon screaming was the hideous wet sound of a power saw cutting meat. Fingers and pieces of flesh and bone were flying everywhere. The boy stood there, fine drops of Tachyon's blood spattering his face and arm and leathers with a sound like summer rain, all the time smiling, his mouth open just a little, tongue moving slightly across his lower lip. It seemed to Jay like he was moving in slow motion. His hand came up, fingers sliding into the shape of a gun. Tachyon staggered back, blood jetting from the ragged ruin of his right hand. The boy's hands were a blur. A cop grabbed him by the jacket. The leather boy sliced off his arm clean at the shoulder like it was the easiest thing in the world, and turned back to Tachyon. The alien had stumbled to his knees. The boy reached down for him, almost gently, as if he were going to caress his cheek, stroke that long red hair. But Jay was pointing. No one heard the pop. Too many people were screaming. But suddenly, Mackie Messer was gone. Dazed, trembling, Jay was hardly aware of the big blonde man who came crashing out of the crowd an instant later, glowing as yellow as a bug light and staggering almost in a circle as he punched at an assassin who was no longer there. "Who did that?" he shouted. All around them people were shouting, running into each other. The Secret Service had knocked down Jesse and covered him with their bodies. "An ambulance," a distant voice was calling. "Someone get an ambulance! Damn it! Damn it! Someone get an ambulance!" Everybody was waving guns, and Straight Arrow was holding a flaming arrow up over his head. TV cameras were circling like sharks. Jay heard someone say Aykroyd, but he wasn't sure who. The policeman was still making a hideous noise, but Tachyon had fallen silent. When Jay reached him, the little alien lay on the pavement, still as death, his eyes closed, his right arm clutched to his chest. Blood still came in short, ragged spurts from his wrist, and the ruffles of his lace shirt were as red as his hair. Jay smelled something burning somewhere behind him. Then he was shoved aside, none too gently. Straight Arrow knelt over Tachyon. Dimly, from his own haze of confusion and shock, Jay watched. The man held his hands over the raw, wet stump. Pale yellow flames leapt from his fingertips, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Tachyon's body thrashed feebly. The stump was black and seared when Calendar stood up. A couple of paramedics lifted Tachyon onto a stretcher. Jay wasn't sure when they'd arrived. "Aykroyd," someone said. Jay looked around. Straight Arrow was talking to him. "Where did you send him?" Jay couldn't think straight. "Yeah," he said. His hand was still clenched tightly in its gun shape. He flexed his fingers, ran them through his hair. "Oh, Jesus," he said, patting himself to make sure he was intact. "You!" someone bellowed at him. It was the big blonde guy. He looked almost as young as the leather boy. "Who the hell are you?" "Jay Aykroyd," Straight Arrow told him. "Private cop. They call him Popinjay." "I had the bastard!" The blonde guy made a fist, crushing a pack of cigarettes that he didn't seem to realize he was holding. Little bits of tobacco dribbled down over his pants. "I could have turned him into Jell-O! Oh, fuck!" He threw down the squashed cigarettes and kicked them into the crowd. Suddenly, Jay recognized Golden Boy. The reports of Braun's death were obviously exaggerated. Nobody ever told him anything. Where'd you send him, Ackroyd? Straight Arrow asked. Popped him. His lips were very dry. When he licked them, Jay tasted blood. The Mormon ace grabbed his lapels and shook him. Where'd you send the assassin? Oh, Jay said. New York. The Tombs. Straight Arrow let him go. Good, but Golden Boy was a lot less pleased. He walks through walls, he yelled. He seemed to feel a need to scream everything. Jay was starting to understand why Braun had never made it as an actor. He's out by now. That made Straight Arrow very unhappy. The Mormon gave a long sigh, then turned and walked away. Jay followed him, leaving Braun alone with his histrionics. Tachyon, Jay asked, grabbing Talander by the arm. Is he going to live? Only God can answer that question, Ackroyd. Pray. 6 p.m. Brennan sat in Father Squid's rectory, waiting for the dark. The priest was out on an errand for Brennan. Jennifer was still sleeping peacefully on the couch. Brennan had turned on the father's small black and white television and, with the volume turned way down, was watching with disbelief the day's events in Atlanta.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. The highlight, shown repeatedly from every conceivable angle and in excruciating slow motion, was Tachyon losing his hand. It was shown again and again until Brennan thought he was going to be sick. The latest word accompanying the footage was that Tachyon had lost a lot of blood and that he'd had such a severe shock to his system that the wound might prove fatal. Brennan prayed that the little alien would pull through. They were friends and comrades, having fought both the Swarm and the Shadow Fists together. But also, Brennan felt that Tachyon was one of the few people in the world who understood his motivations. Tachyon knew why he'd been compelled to fight Keon and the Shadow Fists. He had a sense of personal duty as deep as Brennan's. As he watched the clip of Tachyon losing his hand for the nth time, Brennan suddenly recognized someone else in the scene. Popinjay was at Tachyon's side. What the hell was the PI doing in Atlanta? Had he abandoned Chrysalis's case, or had some clue taken him to the convention? As Brennan was wondering about all this, Father Squid returned, carrying a gym bag and a large flat-sided leather case. He put the bags down before Brennan and said seriously, "I don't know if I should be encouraging you in this, Daniel." "You're not encouraging me, Father. You know that I'm doing only what must be done." He unzipped the leather case and took out his backup bow. The police had his other bow and most of his arrows, but Brennan had some left. Enough, he hoped. He opened up his gym bag and took out a black jumpsuit. He draped it over a chair and continued to wait for the dark. 8 p.m. "I wish George was here," Blaze said. For a moment, Jay thought the boy was talking about George Bush. The hospital waiting room had 2 television sets, both tuned to the convention, and he'd been hearing a lot about George Bush from the commentators. He was about to tell the kid that the last thing any of them needed right now was a Republican, when it dawned on him that Blaze meant his jolly old KGB uncle. "George is in New York," Jay told him. "Mackie Messer was in New York too, but he wasn't in the Tombs." Jay had phoned. Mackie had freaked out, turned a couple of his cellmates into Alpo, and walked right through the bars. The carnage in front of the Omni kept playing and replaying in his head, like a bad splatter movie. Jack Braun was one of the champion weenies of all time, but maybe he was right. Maybe Jay had fucked up, had inadvertently saved Mackie by popping him away before Braun could get to him. Or maybe he'd saved Tachyon's life. He just wasn't sure. And whether Golden Boy could actually have gotten to Mackie or not, teleporting him into the Tombs had been a ghastly mistake. There were other places Jay could have picked, empty, deserted places where no one would have died. Mackie was psychotic. He knew that from Digger. He should have thought about what his reaction would be when he found himself in that cell. But there hadn't been time to think. Everything had happened so goddamn fast. A horsefly was buzzing around Jay's head. He brushed it away and sighed. This afternoon was over. There was nothing he could do about it now, except live with it for a long, long time. They were the last ones left in the waiting room. A few reporters still haunted the steps outside, but only family, friends, and VIPs had been admitted to the hospital itself. There had been quite a few during the first hour of their vigil. Jokers by the score had come and gone, some bearing flowers or books or other tokens of their esteem. Hiram Worcester sat with Jay for almost an hour during the dinner recess, pale and silent. "I have to get back to the floor," he said when he finally stood to leave. "Tell him I was here." Jay had promised that he would. Leo Barnett prayed for Taquion and the TV cameras during his visit. "Lord," the Reverend had proclaimed, "hear me now, and spare this sinner. Grant him his life, that he may come to wisdom at last, and know your power and mercy, O Lord, and accept you into his heart as his personal Savior." Carnifex had swung by briefly, flashed his badge, and grilled one of the doctors. Jay was too far away to overhear what was said, but Ray seemed satisfied. A man in a cheap rubber frog mask had stuck it out longest, pacing restlessly as they waited for word, finally leaving as quietly as he had come. He was the last. Now there was only Jay and Blaze. "You think Taquion is going to die?" Blaze asked. He didn't sound very upset about the possibility. His tone was more one of idle curiosity than of fear. "Nah," Jay said. "If he was going to die, he'd have done it already. We've been here, 3 hours? They gotta have him stabilized by now." He wasn't sure who he was trying to reassure, the boy or himself. "If he dies, Baby belongs to me," Blaze mused. "Baby?" Jay said, confused. "What baby?" "That's his spaceship," the boy said, with all of a child's contempt for an adult who didn't know something he assumed everyone ought to know. "It's a stupid name. I'm going to think up a better name for her when she's mine." "Taquion's not dead yet," Jay said. Blaze yawned. He was stretched out across his chair in a boneless sprawl that said he could care less, his legs thrown up carelessly on the coffee table. "Was it really as gross as they say?" he asked. His eyes moved restlessly, tracking the fly as it circled around his head. "The Secret Service guy, the one who drove me, he said there was blood and fingers and everything just flying through the air." "It was real ugly," Jay said. The conversation was making him distinctly uncomfortable. "I bet he cried," Blaze said contemptuously. "He should have let me come. I could have grabbed the guy with my mind, just like that." He shot his hand out suddenly and caught the fly in his fist. Jay could hear it buzzing between the boy's fingers. "I could have made him cut himself up." Blaze closed his fist hard around the fly. "That would have been something," he said casually, opening his fingers and staring at the remains of the insect with a strange little smile on his face. Jay had a sudden image of the little hunchback killer lopping off his fingers one by one and singing "I'm a Little Teapot" as blood fountained from the stumps. "You know, Blaze," he said, "you are one weird fucking kid." Maybe he was being uncharitable. The boy might be in shock, terrified at the thought of losing his only living relative, hiding fear beneath a pose of indifference and adolescent bravado. Only somehow Jay didn't think so. The boy looked up at him. Beneath his tousled mass of glittery red hair, his eyes regarded Jay haughtily. They were purple, Jay saw, so dark that they were almost black. "I'm not a kid," Blaze informed Jay. "Figures," Jay said. "Just when you get old enough to want in, they throw you out." 9 p.m. The tunnels were dark, deserted, and very quiet. Brennan had figured they would be. He knew that the police had staked out the Crystal Palace, but he'd hoped they didn't know about the secret underground entrance Chrysalis had built. And they didn't. At least so far it seemed as if they didn't. Brennan had left Father Squid's rectory with the priest still watching over a sleeping Jennifer and had gone underground 2 blocks from the palace. He left the main line at Henry Street and went down the tunnel he'd used to gain access to the palace the night he'd surprised the oddity in Chrysalis's bedroom. There was, he remembered, a short spur off the tunnel that he'd never investigated before. He stopped before it, debating his course of action, the only light a dim beam from the flashlight he held in one hand. In the other was his bow, already assembled. As he stood there debating with himself, he heard a noise coming from the tunnel before him. It was a small, skittering noise of many tiny feet trying to be silent.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. He shone his light into the darkness with little effect. He didn't want to keep the flashlight illuminating himself as the perfect target in the otherwise dark tunnel, but he couldn't stand the thought of turning it off and standing there in utter blackness. He put it down at his feet and backed away, taking an arrow out of his quiver and placing it on his bowstring. As he stepped out of the feeble circle of light cast by his flashlight, he heard a voice. Her voice. "Daniel, my dear Archer, you don't have to be afraid of me." It was Chrysalis's voice, or her ghost's. There was no denying it. The double doors to the waiting room opened with a bang. "Are you the family?" a tired voice asked. Jay got to his feet. "I'm a friend," he said. He jerked a thumb toward Blaze. "He's the grandson." "Grandson?" The doctor sounded momentarily nonplussed. "Oh, that's right," he finally said. "I keep forgetting the patient is older than he looks, isn't that right?" "The question is not how old he is," Jay said. "The question is he going to get any older?" "He's suffered massive blood loss, not to mention major systemic shock," the doctor told them, "and it appears he was in a terribly weakened condition to begin with. Fortunately, first aid was applied at the scene. That made all the difference. Any more blood loss and he might have been DOA. We started him on plasma as soon as he arrived. The hand? I'm afraid we had to lose it. It wasn't a clean cut, you have to realize. The paramedics brought us 2 of the fingers, but with the way the flash was, well, chewed up, there just wasn't a hand to reattach them to. Amputation seemed the only viable "Okay, Jay," snapped impatiently. "So from now on, if he loses one mitten, it's no big deal. Is he going to live?" The doctor blinked at him, then nodded. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I believe we've pulled him through. We're listing his condition as serious but stable." "I want to see him," Blaze said, in High's most imperious tone. "I'm afraid we don't allow visitors in the intensive care unit," the doctor said. "Perhaps tomorrow we can move—" "Take us to him now," Blaze said. Those dark purple-black eyes narrowed just a little. He grinned boyishly. The doctor spun on his heels, straight-armed the double doors, and led them back to the ICU without another word. A bag of plasma hung over one side of the bed, an IV bottle over the other. Takyan had tubes in his arms and more tubes up his nose, wires attached everywhere. His eyes were closed, but Jay could see his chest rise and fall beneath the thin cotton of his hospital gown. "He's heavily sedated," the doctor said softly. "Blaze must have let him go." "For the pain?" Jay nodded and glanced over at Blaze. The boy was staring down at his grandfather with a look of ferocious intensity on his face. His eyes glistened, and for a moment Jay thought he saw a tear there. Then he realized it was only the moving readout on the monitor, reflected in the iris of his eyes. "Come on, Blaze," he said. "There's nothing we can do here." They passed through the waiting room again on the way out of the hospital. Up on the television screen, the convention was going crazy. Jesse Jackson was standing at the podium. People were screaming, balloons were falling from the ceiling, signs were waving madly, and the band had struck up a rousing chorus of "Happy Days Are Here Again." Jay had a bad feeling. He stopped by the nurse's station. "What's happened?" he asked the nurse on call. "Jesse just gave a speech. You should have heard him. It brought tears to my eyes. He's throwing his delegates to Hartman. It's all over but the voting." "Over?" Jay wanted to tell her. "Lady, it's just beginning." But he chewed his lip and said nothing. Blaze stood in front of the television, looking almost happy. When Jay came back over, he looked up eagerly. They're going to nominate Hartman, just like George said they would. The network cut away from the convention floor to the streets of Atlanta. Thousands of jokers were dancing in the streets. Outside the Omni, the Hartman cry went up, louder and louder. An impromptu parade was starting on Peachtree, a conga line that grew as it moved. Piedmont Park was one huge explosion of joy. The network cut from park to convention floor to street, letting the moment speak for itself. Jay put his hand on Blaze's shoulder and was just about to say that it was time they got back to the hotel when the boy said,
"Hey, look, Sasha." Jay looked. They were showing Piedmont Park, where a dozen jokers were dancing giddily around a bonfire while 50 others watched. He was standing just behind the dancers, the flames of the fire shining off slicked dark hair, pencil-thin mustache, and that pale, eyeless face. "Son of a bitch," Jay said. He'd almost forgotten about Sasha. He shouldn't have. The skinny fuck had some answers he needed. He was about to tell Blaze to head back to the Marriott on his own when he remembered what the kid could do with his mind control. All of a sudden, Jay had a better idea. "Hey kid," he said, "wanna play detective?" Brennan didn't believe in ghosts, but whatever was approaching from down the dark tunnel and speaking in Chrysalis's voice couldn't be Chrysalis. Chrysalis was dead. He'd seen her in her coffin. The face in the window had only been a dream. He backed away until he stood against the side of the tunnel and couldn't move anymore. "Daniel," the voice said, and the speaker stepped into the light. Brennan lowered his bow, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was Chrysalis. A miniature Chrysalis, perfect in every detail, but no more than 18 inches tall. Now he knew why the window had appeared so large in what he thought was his dream. He squatted down to see her better as she approached fearlessly. The mannequin mimicked her perfectly, down to the red painted fingernails, down to the tiny perfect heart beating in the cage of her ribs, down to the off-the-shoulder wrap that left one minute breast bare, invisible but for a tiny dark nipple, smaller than an eraser on the tip of a pencil. "What are you?" Brennan asked. "Come with me and I shall tell you everything." She smiled at him, turned, and walked back down the dark tunnel. He watched her for a moment, then, knowing he wasn't going to learn anything by remaining in the darkness, followed her, stopping only to pick up his flashlight. The corridor was short, but it took several minutes to traverse because the miniature Chrysalis took very tiny steps. Brennan shuffled slowly behind her. He directed his light to the end of the tunnel, eventually discovering that it ended in what seemed to be a blank wall. When they reached it, the little Chrysalis called out, and a hidden panel slipped open. Suspicious red eyes peered out. "I have brought the archer," she said. "He could hurt us," the watchman said, in a deep, surly voice. She said to trust him when his word was given. The little Chrysalis turned and looked at Brennan. "Do you promise not to hurt us?" Mystified and bewildered, Brennan said, "I promise." There was the sound of creaky bolts being thrown, and protesting metal squeaked on rusty runners. Dim light spilled from the hidden door as it swung slowly open. "Then enter," the watchman said. Brennan and the little Chrysalis stood at the threshold of a corridor. There were 20 or so beings in it. All were no more than 18 inches tall. Some were a lot smaller. Some were perfectly formed mannequins, others grotesque parodies of humanity, test models discarded by the creator and never put into mass production. Some looked more like animals than people, but all stared at Brennan with intelligence in their eyes. "She said to trust you. She said you would help," the watchman said, from the small platform that had been bolted next to the hidden door's peephole. He was one of the human-looking ones, though his leathery skin hung in folds over his nearly naked body like an overcoat that was 6 sizes too big. "Who are you?" Brennan asked, in a small voice.
"We were Chrysalis eyes and ears," the Chrysalis mannequin said proudly. "We moved about the city, unseen and undreamed of by the big world, and brought her the news that she was so eager to hear. She gave us a place to live, warm and dry and out of sight. She wiped at a tear that dripped down a crystalline cheek. But now she is dead." "It's you," Brennan said in a soft voice, "who's been leaving me notes and calling me up." "That's right," the tiny Chrysalis said. "We only tried to help. We stopped when we realized that we were confusing and hurting you. We were only trying to help you find out who murdered Our Lady. We tried to help the detective too, but he only called us names and chased us." "Then you don't know who killed her?" Brennan asked. The mannequin shook her head. "We never spied on the lady. It was a rule. She liked her loneness, even if at times she was sad in it." Brennan nodded. "But you know where she kept her files. She would come and knock, and we would let her in.
Then we would tell stories of what we'd seen, what we'd learned in our hiding places in the world outside. She would bring food and drink, and we would eat as she wrote things down. Once she never came for months. We wrote ourselves, but it was no fun without the lady. Where? Brennan asked. Where did you write? The tiny joker pointed a tiny finger to the chamber at the end of the corridor. More of the tribe were in the hallway, watching Brennan with eyes that were frightened and distrustful, angry and sad. One of the jokers, who looked like a tiny monkey with too many legs, turned on a shaded lamp as Brennan approached. The more skittish of Chrysalis' tiny spies peered at them silently from the dark edges of the room. The chamber was simply furnished with a comfortable chair, an antique desk, and a Tiffany lamp. Notebooks and binders and stacks of paper cluttered the desk. As Brennan glanced through them, he saw snippets about the sex life of politicians and the drug habits of bankers, notes on alliances between cops and gang figures, and even a list of which dodgers had trouble with high fastballs and which were suckers for curveballs in the dirt. Brennan frowned. "Is this it?" he asked the homunculus. "How in the world did she keep track of everything? Didn't she have a computer?" "She didn't need a computer," the chrysalis mannequin told Brennan. "She had Mother." "Mother?" The mannequin nodded and pointed. Brennan turned to follow her gesture and saw two homunculi dragging at a pole cord attached to a dark tapestry that covered the chamber's back wall. They pulled back the tapestry, and Brennan stared at what was revealed. There was a wall of flesh growing over a trestle against the back wall. It was gray and pink and purple and pulsated with a rippling rhythm, like a swimming manta ray. It was totally featureless. A dozen or so of the mannequins hung from or clung to the flesh. Some were clearly attached to the thing, growing from cords attached to their heads, limbs, or stomachs. Others were just nestling against it, as if for security or comfort. "What is it?" Brennan asked in a whisper. "Mother," the little chrysalis said. "We are her children. She cannot see nor talk aloud, but she speaks with her mind. She knows, she remembers everything we whisper to it while we rest in her bosom. Our lady gave her and us refuge. In return, she remembered for the lady." "She can't talk?" Brennan asked. The homunculus shook her head. "Only through her children." Brennan, who thought he'd seen just about every kind of joker imaginable, shook his head. He wondered where Chrysalis had found hither, actually, and how they had made their bargain. It was a story he would like to hear, but now there was no time. Later he and the little people could sit down and puzzle it out. Now he still had a murderer to uncover. "How can I talk to Mother?" Brennan asked. "Through us. Or," she said, "you might find what you're looking for in the lady's journal." Her journal? Somehow that sounded easier than dealing with Mother. And she was there for questioning if the journal didn't pan out. "Where is it?" "Right there," the homunculus said, pointing at a leather-bound volume sitting on top of the cluttered desk. As Brennan reached for it, he heard a soft scuttling step where there was no one to make it. He drew back barely in time as something invisible and metallic swung through the air, caught his cheek, and ripped it open, leaving a bloody gash. Between him and the diary, a pair of brown eyes floated 5.5 feet from the ground. There was loud chittering, and many of the homunculi ran for the dark corners of the room as Fade-Out materialized, pointing a pistol at Brennan. "Surprise, surprise," he said, grinning. "Drop your damn bow." 10 p.m. The park was as hot and humid as a hooker's mouth. Fires burned everywhere, and shouts and snatches of song echoed through the trees as they wandered from tent to tent, from campfire to campfire, looking for Sasha. In this hour, this night of triumph, even supposed gnats like he and Blaze were welcome. Everywhere they went, jokers shook their hands and slapped them on the back. Drinks were being thrust at them every time they turned around. Hartman buttons were pinned on their clothing at each stop. The night was heady with aroma. Sausages sizzling on a hibachi, hobo stew simmering over a campfire, a pair of squirrels turning slowly on a spit. The sound of beer cans being popped surrounded them like 1,000 aluminum crickets. People were drunk, stoned, excited, turned on, fucked up, and generally crazed. But it was a happy kind of insanity.
Greg Hartman was going to be president. He was going to kiss it and make it better. For the jokers and all the other poor damned souls in the park, Camelot was just around the corner. Jay wondered how they'd feel the morning they all woke up and realized that somehow Camelot had turned into Mordor. I want to go back to the hotel, Blaze whined yet again. This is boring. Hey, Jay told him, this is history in the making. Look around, taste it, smell it. Blaze sniffed the air suspiciously. That's just beer, he said. Beer and piss. Jay had to laugh. That sounded like one of his lines. Maybe you'll make a PI yet, kid. I'm tired of all these stupid jokers, Blaze said. You should let me mind control them. I bet they're just lying to you. I bet they all know Sasha. I could make them tell us. No, Jay said. When we find Sasha, you can take him, make him tell me the truth. That's all. They found Dawboy all alone in a field, playing with a manhole cover. He was throwing it like a frisbee, flinging it 20, 30 yards across the grass, then scrambling after it to throw it again. It didn't fly as well as a frisbee, but Dawboy didn't seem to mind. There was nothing but innocent, childlike joy on his great round face. But when Jay called out, the joker stopped and looked guilty. We're looking for Sasha, Jay asked him. He used to work at the Crystal Palace. Have you seen him anywhere? Dawboy slowly shook his head from side to side. I was just playing, he said. Blaze laughed. I know a good game he can play, he said. Dawboy's face went waxen, and he began to take off his clothes with thick, clumsy fingers. Jay swung around. Let him go, he snapped. Why should I? You can't make me. Jay slapped him. Blaze stood there, his eyes hot with anger, his cheek as red as his hair, and for a second Jay was afraid of what he might do. Then suddenly he looked away. Okay, he mumbled. I'm sorry. All right, Jay said, after a long moment. It's forgotten. Come on, Sasha's still out there somewhere. How did you find me here? Brennan asked Fade Out. Wait, don't tell me, he added, before the ace could say anything. Lazy dragon. Very astute, Fade Out said sarcastically. He lost you when you were grabbed by the police, but he picked you up again at the church by running down your usual haunts. And you followed me here. Quite right. Fade Out looked around. You do know the most interesting people. He reached over and picked up Chrysalis' journal. But this is what I've come for. This will give me more power than Chrysalis ever had, because I won't be reluctant to use the information. Brennan couldn't believe that he'd come so close to finding what he needed, only to have it snatched away at the last moment. He made a move to reach for Fade Out, but the ace swung his gun up and pointed it at Brennan's midsection. Wouldn't want me to have to shoot you, he asked as the miniature Chrysalis moved. She'd been standing on the desk next to Fade Out, and as he pointed his pistol at Brennan, she leaped and grabbed it by the barrel. Fade Out looked at her in shock as her weight dragged the barrel toward the floor. He cursed and shook the gun, but she wouldn't let go. As Brennan shouted, "No!" he pulled the trigger. The shot echoed loudly in the confined chamber. The bullet ripped the miniature Chrysalis off the barrel and sent her flying through the air. She spattered against Mother like a broken rag doll. Mother made no sound, but extruded long, human-like arms that cuddled the broken body against her mattress of flesh. Brennan kicked the gun from Fade Out's hand, and with the same smooth motion, backhanded him across the face and snatched the diary. Fade Out went down, blood from his crushed lip dribbling on his chin. He put a hand to his mouth to wipe it away and mumbled, "You're dead now, you bastard," and threw something at Brennan. It hit his chest and bounced onto the desktop. It looked like a carved bit of potato. Brennan backed away as the potato expanded, taking on black bands of fur, a large chubby body, and a round funny face with big black circles on its eyes. The giant panda grinned at him. It was cute as hell with its fat, furry body and comical face. It was also twice Brennan's weight and had formidable talons and bright, sharp, shining teeth. "Kill him, dragon," Fade Out directed. The panda made a whining, bleating noise and carefully climbed off the desk and advanced on Brennan as the homunculi ran screaming and skittering from the chamber. There was no way Brennan could hope to defeat the thing, and it was between him and the door. The only factor he had on his side was superior speed. The damn roly-poly panda couldn't be as fast as him, he hoped. He backed up further into the chamber, and the panda padded after him, a stupid grin on its amiable, clownish features. When Brennan could go no further, it reared up on its hind legs and growled as if a buzzsaw were rumbling deep in its throat. Brennan moved. He tried to dodge around the creature, but the bastard was fast, damn fast. Brennan felt a surge of agony rip through his left arm as the panda swung a huge paw and caught him squarely on the forearm. Brennan felt bones break and flesh tear, but he was by the panda and running. Fade out had faded, but his eyes were still visible, so he tried to stop Brennan, but Brennan stiff-armed him and knocked him on his ass as he skidded by and went out into the tunnel. He looked to the left, where the sewer line lay, and then to the right, which led to a stepladder to the basement of the Crystal Palace. Brennan didn't want to be trapped in the underground tunnel. He had to go up. He caught his breath at the pain that lanced through his arm. Both bones in his forearm were broken. The radius had ripped through his flesh, and blood spurted in time with the pulses of agony surging up his arm. Brennan breathed deeply and rhythmically to get the pain under control as he ran down the corridor and grabbed a ladder leading up to the basement. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the panda coming down the corridor a lot faster than he thought possible. He transferred the journal to the crook of his injured arm, groaning as the torn flesh and broken bones took its weight, and fumbled in his hip pocket. He took the transmitter from his pocket, activated it. "Crystal Palace," he croaked. He dropped it as he pulled himself up the ladder with his good hand. The trapdoor at the top of the ladder resisted his efforts at first, but opened when he banged his good shoulder against it, sending waves of agony pounding down his injured arm. Brennan pulled himself into the storeroom and slammed the trapdoor back down. A flight of rickety wooden stairs went up to the first floor, and Brennan took them at a run, bursting into a corridor that led to the palace's restrooms. A woman going down the corridor toward the bathrooms took one look at Brennan, bloody-faced and with the radius of his right arm sticking out of his flesh like a jagged spear stub, and screamed. Brennan bolted past her and burst into the tap room of the Crystal Palace. Everyone stared at him. No one tried to stop him as he plowed into the tap room, but the press of customers formed a blockade that Brennan couldn't push through. There came another piercing scream from the hallway, and Brennan knew that Lazy Dragon was still on his trail. And he didn't have the problem that Brennan did. Lazy Dragon simply crashed through the crowd, scattering it like screaming tenpins. Brennan, knowing he wasn't going to outrun the panda, turned with his back against the bar, his right arm an agonizing hunk of dead meat hanging from his shoulder. The smart customers were leaving. The slow, the curious, the drunk, and the stupefied stayed to watch as the panda closed on Brennan, its cute little face grinning a grin that exposed razor-sharp teeth capable of biting off an arm with a single chomp. "Give me the book," Fade Out commanded from behind the bear, but Brennan shook his head. "Take it," ordered, and the panda advanced like slow, inescapable doom. Brennan gathered himself for a final attempt to escape as the panda shuffled forward on his hind feet. He feinted to his left, quickly shifted low and to the right, and almost scooted away. Almost. The ace slammed a paw down across Brennan's back, and it felt like the ceiling had fallen on him. Brennan dropped to his knees with the breath squeezed from his lungs, rolled, and came to his feet right in front of the panda. The ace slapped the journal away from him as easily as taking candy from a child, and Fade Out retrieved it. "Finish the job," he told Dragon. The remaining spectators crowded as best they could to the edges of the room. "Leave him alone." The unexpected voice sounded calm in the hushed silence, and oddly gentle. The panda turned slowly, one gigantic paw still raised and ready to smash Brennan to jelly. A squat, hunchbacked figure had materialized in the open area between the onlookers and Brennan and the panda. "Dragon," His eyes on Quasimodo, swatted at Brennan, who took the blow on his shoulder and managed to roll with it a little. He smashed against the bar with a jolt that brought tears to his eyes. Somehow he managed to pull himself to his knees and say, "We need the journal," before collapsing in agony. Quasimodo advanced slowly, dragging his stiff left leg behind him. "Give me the book," he told Fade Out, and as he switched his attention to Fade Out, the panda charged. It struck Quasimodo like a runaway train smashing into a cliff face. The two hurtled backward into the screaming spectators. It was a miracle that no one was crushed as Dragon's momentum crashed them both through the wall. Wood shattered and pipes burst, and a spray of water showered the room. Brennan pulled himself to his feet as they came crashing back through the hole they'd made in the wall, the panda first, Quasimodo after him. Quasimodo lifted a heavy wooden table and battered his foe. His first blow crushed the panda flat on the floor, shattering the table to kindling. The panda got to its feet and charged at Quasimodo, smashing him through the bar and into the large mirror and racks of bottles behind. Lupo deserted his post with a despairing yow as mirror and bottles burst into a million scintillating shards. Brennan swayed on his feet, undecided.
He wanted to help Quasimodo, but realized there was nothing he could do against Dragon. He wanted to follow Fade Out, but the ace had already managed to disappear in the dark room filled with running, screaming people. Dragon and Quasimodo smashed through the bar again and rolled about the floor like angry behemoths, punching and kicking and clawing one another. The panda had blood on its fur, Brennan wasn't sure whose, and Quasimodo's shirt had been ripped off his back, exposing the mass of bone and flesh that was his hump. Brennan's nose twitched at a sudden foul smell in the air. It was gas, natural gas. The battling aces had broken a gas line as well as a water line when they'd smashed through the wall. Brennan had a moment of calm, coherent thought, realizing that everyone had to get out before a spark ignited the gas that had seeped into the room. He turned to shout to everyone to leave, but it was too late. There was a muted, whooshing roar, and flames blossomed near the shattered wall. Someone yelled, "Fire!" and the pandemonium was complete. There was a panicked flight toward the door. Some were trampled, but cooler heads somehow dampened the frenzy. Brennan realized that it would be impossible to force his way through the crowd, so he headed to the stairway that led to the exits on the upper floors. He paused at the foot of the stairs and watched Quasimodo and Dragon waltz around the floor in a clumsy dance. The panda's paws were on Quasimodo's shoulders, and Quasimodo had his hands locked around the animal's throat. Its snarling, spitting face was only inches from Quasimodo's. "Quasimodo!" Brennan's voice cut through the panic like a bullhorn through fog. "Break it off, Quasimodo!" He never knew if the Joker heard, whether he'd decided he'd had enough, or whether his brain slipped off, wandering God alone knew where. Quasimodo suddenly vanished, teleporting away just as the panda snapped its jaws shut in a bite that would have taken Quasimodo's face off. It groped around in bewilderment for its vanished foe and staggered into a pillar of flame that suddenly shot from the hole it had helped pound in the wall. The air was suddenly speared by the scent of burned fur, and the panda tottered about, spreading the fire as it bumped into the shattered bar and the broken furniture that littered the floor. It finally stopped and plopped down on its rear. It let out a few whining bleats, then seemed to shrivel into itself, shrinking to its original negligible size. Brennan started to go upstairs, then remembered Mother and the homunculi in the basement. He hesitated, cursing himself, then headed back for the corridor that led to the basement storage room and the chamber below. The corridor was thick with smoke. Brennan ran, bending below the acrid fumes, found the open trapdoor, and went down the ladder. The air suddenly became searing hot, and Brennan knew that the fire had spread to the storeroom above. Mannequins were scurrying from Chrysalis's secret chamber, wailing and crying like lost cats. Brennan looked inside. Mother had pulled away from the wall and was flopping and squirming on the floor like a living mattress. Most of the homunculi had pulled away from her, but those attached with umbilical cords were as trapped as she was. Brennan hesitated, almost turning and leaving. Then a vast telepathic wave of fear and desperation washed over him, so powerful that even his non-receptive mind could sense it.
Whatever she looked like, Brennan realized, however hideous and inhuman her shape, Mother was still a person. He didn't know if he'd be able to drag her away with only one arm, but he knew that he had to try. He took a deep breath of the smoke-fouled air, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the secret chamber. "I'm coming," he called. He ran into the chamber and managed to tip up a corner of Mother's rectangular body. Her flesh was warm and rubbery and pulsating, and it had a pleasant, somehow soothing smell even in the smoky chamber. He got down on his knees and somehow managed to hoist her onto his back. Sparks sprinkled from the ceiling, and smoke rolled into the chamber like thick fog. "It's all right," Brennan shouted. He caught his breath at the horrible pain in his broken arm. "We're going to make it." Then the ceiling fell in. 11 p.m. The sound of singing floated through the night, a ragged, drunken harmony in a couple different keys. The lyrics were something about hanging Leo Barnett from a sour apple tree. The path curved off to the left, but Jay cut across the grass and through a stand of trees. Blaze followed desultorily, kicking at the occasional rock. The fire was out. The only light came from a few embers glowing feebly amidst the ashes. It wasn't until they were quite close that Jay realized the group of jokers squatting by the tent wasn't a group at all. Or maybe it was, if you count Siamese quints as a group. By then the singing had stopped. All the eyes were looking at him. The 5 bodies were twisted and malformed, flesh flowing into flesh in places and ways that made Jay want to turn his head. He wasn't even sure you could really call them quints. There seemed to be 5 bodies, but they shared 4 heads and maybe 7 legs between them. On the other hand, they'd come out way ahead on the arm and tentacle count. "Oh, gross," Blaze said with astonishing tact. Jay ignored him and hoped the jokers would too. "Maybe you could help me," he said. "I'm looking for a friend of mine, name of Sasha. Skinny, slicked-down hair, kind of a fussy dresser. Has one of those little pencil mustaches like you see on desk clerks in old movies." No response. No eyes. Did I mention that? Just skin. 4 mismatched faces regarded him dully. Jay couldn't decide if they were stupid or hostile or what. He waited a long, awkward moment and tried again. "Maybe you don't know him. He used to work at the Crystal Palace. You guys from New York?" "I can make it," Blaze said eagerly. "Just watch. I'll make it get up and do a little dance." "They don't talk," a woman's voice said from behind him. Jay turned around. He could barely make her out, just a shadowy form sitting under a tree. "I heard them singing," he said. "They sing," the calm voice replied. It was a young woman. Through the branches, he could see the moonlight reflected on pale white skin. Her dress was unbuttoned down the front, and she was cradling something in her arms. "They sing, but they don't talk." "Oh," Jay said. He stopped a few feet away from her. He could see one breast, pale and cone-shaped. A baby was nursing at the other. She stroked it gently as it sucked. She looked very young, no more than 18, sad and pretty. Her baby in her arms was a round red thing like a bowling ball of flesh. "I'm sorry," Jay said. "I didn't mean to intrude." "I know where Sasha is," the woman said. In the darkness behind her, someone moved. Jay looked up, saw eyes peering out of the bushes. They were pale green and burned with a dim feral glow. He was staring at them when he heard a soft footstep behind him. The hairs on the back of his neck stirred. There was a sudden, overwhelming sense of being watched, and all at once Jay was terrified. He backed away from the woman and the sad, twisted creature in her arms, trying not to show any of the fear that was tearing at his guts inside. "Blaze, we're getting the fuck out of here," he said. He turned. Sasha stood behind the boy, his eyeless stare fixed on Jay. Easily was there too. He could see her body, full and lush. She was naked, and in the darkness, her eyes glowed red, brighter than the embers in the fire. She smiled at him and said nothing. Jay must have made some kind of noise, because Blaze turned around. He saw Sasha, but then his eyes went to Easily and got big. He grinned, then gave a low hoot of approval that Jay knew he hadn't learned from Tachyon. The boy had no idea of the shit they were in. "Sasha," Jay began. "No," Sasha replied. "Now it's too late for talking."
A man with a club came sliding out of the darkness, his feet bare, silent as a shadow. He swung, missed, Jay danced aside and made his gun with his fingers and popped him away.
Someone leaped onto his back. He went down hard and rolled. Long fingernails raked across his face, clawing for his eyes. Jay caught the hand.
Chrysalis was deteriorating before his eyes. Her crystal flesh clouded with corruption and fell away from her face and body in rotten chunks. Blood ran in sluggish tears from her eyes. Her breath whispered in a ghastly rattle from her laboring lungs. He held a corpse in his arms. He felt guilt tear angrily at him, and with her last gasp, she said, "Brennan." And he awoke soaked with sweat and shaking from horror and anesthesia reaction. "How do you feel?" someone asked from his bedside. "Fine," Brennan lied. "Where am I?" Brennan turned and looked at the speaker for the first time. He was a young man in a white lab coat with a stethoscope around his neck. He looked like a cross between a surfer boy and a Palomino pony. Dr. Finn, that was his name. "The Jokertown Clinic," Dr. Finn told him. Brennan nodded wearily. "You know," Finn went on, "it's most astonishing that you're with us at all." Brennan nodded again. He was groggy and disoriented, but he was starting to remember things. The fire. Mother. The ceiling collapsing. "It seems," Dr. Finn said, watching him closely, "that a fireman found you in a secret subterranean room when looking through the wreckage of the Crystal Palace. Apparently you were saved from the flames by something that was only a charred, fleshy mass covering your back when the firemen discovered you." "Mother," Brennan whispered. His mouth felt as if it were full of wet cotton batting, and his right arm was a hunk of unfeeling meat encased in a plastic cast. He sat up and swung his legs onto the floor, fighting sudden vertigo that made his head swirl as if he were in the middle of a 3-day drunk. His arm was totally numb, but he knew that the numbness would wear off unfortunately quickly. "Where are my clothes?" "You're in no condition to leave the hospital," Finn said gravely. "Your arm was broken pretty badly, and you've lost a lot of blood. You've also got some burns on your hands and face. You should rest for at least a day." Brennan shook his head. "I've no time to rest." "I can't be responsible if you leave the clinic," Finn said, his tail twitching in distress. "You're not responsible for anything. I am." Brennan stood and almost immediately collapsed again when he was struck by a severe attack of vertigo. "Now, where are my clothes?" Finn shook his head. "If you're really determined to leave, I won't stop you. Wait here a minute and I'll find your clothes. It may take a while because everything's a mess this morning." "The fire?" Brennan asked. "No, the Crystal Palace was destroyed, but there were actually very few injuries from the fire. It seems that half the staff was up all night partying with the rest of Jokertown, and the other half is being run ragged trying to treat the results of that partying." "Partying?" Brennan asked. "Why?" "Oh, I guess you couldn't have heard. Senator Hartman was nominated for the presidency last night. All of Jokertown's gone Hartman crazy." Somewhere in the darkness, the voices were arguing. "It's not fair," the first voice said. "We need the kiss too. He spends so much time with him. How long is he going to keep us waiting?" "As long as he desires," the second voice said. "It is not our right to question the master's comings and goings."
Time Elise does things in his own time, for his own reasons. "We ought to kill them both," the first voice said. "They're dangerous." "No," said a third voice, a woman's voice. "Not these sweet ones. The master will want to taste them, to ride them, to feel them beneath him. The master will want to hear them scream." That was enough to open Jay's eyes. "What about us?" He saw the centipede man pacing, his voice high and nervous. "What if he likes them better than us? We'll never get the kiss. I can't stand it when he goes off." Jay lay face down on a decaying, foul-smelling couch, his head turned to one side, arms tied behind his back. At least he hoped they were tied behind his back. He couldn't feel them anymore, and when he tried to move his fingers, there was only numbness. The upholstery smelled of piss. His head was pounding, and his ribs screamed at the slightest motion. He was still in the same dank cellar. He could see an old hot water heater a few feet away, its pipes eaten by rust. Beyond it was a second room, larger than the one he was in, where shadowy figures waited in the faint light that poured through grime-encrusted windows. Jay tried to count them, but there were too many, some of them moving around.
When he tried to concentrate, his skull felt like it was about to split open. He must have groaned or whimpered or somehow given away the game. The argument stopped suddenly, and he heard footsteps. Rough hands turned him over toward the ceiling. Sasha stood above him. The telepath looked a little worse for wear. His hands were trembling, and strands of dark hair were plastered to his pale forehead with sweat. "What?" Jay said. It was all he could manage. His lips and throat were dry and raw. "What?" he repeated. "Get him some water," Sasha said. A moment later, Azili knelt beside him, holding a glass to his lips. Her hands were hot, but the water was cool, and Jay gulped it down greedily and let it run over his lips and chin. "Suck," Azili whispered in his ear, laughing, and Jay could smell her and feel the heat that came off her skin in waves. "You should never have followed us to Atlanta," Sasha said. Jay sputtered through the last of the water. "My arms," he managed. "The rope's cutting off my circulation. Let me loose." "I'm blind, not stupid," Sasha said. "You can't use your power with your hands tied. You need to point your finger to make believe your hand is a gun. He's trying to trick us." The human centipede stepped up behind Sasha. He was tall and stooped, hunched over like a question mark, his face a pinched afterthought on a narrow, hairless head. All his arms were grotesquely long and thin, skin pulled taut over bone and muscle. But there were so many of them. "I told you he was dangerous," the Joker said. "Kill him." He had a long serrated knife in one of his myriad hands. "No," Sasha said. "He's too valuable." "A treasure," Azili whispered. "You know how the master feels about aces," Sasha said. "Ask the others," the centipede man insisted. "Do I get a vote?" Jay wanted to know. Azili laughed, and Sasha turned his eyeless face toward Jay. "You'd vote for life," he said solemnly. "Stupid." His fingers rubbed idly at a large scab on the side of his neck. "You've been a bad boy," Azili said teasingly. "What did you do to them, eh?" "All our lovely friends, I told you," Sasha said. "He teleported them away, to New York City." "The master will be angry," Azili said. She ran a finger lightly down Jay's cheek, delicately circled his ear. "So many mounts, gone. You'll have to be punished." "The master," Jay repeated. "Who's that? Hartman?" Azili looked at him blankly. "The puppet man," Jay said, remembering the name Tachyon had used. The centipede glanced at Sasha in confusion. "Is that what this is all about?" Sasha said. "You poor sad fool. You have no idea what you've blundered into." He gave a short, sharp laugh that had no humor in it. "But then again, few of us," he added bitterly. "I want to play with him," Azili said. Her hand worked at his belt and slid into his pants. "Not tonight, honey," Jay said weakly. "I've got a headache." Azili smiled and took her hand off his cock. "When he kisses you," she whispered, "then you will be mine again. He likes to have the new mounts fuck me. He will ride you, and you will ride me." "Some fun," Jay said. Azili ran her tongue across her lower lip. There was a scab on her neck, too. Jay had seen it before, the night they'd bawled on her carpet, but he'd forgotten about it. Now it was right there in front of him, an old sore, crusted over with a scab, just like Sasha's. He looked up at the centipede. The hole in his neck was open and raw, the skin around it red and inflamed. All of them, Jay thought wildly. Not Joker, terrorists, or militant Hartman fanatics, but something else, something terrible. His stomach clenched inside him, and again he had a sick feeling of vertigo and a sense of unspeakable dread, as if he had just dropped into his nightmare. "You won't get away with this," Jay said, with all the bravado he had left. "Blaze will tell them what happened. They'll come after you. Tachyon, Hiram." He tried to think of who else might come looking for him, and couldn't come up with any names. "I'm a popular guy, Sasha," he finished weakly. "They're not going to fuck around with me." Azili thought that was hilarious. Her laughter was almost hysterical. The centipede joined in. "The boy won't be telling anybody anything," Sasha said, almost sorrowfully.
He reached down and grabbed the front of Jay's shirt and jerked him upright to a sitting position. There, behind the sofa, a monstrous shape filled the gray shadows along the wall. In the dimness, Jay saw arms, tendrils, claws, flesh twisting into flesh, and eyes. It wasn't until the creature moved that Jay recognized the Siamese Quint. Blaze was slumped unconscious on a mattress at its feet, wrist and ankle shackled to nearby pipes. His face was battered and bruised, and dried blood had caked over one eye, sealing it shut. All Jay could think was that Dr. Tachion was going to be really pissed. Noon. Brennan headed immediately to Our Lady of Perpetual Misery. As he crossed Jokertown, he could observe the tail end of the mass party that Finn had told him about. Drunks were still staggering about the street wearing Hartman Jackson campaign buttons. Hartman banners festooned practically every building, having appeared magically overnight like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. Hartman posters were stapled to every flat surface. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing his smiling face. His omnipresence was almost eerie, and for the first time, Brennan felt some misgivings about such an uncritical, overwhelming passion. Father Squid was still conducting Mass, so Brennan slipped in the back of the church and waited, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. The Joker sitting in the pew next to him glanced over once, saw the state of Brennan's clothing, then decided that it was far more important to pay attention to what was happening with the Mass than stare at the blood-stained knot who'd sat down beside him. Mass lasted only a few more minutes, but the church took a long time to empty. Brennan caught the priest's eye as he was surrounded by members of the congregation who wished to talk to him, mainly, it seemed, about the coming of Hartman and the expected golden age. And Father Squid called Quasiman over and whispered a few words to him. Quasiman shuffled off, and Father Squid gestured significantly to Brennan. Brennan slipped out of the church and went around to the back, where Quasiman was unlocking the rectory. "I hope you're all right," Brennan told the Joker. He could see a series of deep scratches running down Quasiman's face. "Sure," Quasiman said. "Do you think you'll be needing me soon?" Brennan looked at him. Quasiman looked back with deep, intelligent eyes that held no memories at all of last night. I think I'll be able to handle things now. But if I do need you, I'll let you know." "Okay," Quasiman said. "I'll be ready."
He opened the door to the rectory, and Brennan went quietly inside. The shades were drawn, and Jennifer was still asleep on the couch. Her face looked smooth and serene as that of a child. Her skin color was good, her chest rose and fell with easy regularity. She looked well on the road to recovery, but Brennan didn't want to jeopardize her health by waking her. He quietly tiptoed to the hallway that led to Father Squid's little bedroom. His bag was sitting by the bedroom door. He took off his battered, bloody clothes and discovered how hard a simple thing like changing pants can be with an arm in a cast. Once he accomplished this, he closed the door behind him and sat down on Father Squid's waterbed and rested for a moment. He took a deep breath. Dr. Finn had been right. He was worn out already. He hoped the rest of the day would be easy on him. Right now, he didn't have the strength to fight half his weight in puppies. He picked up the phone by the bedstand and dialed a number that had been given him by a cat. It rang once, then a recorded message came on that said, "We're sorry, the number you're trying to reach is no longer in service." He hung up the phone. Fade Out worked fast. He even had the telephone company jumping. Brennan sat on the bed, thinking for a moment. Kian might know where Fade Out's headquarters were, but the thought of going to his enemy for help made Brennan gag. He would do it if he had to, but there were others he could see first. There was one other he was particularly eager to see. He put the last weapon he had, a snub-nosed .38, securely in the waistband of his fresh set of jeans and went out into the living room. He watched Jennifer sleep for a moment and resisted a powerful urge to kiss her. He walked through the living room without making a sound and closed the door silently behind him. Quasiman was sitting in the grass, listening to whatever thoughts they were that drifted like clouds across his mind. "Tell Father Squid I'll be back," Brennan said, but Quasiman gave no sign that he'd heard. Brennan smiled to himself, well aware how lucky he'd been that Quasiman had responded when he'd needed him the night before. As he went through the churchyard to the street beyond, he wished that he could always be that lucky. He stepped to the sidewalk just as an empty cab went by. Brennan whistled shrilly, and the cab stopped a little ways up the block. Maybe, he thought, my luck has shifted. "Twisted Dragon," he said to the cabbie, who nodded, flipped the flag with his flipper, and pulled off down the street. The talkative cabbie was festooned with Hartman buttons, and Brennan let him jabber on about the crucial events in Atlanta while putting in only an occasional grunt to sustain his end of the conversation. "The fur," the cabbie said, "is really gonna fly now. Hartman versus Bush. Oh boy. And if Hartman don't win, Jokertown is gonna go crazy. I don't think Tachyon will be too welcome around here. Why do you think he done it?" The cab pulled up in front of the Twisted Dragon. "Why do you think Tachyon turned his back on us?" the cabbie asked Brennan again. Brennan would have shrugged, but the cast made that difficult. "I'm sure he had his reasons," he said, only vaguely aware of what the cabbie had said and not at all sure of what Tachyon had done or hadn't done. The answer didn't please the cabbie, who burned away from the curb despite the 20 that Brennan handed him. Brennan went inside the Dragon, dismissing the political maneuverings from his mind. He had more immediate problems to worry about, and so did Lazy Dragon, whom Brennan spotted drinking at the bar. The Twisted Dragon was as crowded and noisy as it usually is, which is saying a lot on both accounts. Brennan simply walked up behind Dragon, who jerked with surprise when Brennan stuck a knuckle in his back, simulating the barrel of a gun. "Nice to see you again, pal," Brennan said. "Shall we have a little chat?" Dragon nodded once, and his hand started to go slowly to his jacket pocket, until Brennan jammed the knuckle a little harder into his back. "Relax. Keep your hands in sight. I don't want you turning into a teddy bear and scaring all these people." "All right," Dragon said quietly, his hands resting flat on the bar. "What do you want?" "I could want your ass, chum, but you saved my life once, so we'll call it quits. If you tell me how to get in touch with Fade Out." "All I have is a phone number," Dragon said, "the one I gave you a few days ago." Brennan shook his head. "It's no good anymore." "Then I can't help you." Brennan stared at Dragon, who returned his gaze steadily. "All right, but if you're lying, if you know how to get in touch with Fade Out and warn him that I'm coming, then it's open season on dragons, and I've got my hunting permit right here." He increased the pressure with his knuckle. Dragon shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Why should I care what you white dudes do to each other?" he asked. "Good attitude," Brennan said, and faded into the crowd. Cross Dragon off the list, Brennan thought when he hit the street. It was time to visit the Magic Kingdom again. "Blaze," Jay said, in an urgent stage whisper. The boy's eyes were closed, but Jay could see the tension in his muscles. He was conscious, Jay was convinced of it. Groggy maybe, terrified almost certainly, but conscious. In the next room, Charm was singing. That was what the others called the Siamese Quintet. Jay had a sick feeling he knew what that was short for. Sasha had left 20 minutes ago, after saying something about needing to get a new boy. From the conversation, Jay gathered that he had popped away the old boy last night in the park. He wasn't quite clear what they needed a boy for, but it seemed to have something to do with the master's travel plans. Sasha's telepathy would have made any attempt at escape futile. If they were going to make a move, they had to do it now. As near as Jay could determine, there were only 5 people left in the other rooms. 6 if you counted the grotesque infant nursing at its mother's breast. He figured he could discount the mother and child. Azili and the Joker, who looked like a sack of blood pudding, shouldn't be too dangerous either. That left only Charm and the Centipede Man. The Centipede sat beneath a window in the other room, a whetstone in one of his left hands, a half-dozen knives in his rights. The arms on the right side of his body moving with a strange rhythmic grace as he sharpened the blades. The sound of steel against stone lent an eerie counterpoint to Charm's singing. "Blaze," he whispered again. "Come on, damn it, wake up." The boy opened his eyes. All the arrogance was gone from them now. Even in the darkness, Jay could see how scared they were. The contemptuous junior mentat had turned back into a little boy on him. "We gotta get out of here," Jay said, trying to keep his voice low. "This is the best chance we're going to get."
They hurt me, Blaze said, his voice cracked with pain. He spoke much too loud. For a moment, Jay stiffened, but the singing went on in the next room. I know, Jay whispered. Blaze, you have to keep your voice down. If they hear us, we're fucked. I'm scared, Blaze said. His voice was softer, but not soft enough. I want to go home. Pull yourself together, Jay said. I need you. You have to mind control one of them. I tried, Blaze said. Last night, I had Sasha, but they didn't listen to him. And then that thing, that joker, too many minds. I wasn't even sure how many. And some of them, it was like an animal mind, only smarter. And it kept sliding away from me. I couldn't get a grip. They hurt me. He was crying now. A line of red ran down one cheek, where his tears mingled with the dried blood that had closed his eye. They're going to hurt you a lot worse if we don't get out of here, Jay said. You don't need to mess with the big ugly one. Just grab the guy who looks like a centipede. Make him stand up and say, I'm going to go check on the prisoners.
You got that? I'm gonna go check on the prisoners, Blaze repeated numbly through swollen, cracked lips. Casual, Jay stressed. Make it real casual. Then get the fucker back here with one of his knives and have him cut me loose. Once my hands are loose, we're home free. I'll pop you back to the Marriott and you can bring the cavalry, okay? I don't know, Blaze said. I thought you were part Takeshan, Jay whispered with all the scorn he had in him. You guys good for anything but crying? Blaze blinked back tears, then nodded slowly. I'll try. The boy's battered face twisted in concentration. Jay held his breath. The singing went on for what seemed like an eternity. Then a chair pushed back, and he heard a thin voice announce, much too formally, I'm going to go check on the prisoners. The singing stopped. Jay heard footsteps. Too many footsteps. The centipede crossed the cellar like a sleepwalker, knelt down in front of Jay, groped behind him, and started sawing at his bonds with a knife. From the sound it made, Jay had the sick realization that his hands were bound with wire, not rope. Charm came in just behind him, lurching forward with a ponderous, stumbling gait. One head glanced over at Jay and the centipede, and ignored them. All the other eyes stayed fixed on Blaze. No, the boy whimpered as the Joker's vast dark shadow fell across him. He tried to scuttle back on the mattress, but there was no place to hide. One of Charm's hands reached up into the pipes that ran along the ceiling and emerged with a baseball bat. The first swing caught the boy's head with a crack that made Jay nauseated. 2 p.m. This time, Brennan's approach was straightforward. He knew where he was going, he knew what he wanted to do. Quinn's garden was gorgeous in the afternoon sunlight. He either had tremendous horticultural skills or had hired a superb landscaping service. Brennan wouldn't mind talking gardening with the Eskimo, and if things went right, he'd have his chance. He cut through the poppy bed and approached the caterpillar sentinel from the rear. As it had done the first time he stumbled upon it, the machine turned its head slowly, grinned, welcomed him, then dispersed a billowing cloud of gas in his direction. Brennan fell, artistically he hoped. He winced when his right arm hit the turf and twisted so that his left hand was under his body. He held his breath as the gas dissipated, and took shallow, cautious breaths when he had to. He got a little dizzy from the residue gas, but then he was still feeling woozy from his medical treatment anyway. He lay there for 10 minutes before he heard approaching footsteps and a grumbling voice. Sunday afternoon, it was saying. Sunday afternoon. Can't a man be left in peace to enjoy himself even on the weekends? What's this world coming to? The grumbling stopped, and through slitted eyes, Brennan saw Quinn staring down at him. Now who's this? Quinn continued his monologue. Who's caught in the web spun by my caterpillar? Wait a minute. Caterpillars don't spin webs, do they? That's right, Brennan said, sitting up and pointing his gun at Quinn. You're thinking of spiders. You're unconscious, Quinn said. You can't talk.
Brennan could see that the Eskimo was badly ripped, but that wasn't unusual. He peered doubtfully at Brennan, seemingly not even cognizant of the gun Brennan was pointing at him. "Running downs through your system this afternoon, Quinn?" He nodded tranquilly. "Quaaludes. Lucky me. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're going back to your place, then we're gonna call up someone else and have a little party. That all right with you?" Quinn nodded agreeably. "Sure, Sundays are boring anyway. There's usually nothing on television worth watching at all." "You first," Brennan said, waving his gun at Quinn. He didn't want to get within reach of the doctor, in case Quinn realized what was happening and tried to sink his finger needles into him again. Brennan got a better view of the inside of the mansion than the last time he was there. Whatever taste Quinn had in landscaping didn't extend to interior design. The inside of his magic kingdom was decorated in what could best be called exotically eclectic taste. The entrance hall was lined with portraits of famous drug addicts of the past, including Edgar Allan Poe, Sherlock Holmes, Elvis Presley, and Tom Marion Douglas. The room Quinn led him to had a group of display cases that housed, among other things, a collection of Chinese opium bottles and antique Turkish water pipes. Against one wall were terrariums with rare and delicate species of fungus and cactus. Against another were aquariums with various species of pufferfish. "Quite a place you've got here," Brennan said. "Thanks," Quinn beamed. "It's thematic, you know." "Yeah," Brennan said. "Now I want you to make that phone call. Who are we calling?" "Fade Out. I want you to get him here fast. Tell him you've discovered something new, something important that he has to see right away. Can you handle that?" "Hey." Quinn stood straight up, sharp as a tack. But he stopped and peered at Brennan. "But why should I?" Brennan decided that subtlety was out of the question. "Because I got a gun," he said, pointing it at Quinn. "And I want you to." "Hey," Quinn said, backing away. "I was only asking." He went to the telephone, and Brennan kept pace behind him, out of arm's reach. He peered at the number that Quinn was trying to dial. It was different than the number that Fade Out had given him, as Brennan had suspected it might be. He didn't think Fade Out would hand out his secure number to just anyone. Quinn, meanwhile, was having difficulty dialing, but finally made it through on the third try. Brennan positioned himself before Quinn, where the Eskimo could see his gun. Hey, Quinn said into the receiver. "Guess who?" "That's right, Coo-Coo-Ca-Choo." "No, wait a minute, that's the walrus. Anyway, it's me, Quinn." "Yeah, listen, Phil, old boy, I was fooling around in the lab today and came up with something you've just gotta see." "Sure, I'm sure. Everybody's gonna jump for joy." "Hey, has the Eskimo ever let you down?" "Well, recently, I mean." Okay. When you can make it." "Sure. Adios." He hung up the phone. "Well?" Brennan asked. "He's got some stuff to do, but he'll be by in an hour or so. Say, want to see my greenhouse? I've got a great collection of marijuana plants." "Sure," Brennan said. "Why not?" 3 p.m. The sound of footsteps on the stairs made Jay open his eyes. It was very quiet. He had been sleeping, or drifting in and out of consciousness. It was hard to be sure. He glanced over toward the mattress and saw Blaze staring at him. The boy's eyes were wide open, fixed in terror. A froth of blood bubbled out of his mouth where Charm had knocked out some teeth. He didn't seem aware of it. He didn't seem aware of anything. The footsteps got louder. Jay squirmed along the couch, his useless hands still bound behind his back, and tried to get a good look into the next room. Hiram Worcester stepped into the basement. Jay blinked. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating. Then he gathered all the strength he had in him and screamed, "Here! Hiram! I'm back here!" Hiram's head snapped around. Charm lurched to his feet and moved slowly out of the shadows. "Watch out!" Jay yelled. He heard Azili laughing. Hiram was carrying a suitcase, huge and black, closed with 3 bright brass hinges. It was so large it was almost a trunk, but he carried it as easily as a normal man might carry a briefcase, and Jay realized he had made it light. Charm took it from him and set it on its end, reverently. 6 hands began working simultaneously on the latches. J. Ackroyd went cold all over. Hiram looked at him across the length of the basement. The ace looked rumpled and tired, his impeccably tailored suit stained with sweat. Jay met his eyes. They were full of pain and shame and something that might have been terror. He looked as though he was going to cry.
"What," she had written, "am I so afraid of? Am not afraid to show my hideous deformity to the world every day. In fact, I revel in the discomfort my appearance causes, in the revulsion it evokes. I have to live with it every day, so should everyone else. I make men make love to my ugliness as the price for the information they seek. Why can't I give myself to one who might love me for myself? Is it fear? Fear that he doesn't really care, that he's using me, that he'll drop me the moment he achieves all he wants? I'm such a coward. Goodbye, my Archer. I shall miss you. I shall miss what might have been between us." The journal hung loosely in Brennan's hands. He didn't want to read any more. He hadn't the right. No one had. He only skimmed the last few entries to make sure they contained nothing that could possibly relate to her death. Then he took the cigarette lighter out of Fadeout's brand new BMW and burned the journal to ashes there on Quinn's thick green lawn. So fresh, Blaze said. Intense. Exquisite. He was naked on the mattress, easily spread out beneath him. Cocoa-colored thighs spread, her legs locked around his waist as he thrust into her heat. She was covered with a fine dew of perspiration, and she screamed every time the boy pushed into her. "Slowly, my precious one," Blaze commanded. But of course it wasn't him at all. It was the creature that clung to him like a pale white leech, its mouth pressed to his neck, its tiny eyes closed so it might better enjoy the sensations flooding through the boy's body. "This mount has never known a female," it said. "It grows very excited. Slowly, Izili Jarouge, slowly." Obediently, Izili slowed beneath them. She showed her teeth when she laughed. "I will make it last," she promised. Her fingers reached up and played with the boy's nipples. Jay turned his face away from the tableau and found Hiram Worcester standing above him. The huge ace looked as anguished and helpless as Jay had ever seen him. "Untie me, Jay," whispered. "Now, while they're occupied." Izili was screaming again, her voice husky with pleasure. For a long time Hiram Worcester said nothing. There was only the wet, angry sound of flesh on flesh, and Charm's guttural singing from the next room. Finally, Hiram turned away and walked off without saying a word. "Now," Timalis said in Blaze's voice. The boy's body jerked in orgasm. Izili's legs tightened around him, and she laughed. 5 p.m. Jennifer was awake when Brennan returned to Father Squid's. She and the priest were playing chess. When she saw him, she stood and threw her arms around him and kissed him, then held him at arm's length. "Why did you let me sleep through all the excitement? You almost got yourself killed without me." "Almost," Brennan agreed. He threw himself down on the sofa and sighed deeply. "What's the matter?" Jennifer asked. Brennan shook his head. "It's all gone. I've used up all the possible clues. There's nothing left to investigate. Bludgeon, Oddity, Worm, Morkel, Quasimon, none of them did it. Her journal was no help. Her files have been burned. Everything and everyone else has vanished into thin air. Sasha, Izili, her master." Jennifer sat down beside him and laid her hand on his cheek. "Is there no one else to question?" Father Squid asked. Brennan shook his head wearily. "I don't think so, Father." "There's me," a small voice peeped. Everyone turned to see one of the homunculi come out shyly from behind the couch. "How long have you been there?" Father Squid asked. "A while. I was watching."
There is nothing else I can do. Can you help? Brennan asked, desperate for any information. Have you heard of any of those names? Izili, the homunculus said. I've heard that name. Yeah, Brennan said. A lot of people have. Only no one knows where she is. Perhaps she's at the loft. Loft? Brennan said, suddenly sitting upright on the sofa. Yes. When Sasha started acting strange, the lady wanted to know about this woman he was seen with. We followed her to a loft near the East River. 2 of my brothers went there, but they never came back. Do you remember this address? Brennan asked in a low voice. I think so, the homunculus said. Jennifer looked at Brennan. You're not going alone this time, she said. Brennan nodded. It was only a few hours until dark. I'll make it get up and do a little dance, Blaze had said when he'd first seen Charm in Piedmont Park. The memory had still been there, in the back of the boy's mind, and his master had found it and been amused. Charm had been dancing for almost 40 minutes now. One of the pairs of legs, attached to the female body in the middle, had stopped moving 20 minutes ago, but the rest of the Joker continued its grotesque shuffle. When Charm finally collapsed in exhaustion, the huge body slumped against the couch, jolting it sideways almost a foot. The silence that followed was profound and frightening. Sasha and the centipede man entered the room. Does it please you? Sasha asked. Very much, T-Malus replied through Blaze. It feels intensely, and when its mind takes hold of another's, it feels the other's emotions as well as the physical sensations. So much to savor, all at once. Flavors, colors, the textures of 2 or 3 bodies. Exquisite. A treasure, Izili said. She sat on the mattress, one arm coiled around the boy's skinny leg. Both of them were still naked. His powers will be useful, Master, Sasha pointed out. Any mount you might desire is yours now, even the most powerful of aces. The boy can bring them to you, and hold them still, helpless, while you take them. Yes, the creature had Blaze say. You've done well. You shall have the kiss soon, my dear one. Sasha looked like a dog who'd just been thrown a Slim Jim. This mount has known death in a way I have never tasted, Blaze said for his master. It has joined with the minds of the dying, tasted the sweet with the bitter, the killing with the dying, sipped at the darkness itself. Yes. Blaze turned slowly, studying the others in the basement. The thing that rode him opened its own pale, weak eyes. Him, the centipede man said eagerly. He pointed at Jay with 6 knives. Kill him. He sent all your other mounts away, Master. He's dangerous. Eyes fixed on Jay, Blaze's violet and strangely wide, his master's vague and frightening. Jay stared right back at him, until Hylam stepped in the way. No, he said, not Jay. He's an ace. Ackroyd is powerful, Sasha agreed. A projecting teleport. When he is yours, you can never be threatened again. He can point a finger and move you to safety whenever an enemy threatens. That is good. The eyes began to move again. They stopped on the centipede man. It took the Joker a long moment to realize what was happening. No, Master, he said, not me. I'm useful too. Only a Joker, Izili said. He wanted to kill them both. Your new treasures. I was afraid, the centipede said. They were aces, dangerous. I didn't want you hurt. No, please, I just didn't want you hurt, Master. He wanted to keep your kiss for himself, Izili said. In a moment, he's going to attack you with his knives, Sasha reported matter-of-factly. Blaze's eyes narrowed slightly. The knives clattered against the stone floor as they fell from limp fingers. Hiram, do something, Jay said. Hiram turned away. The human centipede stood immobile, his body frozen by the power of Blaze's mind. But the boy must have left him his mouth, because he was still begging. No, please, take one of the others, he cried, in that high, sharp voice. Take the woman, or the girl. Yes, take her. Or Charm, take him. He's stupid. Take him. Please don't hurt me, master. I love you. Blaze, Jay screamed. Let him go. The boy didn't even turn his head. The centipede man reached over with half a dozen of his right hands and seized the uppermost of his left arms. I love you, master. I love you. I love you. Then the words turned into a high, thin shriek of pain as he ripped the arm right off his body. Blood spurted.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. He loves you, Ezilie said, smiling, as the man's blood-soaked hands dropped the severed arm to the floor and seized the one below it. The second arm didn't come off quite so cleanly. The man began to use his fingernails, tearing at his own flesh with all the strength left in him. Hiram walked to a corner of the cellar and threw up. Jay couldn't watch. He looked at Blaze. There was a look in those dark eyes that Jay had never seen on a human face before. The boy's penis stirred slightly and began to rise, until a monstrous erection was growing from the tangle of coppery red pubic hair. Ezilie noticed it too and covered it with her mouth. But when the Joker's second arm came off, she took her lips away from him just long enough to say, "He loves you not." 9 p.m. Someone had broken in here before. Brennan glanced at Jennifer, who was waiting below him on the rickety fire escape while he considered the bedroom window. One of its panes had been partially removed by a glass cutter. He took a deep breath and rested for a moment. His right arm, covered from wrist to elbow in a hard plastic cast, throbbed like hell. He'd been careful while climbing the fire escape, but he couldn't keep from banging it around a little. Brennan tried the window that opened into the second-story loft above a closed-down printing company. It was unlocked. He took a deep breath, lifted the window, and entered the bedroom. It was dark and quiet. He motioned Jennifer to stay behind. She nodded, and Brennan went through the bedroom into a part of the loft that had been subdivided into a number of small rooms. He moved through the darkness, peering into them. They were mostly bedrooms, but one had been soundproofed and turned into a torture chamber. They were all empty. A lavish kitchen was opposite the warren of rooms. A huge living area with white carpeting formed the other half of the loft. Brennan crept down the hallway and peered into the living area. It too seemed empty. He flicked on the light switch. The walls were covered with weird painted designs. Brennan approached one to look at it more closely, and a hideous, flat flap of flesh rose into the air from where it had been resting out of sight on the sofa, and swooped at him with the speed of a diving falcon. The Joker's face, located on its underside, was almost human, except for the male genitalia that hung below its pale green eyes. Bren ducked, instinctively throwing his arm up to protect his face, and the Joker rammed it, sending a wave of agony lancing through his system. He fell and lost his gun. The thing made a tight turn and came back at Brennan again, its skin pale and pimpled, an erect spine from its underside pointing at Brennan like a lance. There was a loud explosion, reverberating endlessly in the living room, and the thing jerked away, keening a loud cry of anger and pain. Brennan glanced up the corridor at Jennifer, who was standing braced, her pistol out and smoking. The manta ray Joker swooped at her like a spinning, rolling airplane, and she ghosted. It cut right through her and darted into the bedroom from which they entered. There was a crash of shattering glass as it broke through a window and escaped. "What was that?" Jennifer demanded in a shaking voice. "I don't know," Brennan said. "A guard? Well, it didn't do a very good job," she said, coming down the corridor and helping Brennan to his feet. Brennan recovered his gun and focused shakily on the designs painted on the walls of the living room. "What is that stuff?" he asked. "Vave," Jennifer said. "Haitian religious designs, symbols of the Loas, the voodoo gods." "I see," Brennan said, though he didn't.
He especially couldn't understand what any of this had to do with Chrysalis' death. He moved almost aimlessly through the living room, tired and numb with pain and failure. "What should we look for?" Jennifer asked. "Anything," Brennan said in a voice with little hope. "Anything that might somehow shed light on these insane happenings. Anything that might lead us to Sasha." He opened a door and found himself staring in a hall closet that was jammed with clothing, mostly coats of all kinds for both sexes and all sizes. The oddity, he remembered, had been looking through Chrysalis' bedroom closet, perhaps searching for the mysterious coat that had been mentioned in Chrysalis' will. "Give me a hand," he said over his shoulder to Jennifer. "Maybe there's something—" He was reaching for a mink coat when he noticed a lightweight linen jacket dangling from the hook on the inside of the closet door. He took the jacket down instead, frowning as he looked at it. It was pure white linen, clean and spotless, except for an almost unnoticeable spray of bloodstains near the bottom edge. He stared at it for a long moment and then reached into its pockets. The left one was empty. The right one contained a pack of antique playing cards. He shuffled through it. The ace of spades was missing. He looked at Jennifer. The pain, weariness, and frustration was gone from his face. His eyes were hard, his voice soft and dangerous. "Chrysalis Killer," he said quietly, "is in Atlanta. 10 p.m. "Bring me my cloak," Blaze said. The boy's mouth still glistened from Ezeli's juices. T. Mollis, his eyes alive and avid, clung to his neck, talking with his tongue. When it grew quiet, you could hear a faint sucking sound, like an infant nursing at its mother's tit. Hiram came forward with the cloak. It was heavy purple felt, the inside lined with black satin. He helped Blaze into it, fussing with the drape the way he sometimes fussed with Jay's suits. The cloak was too long for Blaze, the end of it trailed in the dirt. Hiram made adjustments. Then he lifted the voluminous hood, pulling it forward over the boy's head, concealing the bright red hair and the thing riding on his back. With the ties knotted around his throat, his face shadowed, Blaze looked like a hunchback. "I will ride this mount into the world," T. Mollis announced through Blaze. "Ezeli, you will accompany me. Dress." Ezeli rose from the mattress, sleek and lazy as a cat. Her smooth coffee-colored skin was still spattered with blood. She saw Jay watching her, smiled, and ran a tongue across her lips as she bent to pick up her dress. "Hiram," Jay said, begging, "please." The thought of Blaze wandering through the streets of Atlanta with his awesome mind control powers at the disposal of T. Mollis frightened him witless. "You don't realize how powerful Blaze is. You don't know what you're turning loose." Ezeli laughed as she slipped into her dress, pulled it down around her breasts. "Are you sure of that, little one?" Hiram didn't hear a word. "When will you return?" "When I grow bored with the new mount," T. Mollis replied in the boy's familiar voice. Blaze reached up, touched Hiram's beard, gently stroked his cheek. "You shall not want for my kiss," he promised. Hiram smiled. "What about Ackroyd, master?" Sasha asked. Blaze turned his body. The boy's violet eyes stared at Jay, and he could almost feel the other eyes on him, the ones hidden in the blackness beneath the hood. "I will try the other mount when I return," Blaze said. "Keep it safe for me." Jay tried once more. "Hiram!" he yelled. Hiram opened the cellar door. Blaze swirled his cloak around him as he turned and climbed up into the Atlanta night. Monday, July 25, 1988, 4 a.m. The nightmare came again. The woods, the steps, the cone-faced thing, turning, turning. Jay woke in darkness, screaming. "Jay?" a deep voice asked. "Are you all right?" Dimly, through the dark of the cellar, he could see Hiram looming above him, a vast shadow. Jay struggled against his bonds, gave it up, slumped back with a groan. "No," he said in a hoarse whisper. T. Mollis had been gone for hours. "I'm not all right."
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. I'm tied up in this stinking cellar, I had to watch some poor bastard rip himself apart with his bare hands. Blaze is out doing God knows what, and in a little while a giant maggot is going to fasten itself to my neck and suck my blood. So, I'm not all right." Somewhere in the middle of that, Jay's whisper had turned into a scream. He heard Charms stir, woken from sleep. Then the Joker began to sing "The House of the Rising Sun." It was just what Jay needed. Hiram sat on a corner of the old sofa, shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry," he said weakly. "If there's anything I can do—" "You can untie me," Jay said quickly. "Sasha would know the moment I began," Hiram said helplessly. "So," Jay said, "what's Sasha going to do? Charm's strong, but you're an ace, damn it. You can handle him. This is the best chance we're going to get. Once my hands are free—" "I can't, Jay," Hiram said, cutting him off in a voice thick with despair. "I would if I could, but, Jay, I'm sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. You have to believe that." "I believe it," Jay said gently. Hiram sounded weary and heartsick and full of pain. There was a long silence. "How long?" Jay finally asked. "1.5 years," Hiram replied. "It happened on the tour, in Haiti. Ezilee was his lure. I deluded myself into thinking I was seducing her, but of course it was the other way around. Afterward, when I dozed off, she opened the door, and the master took me in my sleep. Once I was his, he used me to smuggle him into the United States. I had money, influence, it wasn't difficult at all. This is your chance to break free," Jay urged. "Use it." "It's been the ruin of many a poor boy," Charm sang softly. "And me, by God, I'm one." Hiram could not look at him. He shook his head. "Untie me," Jay whispered. "That's all you need to do. Simple. I'll handle the rest. Just get my hands free. You don't even have to watch. I'll pop you to the Jokertown clinic. You can get treatment for whatever he's done to you. Do it now, Hiram. We don't know how much time we have left." "You'd hurt him," Hiram said. His voice broke. "You don't understand. His kiss. It's like words can't describe it, Jay. When you're part of him, it's as though you're alive for the first time in your life. You feel such intense pleasure. Food, drink, sex, even the simple act of breathing, it all becomes intoxicating. But when he leaves you, when he moves to another mount, that's like dying, Jay. The world turns gray, and after a week or so, the physical withdrawal sets in. You can't imagine the pain. You crave him. It's a hunger, and if it's not fed—" He looked up, his eyes imploring understanding. "Besides, he's not evil, not the way you and I understand it. Without his mounts, he'd die. He needs us, just as we need him. It's just that his morality is different than ours." "In New York," Jay said, after Sasha had run to Atlanta with your little pal, "I found a torture chamber in his apartment. Not to mention a body in his bathroom." "Yes," Hiram said. He looked away again. "A mount. One of the Jokers." His voice was so low that Jay could barely hear it over Charm's singing. "Sometimes pain is different from pleasure," he says, "but just as interesting. The sensations of death are especially, I got it. He tortures his more expendable mounts to death to get a few jollies, right? But he's not bad, just misunderstood," he snorted. "Hiram, that thing defines evil." For a long time, Hiram Worcester said nothing. There was only Charm's guttural singing from the next room. But finally, Hiram's lips moved, so weakly that Jay did not catch the words. "What?" he whispered. Hiram turned his head. "Foul. Oh God, Jay, you don't know what it's been like. So many times, I just wished for it to be over, that he'd kill me the next time. But I'm too powerful, you see. I'm an ace. He wants aces, wants the powers. I'll never be free. And you? It'll be the same." "No way," Jay said. "Hiram, don't let him take me. I can't hurt him. I told you." "Then hurt me," Jay said. "Kill me if it comes to that, but don't let him take me." He never thought he'd hear himself beg for death,
but his flesh was crawling at the very thought of T. Malice. It would be like his nightmare, but this time he would never wake. This time it would go on and on forever. Hiram Worcester stared at him with sudden wonder on his broad face. "Kill you," he murmured. His fingers flexed, closing slowly into a fist, then opening again. He would be angry, Jay, so very angry, you can't imagine. Perhaps then he might free me. Jay knew what he meant by free. 7 a.m. They waited at the airport all night for the first available flight to Atlanta. Jennifer fell asleep around midnight, but Brennan could not. He sat up all night, meditating on a playing card. An ace of spades left him in a will. When it was time to board the flight, he slipped it into the breast pocket of his denim jacket, where it would be close at hand. 9 a.m. When the door opened, Jay caught a brief glimpse of pale, thin sunlight filtering down from above. Blaze stepped into the cellar, stumbling on the last step, almost tripping over the end of his cloak. The boy looked dead on his feet, his face drawn and pale. He'd been ridden to exhaustion, and beyond. Sasha stepped forward to remove the heavy felt cloak. "We were concerned for you, Master," he said as he undid the ties. "We heard sirens, screams in the night." Ezilie laughed from the doorway. "The night was magic, Sasha," she said, running a tongue across her lower lip. "Hardman went mad. We watched it on the television. A circus of blood. Then the jokers went mad too. We wandered in the park and played with them all night long. No one noticed." She shut the cellar door behind her, and darkness resumed its reign. "This mount is tired," T. Malice announced, in Blaze's hoarse, weary tones. "It is time to try the other. Bring it." Everyone looked at Jay. Sasha folded the cloak, set it aside, turned his face toward Jay. There might have been pity in his eyes, if he'd had eyes. He nodded at Charm, and the huge joker shambled forward. "Can't we talk this over?" Jay asked. Charm ignored him. Hands grasped his legs, shoulders, feet, and jerked him into the air. Charm flung him over a shoulder, carried him across the cellar. The place still smelled like a butcher shop. Flies swarmed around decaying pieces of human flesh. Charm tossed Jay down on the mattress. Ezilie bent over him and kissed him lightly, her lips wet and hot. "Soon," she said. "Prepare it for me," Blaze's voice commanded. Charm grabbed a handful of Jay's shirt and yanked sharply. The fabric tore with a loud ripping sound until it got tangled in the jacket. "Its bonds are in the way," T. Malice noticed. "Untie it. Strip it." "Master," Sasha cautioned, "he is dangerous when his hands are free." "I can't even feel my fucking hands," Jay complained. He tried not to think about what he was thinking about. Sasha picked right up on the thought he was trying not to think. "He thinks he'll have a chance once he's untied." "Is it afraid?" T. Malice asked. "Of you, very much. Of being a mount. And there is some other fear, an older fear." The telepath frowned. "A dream he's had. You remind him of this nightmare, Master." "Free its hands," T. Malice said. "This young mount has the power to hold it still." Charm turned him over, slammed him down into the mattress, and pinned him with a boot, while hands fumbled behind his back. Jay's wrists had been bound for so long he couldn't feel any difference when they were free. Charm kicked roughly at one arm, and it fell heavily to the side. His shoulder shrieked with pain. Roll over and get the hand up, he thought, but Charm was pressing down on him. He couldn't move. Then something else grabbed him, something stronger and harder and more powerful than Charm's twisted body would ever be. Blaze's mind. The foot went away. Jay stirred, but it was T. Malice who moved his arms, through Blaze. When he rolled over, they were right there, kneeling beside him on the mattress. The boy was still smiling.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. His master peered over one bare, bruised shoulder. Jay could hear the faint sucking sound, could see the boy's blood pulsing through pale, translucent veins in the creature's glistening flesh. The boy spoke. "Strip him." Charm peeled the jacket off Jay's back. It was damp with sweat and spatters of blood. The Joker ripped away his shirt.
Now he was bare-chested, his throat and neck exposed to the demon's kiss. His trembling, Ezeli said, trembling for the kiss. Jay felt a faint tingling in his hands. He tried to move them, to make a gun, to point. He couldn't move. Blaze's power and his master's will held him perfectly still. Jay's eyes flicked down to his hands. They were pale, bloodless, his wrists bruised and purple. He looked like he was wearing fish-belly gloves, and there were dark red lines in his skin where the wires had cut deep. He tried to flex his fingers, make the feeling come back. Nothing. "Master," Hiram said. He stepped out of the corner, looming over the mattress behind them, his shadow almost as huge as Charm's. T. Malice looked at him with Blaze's eyes, but Jay couldn't even turn his head. He felt Hiram's presence more than he saw it. His hands were full of pins and needles as his circulation returned. "Master," Hiram repeated. He sounded frightened. "Please, let this one go." "Why?" T. Malice wanted to know. The tingling in Jay's hands had begun to turn to pain. The pins and needles were replaced by knives and pincers. He gasped in sudden pain, and the noise made him realize he still had control of his voice. Of course, he thought, like the centipede man. T. Malice liked to hear them beg. "He is a friend," Hiram said. "I've never asked you for anything before. Please." T. Malice turned to Sasha. "What will it do if I take this new mount?" The telepath turned his head toward Hiram. "Nothing," he reported after a moment. "He could never hurt you." T. Malice turned back to Jay as if Hiram Worcester no longer existed. "Down," he said. Jay lay down on his side, so his master would have easy access to his back and his neck. Blaze stretched out beside him on the mattress. He was so close Jay could smell Ezeli on him, close enough for their bare chests to touch lightly, close enough for a kiss. His hands were on fire, the blood rushing through his fingers like white-hot wires. It was an effort not to faint. T. Malice pulled its mouth away from the boy's neck with a soft, wet sound. The creature began to wriggle up and over Blaze's shoulder, toward Jay. Its own limbs were stunted. It writhed forward like some huge worm, an inch at a time, tiny three-fingered hands grasping feebly at the boy's flesh for purchase. Blood trickled weakly from the ragged hole it had left behind. Jay forced his eyes away from the horror coming toward him and looked into the boy's eyes. Blaze seemed dazed, lost, and Jay remembered what Hiram had said. "When he leaves you, it's like dying." "Blaze," he said urgently, "let me go." Those deep violet eyes blinked once, twice, tried to focus. Blaze said. It was his own voice, his own words, and for a split second, Jay dared to hope. He said, "Hold you." He felt the cold, wet touch of T. Malice's flesh on his own as the thing's withered hand pulled at a shoulder. "Don't look," Jay told himself. Like in the dream, don't ever look up at the moon. If you do, you're lost. He had dreamed that dream 1,000 times. He knew better than to look. He looked. The creature's mouth was round, like the mouth of a fish, and as it slid forward in jerks and starts, its tongue moved in and out. Its tongue was round too, flushed with blood, red and glistening, like some obscene blind snake. Its eyes were wise and cruel and terrible. Blaze was fucking hopeless. "Hiram!" Jay screamed. Hiram's voice came from a long way away. "I can't hurt him." T. Malice's atrophied legs kicked feebly at Blaze's face as it moved off the boy and onto Jay. It must have kicked too hard. Blaze winced. For a moment, Jay felt his fingers flex. The thing was crawling across him, his flesh crawling beneath it. But there was something important. "Shit," Jay said. "Master," Sasha cried out in alarm. Jay drowned out his warning with a shout. "Hiram!" he screamed. "Hurt Blaze, damn it! Hurt Blaze!" Hiram kicked the boy in the head. Charm was stumbling forward, Ezeli, Sasha, but they were all late, too late. Jay had his body back. He rolled to one side and came down flat on his back,
with T. Malice clinging to his chest, thrashing as frantically as a worm impaled on a hook. His hand came up, but his fingers were like wood. T. Malice slithered up his chest, looking straight down into his eyes. Jay folded back 3 fingers, stuck one out, lifted his thumb, tried to point. His hand was shaking. The blind snake came coiling out. Jay stuck a shaking finger into T. Malice's eye. There was a short, crisp pop. Jay felt a sharp pain, and blood began to spurt from the hole in his neck, but he hardly noticed. The weight was off his chest. Ezilie screamed. "Oh God," Sasha said. Blaze began to weep uncontrollably. And behind him, he heard Hiram Worcester say, very softly, "It's over." 10 a.m. The Atlanta airport was crowded with weary delegates heading for home, still buzzing about a convention that no one was ever likely to forget. Brennan pushed through them, uncaring and unseeing, with Jennifer in his wake. They didn't even stop to join the crowd watching a midget being cut out of a cat-carrying case. He staggered out, rumpled and red-eyed, croaking, "Water, water." They were nearing the end of the line, but Brennan was feeling no elation. His anesthesia-provoked dream of the night before was still vivid in his mind. Intellectually, he didn't blame himself for Chrysalis' death, but he realized that emotionally he did. He remembered the line from Tashio's eulogy about the harsh expectations Chrysalis' ghost would have, but he knew that Chrysalis' ghost wasn't driving him. It was his own savage ghost, fueled by his unrelenting memories of her. He wondered if he'd ever be able to lay her to rest. They caught a cab downtown and stopped at a pawn shop to buy 2 guns, a Walther PPK automatic for Brennan and a Smith & Wesson .38 Chief Special for Jennifer. He paid cash. The proprietor didn't ask any questions. Noon. The hospital wanted to admit all 3 of them, but Jay was having none of it. He hung around just enough to answer a few questions, cadge a fresh supply of painkillers, and make sure they were going to take good care of Blaze. Then he grabbed Hiram and had the nurse phone for a cab. The cellar of the burned-out ruin where T. Malice had set up housekeeping was almost an hour's ride from the center of Atlanta. Hiram stared vacantly out the window as they drove. Every now and then he had a fit of uncontrollable trembling, and the look of panic came into his eyes. "I'm all alone now," he said once. Jay didn't reply. Conversation would have required more energy than he had right now. He stretched out and closed his eyes. The next thing he knew, Hiram was prodding him gently in the ribs. "We're here," he said. Jay sat up groggily, fumbled for his wallet. It was empty. "I've paid the fare already," Hiram said. He helped Jay out of the taxi and into the hotel. An alarm was screeching in the Marriott lobby. One of the elevators was stuck between floors. Jay winced. His headache was already a blinding band of pain behind his eyes. The noise was the last thing he needed. He jabbed at the call button savagely, and they took a different elevator up to Tashion's floor. Jay unlocked the suite with Blaze's key, turned on the lights, and went to the bar to mix himself a stiff one. Hiram poked his head into the bedroom. "Tashion?" he called out. There was no answer. "He's not here," Hiram said, returning to the living room. "Yeah," Jay said. "I figured." He sat down to wait. Hiram moved to the bar and looked at the bottles, but made no move to mix himself a drink. He just stood there, staring, like a big lost child. Then he started to tidy up.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. He rinsed out a couple of dirty glasses, picked up an ashtray full of cigarette butts, looked around for a place to dump it. There was a jar full of ashes sitting on the bar, next to the liquor. Hiram peered into it curiously for a moment, shrugged, and dumped the butts in there. They both turned at the sound of the door opening. Dr. Tachyon sat in a wheelchair, his bandaged stump cradled in his lap. Behind him, pushing the chair, was Jack Braun. "You," Braun said, glaring at Jay. "We've been turning over half the city looking for you. Where the hell have you been?" "Jay, Hiram," Tachyon said. He started to rise from the wheelchair. "What's happened? Where's Blaze?" "The hospital," Jay admitted. Tachyon made a choking sound. "Is he all right?" He has a small fracture of the skull, and he's lost a few teeth, plus some bruises and abrasions and a bad case of shock. But the doctors figure he's going to be okay. The hospital wanted to keep him under observation for a few days, that's all. Dr. Tachyon staggered as if Jay's words were a physical blow. Jack Braun clouded up like a thunderhead and came storming forward. "You goddamn jerk! He's only a kid! What the hell did you think you were doing, dragging him into some—" Jay pointed, Jack popped. Maybe Braun finished his thoughts center stage at Freakers. Then again, maybe not. "Sorry," Jay mumbled to Tachyon. "My head's about to split open and hatch. I just can't take any more right now." "Should you be out of that wheelchair?" "It was Jack's idea," Tachyon said. Jay could see how weak the little man still was. When he stumbled, he put out a hand to steady himself, but there was no hand there. His bandaged stump fetched up hard against the back of the sofa, and Tachyon gasped. "Sit down," Jay said. Tachyon sat back down in the wheelchair, cradling his stump in his lap. Jay turned back to the bar. "What are you doing?" Task asked. "Pouring you a drink," Jay said. "You're going to need one." He filled the second tumbler up with bourbon and ice cubes, brought it to Tachyon, and put it into his unresisting left hand. I don't drink bourbon," Tack said. "Drink it," Jay said. Tachyon drank it, his pale lilac eyes full of dread. "Tell me," he said when the glass was half empty. Jay told him all of it. To his credit, the alien listened without interrupting. Tears began to roll down his cheeks when Jay reached the part about the centipede man, but still he held his tongue. Once T-Mollis was gone, the fight went out of the mounts. Ezeli pitched a screaming fit, and the other woman, the girl with the baby, made a break for it. The rest just gaped at us. It was like they couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. I was going to call the cops, but Hiram stopped me. "Hiram?" Tack said, looking over at the big ace. Hiram nodded ponderously, as if his head were almost too heavy to move. We had all done vile things, myself included. What purpose would be served by imprisoning the mounts? We were only his instruments, his hands, his mouth, his eyes. It was T-Mollis who murdered, not your grandson. I told Jay there was no sense in bringing Blaze to trial. The real murderer was already gone. And the rest of them, were they any different? You knew Sasha long before T-Mollis took him, Doctor. He was never an evil man. Ezeli was the worst, but even there, how much was Ezeli and how much was the master? She had been his prize mount her entire life. "They're all going to be living in hell, anyway," Jay said. "With me," Hiram added darkly. Tack looked from one to the other. "Without the kiss?" Hiram nodded. You cannot imagine." "Oh, Hiram," Tachyon said, his voice thick with pity for his old friend. "You should have come to me." "There are a lot of things I should have done," Hiram said. "Anyway," Jay said, "I let the mounts go." "All of them?" Tachyon said, astonished. "I didn't figure I had the right to pick and choose," Jay said. "Charm was the only one I thought twice about. He was the one who killed Chrysalis." "Charm?" Tachyon said. "But why?" "Chrysalis knew everything about everybody. T-Mollis depended on secrecy for safety. Exposed, he was pitifully vulnerable. She must have found out about him somehow, but what she didn't know was that Sasha was already his. The way I figure, her trusted telepath told his master that Chrysalis was getting close, so T-Mollis sent Charm to take her out. It adds up. The killer had to be someone Sasha knew, otherwise he would never have gotten inside the palace without being detected. Maybe T-Mollis rode Charm personally that morning to experience the sensation of beating someone to death. Or maybe not. I don't suppose we'll ever know. "All this time searching for the man who killed Chrysalis," Tachyon murmured softly, "and yet you chose to let him go?" "Charm's fucked up enough," Jay said. "Besides, it wasn't Charm, it was T-Mollis, and T-Mollis is gone." Dr. Tachyon sipped from his drink and thought about that for a long time. Finally, the alien gave a short, curt nod. "So much blood," he said. "So much killing. It has to stop, Jay. Yeah, Jay said. Maybe Barnett is right. No, Tack said. Hiram Worcester stood up suddenly. I should go. I have to pack. Check out. His voice trailed off. Of course, Tachyon said. Go on, Jay told him. I'll come down in a minute. Hiram nodded and stepped out into the hall. When the door closed behind him, Aykroyd turned back to Tachyon. He's going to need your help, Doc. He's an addict, and from what he says, the kiss is 100 times more addictive than heroin. Hiram will have all the help he requires, Tachyon said. I owe him a debt I can never repay. A blood debt. My grandson's life. The alien shook his head. I could have helped him, he said plaintively. Why didn't he tell me? There's a better question. You're supposed to be Hiram's friend. So am I. So how come, all this time, we never noticed that anything was wrong? Dr. Tachyon just looked at him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and behind them, guilt. Shit, Jay said. He was tired of tears, tired of guilt and shame and fear and pain. Just forget it, okay? There's nothing we can do about it except try to get him through. Hiram used all the strength he had to kick your grandson in the head. He's going to need us. Then we must not fail him, Tachyon said. Jay nodded. Suddenly, he felt very weary. I better go down and keep Hiram company, he said. Of course, Tachyon said. But when Jay opened the door, Hiram was right there, in the hall. His huge body was trembling, and he looked up at Jay from forlorn eyes. Hiram, what's wrong? Jay asked. It's nothing, Hiram began. I suppose an anxiety attack. He blinked, as if to clear his head. Jay, if you wouldn't mind, could you come down to the room with me? It's just that I would rather not be alone right now. Can you understand that? Jay nodded. As he took Hiram by the arm, Dr. Tachyon rose unsteadily from his wheelchair. Well, both go, the little alien announced, in a tone that brooked no dissent. Hiram looked at them gratefully. Jay figured they must have made quite a sight as they limped off together. While they waited for the elevator to arrive, Tachyon turned back to Jay. One thing, he asked. You never said where you teleported T-Malus. Funny thing about that, Jay said. The way my power works, I have to visualize a place real good before I can teleport anyone there. I have to be able to get a clear picture in my head, really see it in my mind's eye. I got a bunch of places like that, places I know inside out. Sometimes it's just reflex. I don't have time to think about what I'm doing or where I'm going to send someone. I just point and they wind up the first place that pops into my head. Yes, Tachyon said politely. I made a lot of phone calls from the hospital. T-Malus hasn't shown up in any of my usual places. Somehow, though, I didn't think he would.
I looked right into that son of a bitch's face when he was crawling toward me, and the only thing that popped into my mind was this nightmare I've been having since I was a kid. Jay coughed apologetically. I know that place real well, he said, so you figure it out. Dr. Tachyon thought about it for a moment. There was the sound of a chime. The elevator doors opened. Tack nodded slowly to Jay, turned, and entered the car. 1 p.m. Brennan heard the outer door to the suite open, tired voices, then the door close. He stood up, framed in the doorway leading into the bedroom portion of the suite, gun in hand. Tachyon, Aykroyd, and Worcester stood clumped together, astonishment on their faces as they saw Brennan. Daniel, what are you doing here? Brennan knew that Tachyon had lost a hand, but that knowledge didn't prepare him for the pale, drawn, bedraggled figure before him. Tachyon had obviously been through a lot the past week, but, Brennan thought grimly, it wasn't quite over yet. Tracking Chrysalis, Brennan said grimly. Tachyon's bloodshot eyes went wide with astonishment. Surely. What the hell are you talking about? Aykroyd interrupted. He looked a little worse for wear himself. His face was puffy and bruised, and he seemed to be favoring one side. Brennan shook his head and gestured with his gun. Sit on the bed, he said, and I'll tell you a story about a murder. Hiram hung back for a moment, then did as Brennan ordered. Aykroyd sat down next to Worcester and kept his hands carefully in his lap. "Oh, God," Hiram moaned. "Will this never end?" "Let's give him a chance," Tachyon said. "Why?" asked Tachyon truculently. "Because I know who killed Chrysalis," Brennan said softly. Ackroyd frowned. It was Malice's Joker goon. Chrysalis had discovered him. No, it wasn't. Brennan took a deep breath so that he could speak in a calm, even voice. "I was Chrysalis' lover," he said, "perhaps even her friend. That alone might have brought me back. But the murderer added insult to that injury. He tried to frame me for her death." He stared unblinkingly at Ackroyd. "Even you admit that was a clumsy job." Ackroyd nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, it had me going for a while, but it didn't take me long to realize it was a setup." Brennan nodded, switched his gaze to Tachyon. "I had no idea why Chrysalis had been killed. Any number of things could have triggered the murder. I couldn't isolate the motive, so I concentrated on finding an ace strong enough to crush Chrysalis. But that too proved to be a blind alley, because Chrysalis wasn't killed by an ace with super strength." "What?" Ackroyd said. "That's ridiculous." Brennan shook his head. "I knew something was wrong at the crime scene when I first saw it, but it took me a while to figure it out. There was very little blood in Chrysalis' office. She'd been killed before being pulped. Her heart had stopped pumping, so there was no blood sprayed on the walls, desk, or floor." Tachyon nodded. "That makes sense. Someone was covering his tracks again, pretending that Chrysalis had been battered to death by an ace with extraordinary strength. But who?" Brennan shook his head. The list of suspects had again become endless. But I thought I could narrow it down by questioning Sasha. He was a telepath. He'd been on the murder scene, and he was acting peculiar. I figured he knew more than he was admitting. He disappeared, but I thought I could track him down." "You couldn't have found him," Ackroyd said. "He was here in Atlanta." "That's right," Brennan agreed. "But during the investigation, I found out that he was enthralled to a mysterious master, someone called Tim Malice. Then I found Malice's apartment, and in the apartment was a closet, and in the closet were these." He carefully reached into his hip pocket with his broken arm and took out a deck of playing cards. They were ornate, but worn and tattered, and of great age and apparent delicacy. "So what?" asked with a frown. "These are the cards," Brennan explained, "that Chrysalis played solitaire with. The deck from which the murderer took the ace of spades to frame me. The deck he then absent-mindedly put in his coat pocket and took with him after he left her office. Isn't that right, Worcester?" Brennan stared grimly at the huge ace. Hiram tried to speak, but no words would come out. He stuttered, sputtered, and fingered the angry sore on the side of his neck, his face pale and beaded with sweat, his hands trembling. Brennan dropped the cards on the floor and took from his jacket pocket the ace of spades that Chrysalis had left him in her will. He scaled it at Hiram. The card flew true, struck Hiram's broad chest, and tumbled to the floor, where it landed face up, black and ominous against the carpet. "Cute," Jay said, as the card fluttered to the floor at Hiram's feet. "That mean you're gonna start killing people now, or what?" He started to get up. "I told you not to move." The barrel of Brennan's automatic slid a few inches to the right, until it was fixed on Jay. "So shoot me," Jay said. He got to his feet, looking right at Yeoman. "You got any idea what Hiram has just been through?" "I don't care what he's been through." "Aren't you the fucking soul of compassion?" Jay said. "I don't waste my compassion on killers," Brennan said. "Oh, I forgot. You're Mother Teresa," Jay said with bitter sarcasm. "Well, pardon the hell out of me. Thing of it is, though, seeing as how you hate killers so much, I can't help noticing you're the only one in the room with a gun in his hand." "Jay, Daniel, please," Tachyon pleaded. His good hand cradled his bandaged stump, and he sounded weak and sick at heart. "Can't we work this out like civilized people?" "He's trying to protect a killer," Yeoman said icily. "You got a hell of a lot of nerve calling anyone Danny boy," Jay snapped back. "This isn't about me," Yeoman said. "Stop it," Tachyon cried. He looked over at Brennan. "Daniel, there must be some mistake. I know Hiram Worcester.
I have known him for close on 2 decades now, in good times and bad. He is a good man. Even if I believed for a moment that Hiram was capable of such an act, he was here in Atlanta at the convention while Chrysalis was being murdered in Jokertown. He couldn't have done it. Jay glanced back at Hiram uncomfortably. Well, he admitted with vast reluctance, that's not quite true. I checked the airline schedules. If he took the last flight out and the first flight back, he'd never have been missed. But Carnifex could have caught the same flights. Same for Braun, or any of them. That can easily be verified, Tachyon pointed out. Even if Hiram used an assumed name, a man of his size would have been noticed. Then check it, if that's what it takes to convince you, Brennan said. I have all the proof I need. What about a motive? Jay demanded. Or don't you bother with things like that? Motives, chains of evidence, courtrooms, what a fucking nuisance, right? Your way is a lot simpler. Danny Brennan says he's guilty. Time to kill the poor bastard. I have evidence, Brennan replied curtly. Enough to convince me that it's true. As far as I can see, you don't have jack shit except for a deck of cards you found in some coat pocket, Jay said. Jay makes a good point, Tachyon put in. Do you have any proof that Hiram brought the cards to this apartment? The kitchen cabinets were full of expensive gourmet foods. There was every kind of utensil you can imagine. Everything a gourmet cook like Worcester would need. And the jacket was white linen, expensive, fashionable, custom-tailored, size 68 long. Chrysalis was killed by an ace. How many aces wear that size? Silence filled the room. Jay turned to look behind him. Hiram still sat on the corner of the bed. He was not using his gravity power. The mattress tilted ominously under his massive weight. His face was pale and damp. His shoulders slumped. His eyes still fixed on the ace of spades that lay at his feet. The stillness lasted an eon.
Honor the weight of ideas that question what it means to be human. All three of them were looking at Hiram now. The big ace seemed oblivious until Tachyon finally, softly said, "Hiram?" Then he looked up and sighed hugely. His eyes were sad and sick. "Yes, doctor?" he asked. "Are you all right?" Tach asked gently. "No," Hiram said. "I haven't been all right for some time." "This is crazy," Jay said. "Hiram, don't just sit there. Tell him that he's wrong." "I wish I could," Hiram said with quiet dignity. "You don't know how much I wish that." "What are you saying?" Tachyon asked, dread in his voice. "You don't mean to say that these accusations are true?" Hiram nodded, his eyes far off and full of pain. The big man seemed to be having trouble speaking. I'm sorry." Then it was Jay who had no words. "There must be some explanation," Tachyon said. "I cannot accept this. You're a good man, a man of courage and integrity." "Time-Alice," Jay blurted. "That fucking thing was riding you, using you, your powers, your body." He swung around to face Brennan. "You don't understand the situation. Hiram was a victim. Even if he did do it, he was only the instrument." "No, Jay," Hiram interrupted quietly. "I appreciate your loyalty, but it wasn't like that. It was me. Just me. God help me." He fell silent again, eyes turned inward. "Hiram, tell us," Tachyon implored. For a moment, Hiram didn't seem to hear. Then the big ace began to speak. His voice was weary, so quiet they had to strain to hear. "I needed the kiss," he began simply. "That was why I flew back to New York that night, the last flight out, just as Jay surmised. You don't know what it was like to go without the kiss. I needed it badly. So I flew back up and went to him secretly. There were always other mounts about. Time-Alice was never alone. When I arrived, he was mounted on Sasha. But my master was pleased to see me. He left Sasha and gave me his kiss. That was when Sasha told me. He was angry. It was an act of spite. I'd taken Time-Alice away from him, you see, and there is nothing so awful in the world. He wanted to hurt me, so he told me that Chrysalis had hired a man to assassinate Greg Hartman. He knew how hard I'd worked,
how much hope and faith and trust I'd put in Greg. Sasha had picked it out of her mind just that morning. He was only a skimmer, you know, the poorest kind of telepathy, but her plan must have been right there on the surface of her mind. It didn't bother me, not then. When Time Malice honors you with his kiss, everything seems just as it should be, and nothing can bother you. But after a few hours, the master bestowed his kiss on Azili, leaving me alone again. That was when I finally grasped what Sasha had said. I couldn't believe it. It seemed so monstrous, so obscene. I knew Chrysalis. Not well, but I knew her. We'd spent 5 months together on the stacked deck. I couldn't believe she would do such a thing. I had to confront her. I dressed and went down to the Crystal Palace. She was alone in her office, playing solitaire. You have to believe me, I never intended to hurt her. I told her what I'd heard, demanded to know if it was true. She didn't deny it. She didn't say anything. She looked up at me once, suspiciously, then went right back to playing solitaire. When I pressed her, all I got were evasive, meaningless answers in that infuriating fake accent of hers. If only she'd talked to me, told me what she knew about Greg, what she'd seen. Perhaps I wouldn't have believed her at first, but I would have listened. Dear God, why wouldn't she talk to me? She didn't trust you, Hiram, Jay said with a sad certainty. That was how she was. She didn't trust anybody. I tried to make her see how important it was, what a good man Greg was. Hiram laughed bitterly. I talked about his principles, his courage, his commitment to all of us, jokers and aces alike, how he was our last hope. Dear God, what a fool she must have thought me. I begged her. Tears were running down Hiram's face. If it was true what Sasha had said, I begged her to call it off. And all the time, she just played cards, turning them over one by one, putting them down in place. They made a little snapping noise when she flipped them off the deck, I remember. Black on red, red on black. Her face, like a skull. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. She reminded me of death, sitting there playing cards, while her hired assassin went out to do her killing for her. By what right? I asked her that, and she had no answer. I was very angry then. I made accusations, threats, told her I would go to the police. She just looked up and said that I'd do no such thing, that she knew a few things about me, too, and I knew she was talking about Time Malice. Then she told me to get out. I refused. I begged her to talk to me, to listen to me. She just laughed and started to get out of her chair. That was when his voice trailed off. Hiram Worcester looked down dully at his hands, resting on his knees. The fingers of his right hand closed slowly into a fist, then opened again, just as slowly. I tried to make her sit back down, he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. I just wanted to talk to her, that's all. I swear it. She was going to walk out on me, and I couldn't stand it. So I made a fist and tried to slam her back down into her chair. I'd done it dozens of times, hundreds. Just hold her there with my power. That's all I wanted to do. Make her talk to me. Make her tell me the truth. Tell me who the assassin was. I just wanted to make her sit down. But Hiram broke down, choking on his own words, his immense body shaking with dry sobs. But Jay didn't need any more. He remembered Chrysalis as he had found her. Her chair splintered beneath her, her bones shattered. He could imagine the rest. A fist closed in fury, a mind blinded by rage. How much had she weighed in that second? 1,000 pounds? 2,000? You left out the last part, Brennan said. After she was dead, you weren't through. First, you gathered up her cards, all except the ace of spades, which you dropped on the body to make them think it was me. But that wasn't quite enough, was it? An autopsy would show how she died, and that would point right at you. But the broken bones, the shattered furniture, that suggested a fight. So you did a little more damage to the office. And then, just to make sure, you knelt down and made your fist heavy, so that when you hit her, it would look as though her head had been crushed by someone with superhuman strength. Hiram sagged. I couldn't let myself be caught. Without the kiss, I couldn't face that. And there was the campaign. I was an ace, a Hartman delegate. If it got out, it could destroy everything. Barnett might even win the nomination. So much was at stake, I just panicked. His thick fingers pulled nervously at his beard. It wasn't like you said, so cold, calculated, wasn't it? Brennan said. You commit murder, try to pin the crime on someone else, and now you say it was all a mistake. His gun was aimed at the center of Hiram's chest. You were willing to let me pay for your crime, and when the cops grabbed Elmo instead, you didn't say a word. Brennan's voice was flat and calm, but Jay could hear the fury behind the words, implacable and deadly. Hiram dropped his head again. No, he muttered, low under his breath. No, I didn't. His shame was written all over his face. If you're going to kill me, get on with it. That was when Jay Aykroyd made up his mind between Hiram Worcester and Daniel Brennan. Get out of the way, Aykroyd, Yeoman said. Daniel, Jay, please, Tachyon said weakly from the chair where he sat huddled in pain and misery. Both men ignored him. You claim Chrysalis was your friend, Yeoman said. Why are you trying to shield her killer? It was an accident, Jay said. You heard him. You heard how it happened. Have a little goddamn mercy. Mercy is God's business, Brennan said. Mine is justice.
Tell me about it, Jay said scornfully. Better yet, tell all those guys you've killed. Tell their widows and girlfriends. Tell their parents. Tell the kids some of them may have left behind. They knew the risks they were taking. The men I've killed would have killed me just as fast if I'd given them half a chance. I've never murdered an innocent woman. Chrysalis was a lot of things, Jay said, and one of them was my friend, no matter what you think. But she was never innocent. I knew Chrysalis, Brennan said. She did what she had to. Fuck that, Jay said. She did what she chose to. What she chose to do was send a hired assassin to Atlanta. By last count, 2 Secret Service agents, a hotel manager, and a journalist are dead as a direct result, and we came that close to adding Jack Braun's name to that list. I'm not defending what Hiram did, but in my book, his hands are one hell of a lot cleaner than yours. Jay, Dr. Tachyon interjected softly, Brennan's killings are an affair of honor, a blood feud. On talkies. That's Georgia outside the window, not talkies, Jay said. Why the hell are you defending this homicidal loon? I owe him a life, Tachyon replied. You owe him, Jay repeated with disgust. Real good. Well, you owe Hiram a life too, remember? Not to mention the life you owe me. Come to think of it, you owe fucking Greg Hartman a life, if it really went down in Syria the way the papers said. Then there's the Turtle, Golden Boy, Straight Arrow. Is there anyone you don't owe a life? I owe Brennan 2 lives, the little alien said feebly. I could never betray his trust. Aykroyd wanted to scream. Instead, he turned back to Yeoman. Well, I don't owe you shit, he said. You want justice? Fine. Well, take Hiram to the police, and he'll go on trial. But let's make it a 2-for-1 sale, shall we? You're great at serving up justice. How about you try a nice big spoonful yourself? Turn yourself in along with Hiram. Stand up in front of a fucking judge and tell him about your war. I answer to my own conscience, Aykroyd, and frankly, I don't give a damn what you think about it, Brennan said. I'm not turning myself in. Now, for the last time, get out of the way. There was a long moment of silence. Jay stared at Brennan. Brennan stared back. Tachyon looked helplessly from one to the other, then struggled to rise from his chair. With only one hand, it was a painful, clumsy process. I can get a finger up pretty damn quickly, Jay said to Brennan. The moment you even start to lift that hand, I'm going to squeeze this trigger, Brennan told him. What are the odds on you being able to teleport a bullet in flight? 1,000,000 to 1, Jay admitted, but only if you don't hesitate. A split second of indecision, and you'll be shooting through the bars in the tombs. Do I look like the hesitating sort? Brennan asked quietly. His hand was very steady. Jay thought about that one and didn't much like what he came up with. He risked a quick glance back over his shoulder.
Hiram sat slumped on the corner of the bed, staring off into space, completely out of it. Whatever the hell was about to go down, it didn't look like the huge ace was going to be much of a factor. "There's someone else," Tachyon said softly. His head moved slowly from side to side, searching. "Another mind. In the wall. Real good," Jay said sourly. He felt ill, but he should have seen it coming. "The phantom bimbo, right? Changes the odds a little, doesn't it?" Brennan said. Jay flexed his fingers and stared down the barrel of Brennan's Walther. It reminded him how much he hated guns and the kind of assholes who carried them around. From the look in Brennan's cool gray eyes, he had just about run out of time. There was nothing left but to go for it. Brennan felt a vice clamp down on his brain. For a panicked moment, he thought he was having a seizure of some kind, but then he realized that it was Tachyon. Tachyon's mind control. He raged against it, pushing with all the strength he had in mind and body, but it was useless. The only part of his body that he could move was his eyeballs. He glanced around the room and saw Jennifer walk woodenly out of the walls. "Nice work, Doc," Aykroyd said. "Now, no. Look, goddammit, decisions must be made, discussed and made. I've made my decision." "And I don't agree," Tachyon said flatly. "Grant me a little consideration in this, Aykroyd. I stand between three friends." The detective stared at Brennan. "Friends?" he snorted. Tachyon lowered himself slowly back into his chair. Brennan could see the strain on his face, but the mental vice he'd placed upon Brennan's mind still held. "We will talk," the alien said, "but peace will lie upon this room." Bending, Tachyon pulled his dagger from its boot sheath and dropped it on the carpet at his feet. Jennifer walked woodenly toward Tachyon and dropped her gun next to the knife. Tachyon turned to Brennan. "Daniel, will you lay down your weapon?" There was no sense being stupidly stubborn. There was no way he could break Tachyon's mind control, and there was no way anything further would happen if he insisted on keeping his gun. He nodded, almost imperceptibly. "And Aykroyd?" Tachyon asked. "What about you? I hate this talky and bullshit. I could take control of you and make you a dummy in these talks. I would prefer not to." "Yeah, well, okay. Hands in pockets, please." Tachyon released Brennan. He stepped forward and dropped his gun at Tachyon's feet. He looked at the alien with anger and bitterness in his eyes. "You betrayed me," he said. "I prevented murder," the alien snapped. "Self-defense. Oh, please. We bandy with words. Killing, it's all killing. You kill Jay because he attempts to put you in the tombs. You kill Hiram because you get to mete out justice. The end result is all the same, death, and it's got to stop." Tachyon pressed the heel of his head as if trying to push back agony. He turned to Worcester, who had been a mute witness to this all. "Hiram, what do you intend to do?" "That's already been decided," said Jay. "Well, shut up. Hiram, I'll return to New York and turn myself over to the authorities." "I'll accept that," Brennan said. "It was a reasonable end to their difficulties. It was a solution Chrysalis would understand." "I don't recall him asking your fucking opinion," Jay gritted. "He'd better take it into consideration," Brennan said. He turned to face Worcester. "If you get to the airport and change your mind, if you decide to run, you'd better know now that you'll never have another day's peace. I'll be coming for you." "You utterly amaze me, Daniel, with your rigid, self-righteous certainty," Tachyon said. "Who made you God? Who gave you the right to place your judgment above all others?" Brennan barked a short, harsh laugh. "That's funny coming from you, Tachyon. Release Jennifer." "No," Tachyon said, shaking his head. "Why not?" Brennan asked, flaring with anger he could no longer suppress. "We have an agreement." Jay plunged forward. "We've agreed to nothing. Hiram stands trial and maybe goes to prison for a mistake while this guy walks free? Fuck that. If his little war excuses him, then Hiram should be completely exonerated." "Jay," Tachyon said, shaking his head, "you've allowed your anger to replace your brains. Elmo stands accused of a crime he did not commit. Hiram has confessed to it. He must stand trial." "Yeah, but we're talking involuntary manslaughter here. Voluntary manslaughter tops. Hiram may walk out of that courtroom with probation. Jay jerked a thumb at Brennan. How's Danny Boy gonna take that? Well, I'll have to see, won't we? Brennan said coldly. To hell with that, Jay said. Why don't we let Hiram write out his confession and then get on a plane to Tibet or wherever the hell he wants to go? He'll die before he ever reaches that plane, Brennan said softly. Not if you're behind bars. Hiram stirred and got off the bed. He no longer looked lost, victimized. It seemed as if he'd made a decision and was determined to carry it through. You can talk until you're both damned, he said.
This is my decision to make, and I will go to New York and stand trial because I choose to. He looked directly at Brennan. And not because I'm afraid of you, I'm not. And Brennan could see that that was true. Hiram had been through the fire and emerged cleansed. He looked as if he feared nothing now. Hiram J. began. Jay, your friendship warms me, but I must do this. I've been a puppet for too long. First with him, then with T. Malice. Well, it's all over. I'm through being a puppet. Hiram's right, Tachyon said passionately. Don't any of you understand? Hiram's trial is critical, not only for Elmo or Hiram, but for all of us. The law is the witness of our moral life. Its history is the history of the moral development of your race. But my race upset the balance. We created superhumans, and the result has been a growing chaos. The turtle assaults with impunity because he is armored literally and figuratively with the secret of his identity. I invade people's minds. You, Jay, violate their civil liberties. And Daniel, you kill them. If we don't demonstrate our willingness to abide by the rule of law, then we are everything Barnett says we are. We are dangerous and heedless and deserve to be controlled since we are unwilling or unable to abide by the rules of civilized society. That's fascinating, Brennan said dryly, but you missed something. I'm not a wild card. I'm just a gnat. Jay whirled on him. You bastard! Tachyon, all you've done is convince me that I'm right and that this killer should be behind. Jay cut off in mid-sentence. Brennan looked at Tachyon, pale and shaken, who had half risen out of his chair. Yes, Tachyon said wearily, I am once again playing God. Go, Daniel, take your lady and go, never return. If you do, know that I will not aid you. Jennifer swayed drunkenly when Tachyon released her. Brennan caught her, supported her. He looked back at Tachyon once before he left the hotel suite, and Tachyon looked back. Neither parting glance was kind. When Brennan and his girlfriend were both gone, Tachyon finally released his iron grip on Jay's body and mind. The alien was trembling, his brow beaded with sweat. Jay ran to the door, jumped out into the hall, looked up and down. There was no one waiting for the elevators. He made a dash for the stairwell, slammed through the fire door, breathing hard. The stairs were empty, silent. They were gone. Swearing loudly with disgust, Jay turned on his heel and stalked back to the room. He slammed the door shut behind him. The noise made Tachyon wince. Jay pointed at him, his arm trembling with tension. I hope you realize what you've done, he said bitterly. You've just let another demise out onto the streets. Tachyon looked at him for a long moment. Then the wide lilac eyes rolled up into his head, and the little alien fainted dead away. Oh hell, Jay said. The perfect ending to a perfect week. He gave Hiram a weary look. Come on, he said. Help me tuck the little fuck into bed. 10 p.m. Sometimes, Brennan thought, duty was never ending. He and Jennifer had left Atlanta immediately. They retrieved Brennan's van from the airport parking lot and drove to where the Crystal Palace used to be. Brennan got out and walked over to the ruins. It was dark. There were few pedestrians on the street. There was nothing to bring them here now that the Crystal Lady was dead and her palace was gone. Brennan stared at the wreckage for a long moment. The stench of burning was still in the air. The tide of memories still flowed in his mind. He turned and stood before one of the piles of debris that had been around since the Jokertown riot. He waited until he saw eyes blinking inside it. How are you? He asked. Sad. Our Lady is gone and our home is burned. I didn't want that, Brennan said.
But it did, the voice replied accusingly. Yes, Brennan said, it did. Have you found any place else to go? The tiny head shook no. Yes, you have, Brennan said softly. 11 p.m. Digger Downs was typing furiously on a laptop computer, so engrossed that he didn't notice when Jay stepped into his apartment. You forgot to lock your door, Aykroyd announced loudly. Digger glanced up from the screen, startled, and stared at Jay with a guilty look on his face. The reporter was 4 feet tall, going on 5. He looked like a child playing with a speak-and spell. You, he said. Me, Jay admitted. You really ought to lock your door. Never can tell when someone might break in and trash all your stuff. He looked around pointedly. Digger's apartment was just the way that Mackie Messer had left it. You have a hell of a lot of nerve showing up here, Digger said. I could have died in that goddamned cat box. They sent me all the way to Alaska. Alaska, Atlanta, hey, that's close enough for government work, Jay said. He smiled. At least you don't have to eat that airline food. It's not funny. I ought to sue you, Digger bitched. By the time I finally got to Georgia, I was so big they had to cut me out of the goddamn box. If it's any consolation, I didn't have a whole lot of fun myself, Jay said. He crossed the room, stepping gingerly over the debris. Anybody ever tell you you're a shitty housekeeper? Digger scowled. I'm not touching a thing, not till the photographer's been here. Jay sighed. I was afraid you were going to say something like that, he said. What are you writing? Digger hurriedly hit a key, storing the file he'd been working on, then slammed down the top of the little laptop computer so Jay couldn't read the file names off the screen. None of your business, he said. How'd you know I came home? I'm a detective, remember? Jay said. He cleared himself a space on one end of the sofa and sat down. Let's not make this any harder than we have to. I just want to get the hell out of here, check myself into a hospital, and take some serious painkillers for about a month. So who's stopping you? Go. Not till we get something straight. You're not writing anything about Greg Hartman. Digger laughed. The hell I ain't. This is the story of my life. I'm writing it all. Syria, Berlin, Mackie Messer, the Crystal Palace, everything. I'm going to hang him out and watch him twist in the wind. I figure a special issue of Aces with nothing but the Hartman expose. Or maybe I'll sell it to the Washington Post, really show that bimbo Sarah Morgenstern a thing or two. He slapped the computer with his hand. When this thing comes out, Greggy'll be lucky if they don't lynch him. Real good, Jay said wearily. So how many other wild cards will get lynched in his place? Ever think about that? That's not my concern, Digger said. I'm a journalist, that's all. I just tell the truth and let the pieces fall where they may. Yeah, Jay said. Funny, the truth wasn't so important when there was a chance those falling pieces might be coming off your body. He held up a hand before Downs could interrupt. Just hear me out, he said. I've already gone over this with Tachyon. He was right. This is a story that can't ever be told. There are reasons, Digger. He went over them, one by one. Digger was unmoved. You're asking me to be part of a cover-up? He said, when Jay had finished. Real good, Jay said. You got it. No way, Downs said with righteous indignation. I got ethics. Besides, what about me? Why the hell should I let Hartman off easy? He tried to have me killed. Forget it, Aykroyd. I know who killed Chrysalis, Jay said. He's going to turn himself in tomorrow morning at the Jokertown precinct house. If you agree to drop the Hartman expose, you can have that story instead. I'll arrange for the killer to give you a complete confession before he goes to the police. Jay had already talked it over with Hiram on the flight home. Hiram had agreed. Hiram was in a frame of mind to agree to most anything that might possibly spare further bloodshed. It's quite a story, Jay said. It's got blackmail, drugs, sex, death, aces, jokers, the works. Juicy. He ought to know. Had helped Tachyon work out the details.
What it didn't have was any mention of Greg Hartman or James Spector. T. Malice was villain enough. You can have an exclusive, Jay promised Digger. In fact, how's this? I'll arrange for the killer to turn himself over to you, and you can deliver him to the cops.
For a moment, Digger looked tempted. Then his child's face screwed up in a frown. Do I look stupid or what? The Hartman thing is headlines coast to coast. Talk shows, books, hell, a Pulitzer for sure, maybe a Nobel. No way am I going to swap that for some penny-ante Jokertown murder. I mean, give me a break, Chrysalis. Who cares? She's just another dead Joker. I'll throw in some money, Jay said. Digger got indignant. Hey, I don't take bribes. You got it? You can just keep your goddamn money. The American public has a right to know the truth. Jay sighed deeply. He was running out of ammunition. Okay, he said, have it your way. He stood up. Once you run your little scoop, it's going to get real cold out there for wild cards. But if you think you can stand the chill, hey, who am I to argue? He started for the door. Me? Digger said. Why should I have to stand the chill? Jay turned and looked back at him. You're an ace, aren't you? He said innocently. He touched a finger to the side of his nose and raised a meaningful eyebrow. But no one knows that, Digger said. Jay smiled. You wouldn't, Digger said, horrified. I told you that in confidence, man. If anyone found out, I could be in a world of shit. So true, Jay said sympathetically. You know, if it was up to me, I'd just as soon keep a lid on it. But, he shrugged, the American public has a right to know the truth. His hand was on the doorknob when Digger called out after him. Ackroyd. Jay looked back over his shoulder. Yeah? Downs regarded him thoughtfully. How much money? The reporter asked. Midnight. They stopped at the Red Apple Rest, a 24-hour restaurant on Route 17. Brennan got out and went inside. I need 17 cheeseburgers, 12 foot-long hot dogs with chili, 3 with mustard and sauerkraut, 26 large fries, 15 Cokes, 10 7-Ups, and 1 large coffee, black. Jesus, mister, the counterman said. What you got in your van, a pack of starving animals or something? Just a few friends, Brennan said, laying his money on the counter. Brennan turned as the counterman went to fill his order and looked back over the parking lot. The moon had nearly set. Hanging on the rim of the horizon, it looked to Brennan like a skull, smiling. It took little imagination to add eyes of deepest blue and lips of coral red. He smiled back as it slipped below the horizon and said softly, "Goodbye."